Fun and Fury, Federal Bureau of Magic Cozy Mystery Book 11. Written by Annabel Chase, narrated by Jill Smith. Chapter 1. I thrust the curtains aside and peered through the bedroom window into the blaze of sunshine. It's a beautiful day, Princess Buttercup. Let's make the most of it. The hellhound, who looked like a Great Dane to humans without the sight, lifted her chin off the bed and looked at me with a confused expression. I understood her reaction. I wasn't typically someone known for her sunny disposition. I mean, I wasn't a grouch like Grandma, but I wasn't a supernatural Pollyanna either. I credited my blossoming relationship with Sawyer Fox for my new and improved personality. There was something about the chief of police that made the world seem like a better place, which was in stark contrast to the way I felt when I was with my family. On the nightstand, my phone made the screeching, stabbing sound from the Hitchcock classic Psycho. Speak of the devil, and she shall call me at an early hour. I tapped the screen. Good morning. You've reached a righteous fury. How may we avenge you today? I could practically hear my mother's eye roll. Aunt Thora made pancakes sprinkled with lemon juice and powdered sugar. I suggest you get here before they're all gone. What's the rush? I eat more than the three of you combined. I also used more energy than the three of them combined, so it evened out. It isn't just me, Grandma and Aunt Thora. Anton is here with his family. Got it. Thanks for the heads up. My brother was like a demon garbage disposal. He'd wolf down more than his share of food, plus whatever was left on anyone's plate. I put down the phone and went into the bathroom to make myself presentable. I was glad I showered last night. I didn't want to risk one of them smelling the chief on me. They weren't werewolves. That honor belonged to my cousin Raphael's wife and daughter, but they still possessed an uncanny sense of smell when it mattered. Running a brush through my hair, I happened to glance in the mirror and noticed the faint smile that tainted my lips. I was going to have to practice a scowl or a frown, anything to throw them off the scent. If they suspected I was unusually happy, they'd start asking uncomfortable questions that I was nowhere near ready to answer. Sawyer Fox was human, and that was a big no-no in my family. I was the Ariel to their King Triton. Cavorting with a different supernatural species was acceptable. A full-blown relationship with a human, however, was out of the question. We could be part of their world as long as we didn't lower ourselves to grow attached to them. It didn't help that Sawyer was the head of law enforcement in the sleepy coastal town of Cheddar, Maryland, and my family was mainly comprised of wicked witches, vengeance demons, and vampires. I pulled on a t-shirt that I knew was certain to grab my mother's attention. It read, "I'm not a control freak, you're just doing it wrong." If she was busy criticizing my top, then she was too busy to notice my dreamy expression should I fail to mask it. As I turned toward the door, Alice Wentworth popped out of the wall, causing me to gasp and jump backward. Alice! Alice was a member of the family that originally owned the farm where my family now lived. Shipping Cheddar was settled by Puritans who took up dairy farming and eventually cheese-making, which is where the town got its name. Folding her transparent arms, the ghost observed me. If you intend to keep this sexy secret of yours, you need to do a better job of hiding your good mood. I'm working on it. As soon as I leave the barn, I'm going to wipe the smile off my face. I lived in a converted barn that straddled the property line between the main house, where my mother lived, and a house of newer construction 5,000 yards away where my father lived with his second wife, Sally. We were all one big happy family. Not. Of course, if I were you, I'd be shouting my good fortune from the rooftop. Chief Fox is a real catch, Alice said. That's because your family was human, and they wouldn't have a reason to object. You'd be surprised the reasons Puritans found to reject proposals. Actually, I wouldn't. I'd read enough about them in history class to remember that tolerance and acceptance were not their strengths. Maybe my family was descended from supernatural Puritans. With Princess Buttercup in tow, I left the barn and crossed the yard to the back door of the main house. Breakfast was in full swing, and I instinctively glanced to the island in the kitchen to see exactly how short the remaining stacks of pancakes were. "Look who's finally graced us with her presence," my mother sang from the head of the table. "Princess Buttercup!" My niece Olivia raced across the room to throw her arms around the hellhound's neck. "Mind the dog's slobber," Verity called from the table. Princess Buttercup had all the usual hellhound features, including acidic drool that could burn a hole straight through the carpet. I'd rescued her from a horrible fate in the underworld when she was a puppy, and we never looked back. I grabbed a plate and focused on piling pancakes on it. Coffee would have to wait. I didn't want to risk missing out on Aunt Thora's special recipe. "You're in a good mood," Anton observed. The smile melted from my lips. "What do you mean?" "I think that statement was fairly self-explanatory," my brother said. "I don't know why you would say that." Olivia skipped back to the table, her curls bouncing around her head. "You were humming to yourself." I stiffened. I was. "I'm not an expert, but it sounded like the tune to You Sexy Thing." My mother's lips curved into a smug smile. "What am I saying? I absolutely am an expert in that." My cheeks grew warm. I must have heard that song when I was getting dressed this morning. I didn't even notice. I was grateful when my nephew expressed his excitement over a bowl of cereal. Anything to divert attention away from me. "Somebody loves breakfast," Verity said in a sing-song voice. "Mother, what have I told you about playing little critters during meals?" My mother glared at the phone in Grandma's hand. "I'm in the middle of a raid," Grandma protested. "I can't stop because there's food in front of me. It's a group effort, and I refuse to be the weak link in the chain." Her thumb froze in an awkward position, and she winced. "Ouch! Oh, not again." "What's wrong?" Verity asked. "My arthritis is acting up again." Grandma rubbed the area of her palm between her thumb and her finger. "Why don't you let me examine it?" Verity offered. My sister-in-law was a druid healer, as well as a town doctor. If anyone could help Grandma, it was Verity. Grandma pulled her hand closer to her chest. "I don't need anyone to examine it. I know what the problem is." She set the phone on the table. "Anyway, it doesn't matter. I found a way to work around it so I can keep playing." "You know what that's called, right?" I asked. Grandma met my gaze. "A winning strategy?" "Cheating?" Olivia offered helpfully. "An addiction," I told her. She blew a raspberry. "It's a simple spell designed to keep me playing while I rest my joints. I have the most points in this round, and I don't want to lose them." Olivia peered at the phone screen to watch the spell in action. "You're playing without your fingers. Is it mind control?" "Not quite," Grandma said. I smothered the pancakes in maple syrup. "I don't know why you waste your time with this stuff." "And I don't know why you don't waste your time enough," Grandma shot back. "Wasting time is one of life's greatest pleasures." "Youth is wasted on Eden," my mother said. "She came out of the womb wearing that tight expression. We assumed it was gas." I shoved a forkful of pancake into my mouth and walked over to see the spell at work. Swallowing my mouthful of food, I pointed to the number at the top of the screen. "Is that your score?" "My score?" Grandma scoffed. "Are you insane? Those are my pals." I resisted the urge to laugh. "Your pals?" "That's a big number. You have a lot of friends," Olivia said. "Only because they're not real," my mother chimed in. "There's a difference between real and online," Grandma pointed out. My mother lifted her coffee mug to her smug lips. "Exactly." "I think what Grandma means is the pals are real," I told Olivia, "but they only know each other online because of the game. They haven't met in real life." "Are any of them over the age of 13? My mother asked. Grandma smirked. "Why, looking for your next date?" Ryan chose this precise moment to tip his bowl of cereal. Milk poured from the bowl and splashed across the table, drenching Grandma's phone. Verity leaped to her feet and immediately began sopping up the milk with a cloth napkin. "Ryan, that was naughty," my mother said. Ryan froze and looked at her. My mother's features relaxed into a smile. If you could learn to do that with a mortar full of blood and a stone circle, we'll be so proud of you. She reached across the table and pinched his chubby cheek. Verity glowered at her. We are not teaching our son anything of the kind, Beatrice. Tell her, Anton. Nothing like putting him on the spot. My brother looked helplessly from his wife to his mother. I'm so sorry, Grandma, Verity said. It was an accident. My mother patted Ryan on the head. Was it, though?
Tell that to my raid pals,
Grandma grumbled.
We were in the middle of a big one. There were some of the toughest critters to catch in that round. 2 bosses.
I squinted at her. Bosses?
Evolved ones. The more powerful critters in charge of the lesser critters.
Grandma explained.
Like me in this house.
My mother threw her head back and cackled at the declaration. You wish. I can't wait to be the boss, Olivia announced.
The boss of what?
Anton asked. She threw her arms wide and nearly knocked over a glass in the process. Everything! Oh, boy. Grandma wiped down her phone and studied the screen.
Terrific. Something's wrong with the game. It's glitching. Turn it off and restart it,
Anton suggested. Or just turn it off, my mother said with a pointed look. Grandma ignored her, continuing to tap the screen.
It's a weird glitch. The background is visible, but the critters are gone.
I'd have to take her word for it. I didn't know enough about the game to recognize why that was odd. Annoyed with this unfortunate development, Grandma tossed the phone on the table.
The game is ruined. Somebody's gonna pay for this.
Ryan doesn't have any money, Olivia protested. He's a toddler. Grandma narrowed her eyes.
I wasn't talking about money.
Verity scooped Ryan out of the chair and nudged him into the family room, presumably to put distance between he and Grandma. Out of sight, out of mind. Maybe you shouldn't have used magic, Verity said. If you'd played properly instead of cheating, the game might not have glitched.
It isn't cheating to avoid the pain of arthritic fingers,
Grandma protested.
Do you tell your patients with a bum knee that it's cheating to use a cane to walk?
It's not the same. Walking is necessary. Gaming isn't.
Says someone who wouldn't know fun if it got jammed up her nose,
Grandma muttered. That doesn't sound fun at all, I told her. I want to play a game, Olivia announced. Can I play Little Critters, Mommy? Not right now, Verity said. That means no. Olivia crossed her arms and pouted. The word no is my least favorite of all the words. That's because you hear it so often, honey, my mother said with an accusatory look at Verity. And you don't hear it enough, Verity shot back. Tensions were escalating, and I knew that if I didn't intervene, someone was going to end up dead and buried in the garden. Olivia, would you like to play a game? I ventured. Maybe your dad could take you and Ryan to throw the ball in the backyard for Princess Buttercup. I would have loved to, but I had to meet Neville for our usual morning session. Olivia tapped her cheek with mock exaggeration. I'll consider your offer.
That's a good idea,
Anton said.
I think it would be best to focus on activities that take place on the earthly plane of existence and not the interwebs.
Grandma scowled.
Interwebs? Are you 90?
What's an earthly plane of existence? Olivia asked. Verity patted her daughter's head. Never mind, sweetie. Let the adults talk. If you hover any closer, you're going to chop her head off with one of your blades, my mother said. Verity's head snapped up. What's that supposed to mean? My mother made a helicopter noise. You can't coddle her forever, Verity. I know what coddling means, Olivia said. My teacher says Caitlin Burrows is coddled and is going to grow up to be dysfunctional if her parents don't take a step back. Verity's eyes widened. Your teacher said this to you? No, to Mrs. Jan, but I was listening. She also said I'm too bright for my own good, but that doesn't make any sense. She shrugged. I kissed the top of Olivia's head and darted into the family room to give Ryan a hug before I left for the day. Can I have a sleepover soon, Auntie Eden? Olivia asked when I was halfway to the door. I stopped and turned back to face her. A sleepover with Olivia meant no sleepover with Sawyer. Then again, one of the reasons I'd accepted my return to chipping cheddar with Grace was because I'd get the chance to have a positive influence on Olivia and Ryan's lives. I owed this child a sleepover. Absolutely, I said. I'll check with your mom later and we'll choose a date that works for both of us. Olivia's smile was like sunshine. It was hard to imagine her following in my family's dark footsteps. Hard, but not impossible. Anton crossed the room to kiss Verity's cheek.
Any day works for me, as long as I get to spend quality time with my wife.
Grandma pretended to gag. This was probably a good time to remove myself. I'm heading to work now. Neville's probably cursing me for being late. Anton shot me a pleading look to stay. Sorry, brother. It was every family member for herself. No room on my floating piece of debris in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
That chubby wizard couldn't curse the spots off a leopard,
Grandma said. Good thing all the leopards want to keep their spots, I shot back. Olivia tugged on my hand. Can I go to work with you, Auntie Eden? Not today, I said. Not any day, Verity added. Eden's work is much too dangerous for children. Olivia puffed out her cheeks in frustration. I'm strong. I have no doubt, I told her, but your priority right now is childhood. Have fun with your friends. Enjoy childhood. Sounds like a good reminder for you, Eden, my mother said. I bristled. I enjoy myself. My mother stopped just short of rolling her eyes. If you call working nonstop enjoying yourself, sure.
If you were any more uptight, you could send every demon back to Otherworld with a diamond,
Grandma said. Olivia gazed at me with wonder in her eyes. That's very generous. Yes, that's me, generous nature. Which was why my maternal line wasn't already buried in the backyard. Will you schedule the sleepover soon, Auntie Eden? I have new tricks to show you. I squeezed her hand and let go. I will as soon as I get a chance. I promise. Chapter 2. I breathed in the fresh air blowing off the Chesapeake Bay. It was one of those beautiful blue sky days when the only thing you wanted to do was kick back and watch those puffy clouds roll by. The white contrasted so perfectly with the blue backdrop that the clouds looked painted on the sky.
You're late.
I offered Neville a placating smile as I trudged up the hill. Family drama. The kind of upset that makes you look forward to an apocalypse. You know how it is.
I actually don't. My family is remarkably sanguine compared to yours.
The wizard folded his arms and gave me his sternest look, which for Neville was somewhere between a disappointed elementary school teacher and a muppet who didn't get a cookie. You don't understand. Ryan spilled milk.
Well, everybody knows not to cry over it. I believe there's an entire expression devoted to it.
That's because whoever said it didn't spill milk on Grandma's phone in the middle of a little critters raid. Understanding rippled across Neville's face.
Ah, now I see.
I rubbed my hands together. What's on the training agenda today, Sensei? Neville was the cue to my magical bond, except our investigations were limited to the town of Chipping Cheddar, and our gadgets were far less flashy.
No one spilled milk on your phone, I presume. Can you use the app?
I knew which app he meant. The one he invented to identify visitors from Otherworld. There were more demons than any single person could remember, and the app was quickly becoming an invaluable resource for someone like me who worked in the field. The swift and correct identification of a demon could mean the difference between life and death, and not necessarily my own. My phone is fine. I tugged it from my back pocket and showed it to him.
While I was waiting, I took the liberty of drawing a chalk circle for you.
I glanced at the ground and noticed the white powder smeared across the green grass. You made a big one today. Planning to set me up against a giant? He put a finger to his lips.
No spoilers, Agent Fury.
Eden. He bowed slightly.
Yes, of course.
I tapped my phone screen. I guess I can just look at the manual and see where we are.
That won't help you. I have a directive from Agent Redmond to deviate from the manual.
I barked a laugh. We're taking a break from the manual?
Was he high when he said it?
Agent Quinn Redmond also worked for the Federal Bureau of Magic and happened to be my best friend Clara's boyfriend. I met him when he was sent to train me for my post in shipping Cheddar. He and Clara had taken a shine to each other, and he later modified the terms of his job so he could be based here. His job still required him to travel, but shipping Cheddar was now home base. Anybody who loved my best friend enough to make sacrifices earned my respect and admiration.
He's happy with our progress and felt that a deviation from the path might do us both some good.
But I can't tick off the box if I don't complete the training exercise.
Life is about more than ticking boxes, Agent Fury.
I know that. I eyed him closely, sensing the wizard's apprehension. You don't want to deviate either, do you? Neville was as much a stickler for rules and order as I was. We weren't a balanced team in that regard. We both got an endorphin rush from crossing a task off a list. The wizard drew a line in the dirt with the toe of his shoe.
I believe we should follow Agent Redmond's directive.
It seemed Neville's predilection for obedience overrode his need for achievement. Fine. Consider us off the map. I wiggled my fingers.
Hit me with your best shot.
Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something scamper across the ground and turned to look. About 3 feet outside the circle was a green creature the size of a baby alligator. Its purple scales were the giveaway. Otherwise, it would have blended perfectly with the healthy green grass. Hey, that's cheating, I said. They're supposed to be inside the circle. Unless this was part of Neville's deviation plan. The wizard frowned.
What do you mean?
I pointed. Unless those purple scales are poisonous, that little guy doesn't exactly present a challenge. The creature seemed to realize it was a topic of discussion and paused to listen. I counted 6 legs. Neville followed my gaze to the creature.
Stars and stripes,
he breathed, his version of swearing. Having a little trouble with your aim today, Neville? My brother throws rings in the toilet for Ryan. You might want to try it. The color drained from Neville's face.
That's not one of mine.
2 heads swiveled back to the creature. On cue, 6 legs began to move at a rapid speed. I jumped out of the circle and sprinted after it. What is it? I yelled.
I don't know.
I fumbled for the phone to operate the app. It was all well and good when I was standing still, but the app was somewhat challenging to use when I was already in hot pursuit.
Slow down, freaky gator,
I yelled. In the distance, I noticed 2 women pushing strollers. Great. I was going to have to take care of this demon without looking like an escapee from an insane asylum. I held up the phone and snapped a photo of the creature. It was an odd angle, but it was good enough for the app. I uploaded the photo as I continued to run. Those 6 legs were moving so fast they blurred.
No matches? Neville, your app sucks.
I shoved the phone in my pocket and increased my speed. The creature was headed straight for the Susquehanna River. If it reached the water before I caught it, the creature was as good as gone. I couldn't let that happen. As I ran through a mental checklist of options available to me, the creature froze with its legs in mid-stride. I came to a halt and turned around to see Neville behind me with his wand extended.
Which spell was that?
I asked in disbelief.
One I've been working on in my spare time.
Tucking away the wand, he jogged past me, slightly out of breath, and went to inspect the creature. I don't know what it is, I told him. It didn't show up on the app. Neville scrutinized the body.
I don't recognize it either.
I glanced in the direction of the 2 mothers and their strollers making their way toward us. Unless one of them had the sight, they shouldn't be able to see the demon. The odds were in our favor. What do we do? Call the extraction team? I asked. The Federal Bureau of Magic, otherwise known as the FBM, had employees whose sole job was to retrieve demons caught in the human world and return them to Otherworld where they belonged. When I first entered the workforce, I had no intention of working for the magical branch of the federal agency. My goal had been to work for the FBI, which I did all the way up until I siphoned a vampire's power and tried to suck the blood from my partner, Fergus. My secret was out, and so was I. Out of the FBI in San Francisco, and straight back to the FBM outpost in shipping Cheddar. To the town's human residents, I was an FBI agent who specialized in cybercrimes. To the supernatural population, I was the last line of defense between us and the demons that appeared from Otherworld. Sometimes I wondered if former Bureau Chief Paul Pidcock hadn't died at the hands of a demon, what would the agency have done with me? Would they have sent me to another FBM office? It didn't bear thinking about. Yes, I would have ended up far away from my family, but I also wouldn't have met Sawyer. And he was worth every uncomfortable situation I found myself in now.
I think we should bring it to the office first,
Neville suggested.
I'd like to know what it is before we send it away, so we can add it to the app.
I'm not sure we're equipped to store a demon. We don't even have a mini-fridge. Although, now that I said it out loud, it wasn't such a bad idea to purchase one. I'd have to ask Neville to check the budget.
We won't keep it very long. Let me grab my bag.
He darted back to the circle to retrieve the magic bag that he used for training exercises. It not only produced items larger than the bag itself, it could hold them too. Handy, that. While he was gone, I took a moment to study the demon. It didn't look particularly dangerous, although I knew I couldn't judge a demon by its appearance any more than I could judge people. Some of the cutest demons were the most vicious and deadly. They tended to weaponize their appearance, knowing that their expressive eyes or fluffy fur would appeal to their unsuspecting victims. Neville returned with the bag and tossed it to me. "Is that one of those robotic toys?" the brunette mother asked, peering at the grass. Sweet Hecate. She could see it? It was possible she had the sight and didn't realize it. "Is it waterproof?" the blonde mother asked. "That might be fun for the pool." I shot a confused look at Neville. What were the chances that both women had the sight? "Yes," I called back. "It's waterproof. We're testing it for my niece." "How much does it weigh?" the brunette asked. "I don't want to strain my back. Lifting all the baby gear every day is already wreaking havoc on me." "That's the downside," I replied. "It's pretty heavy. We're beta testers for the toy company, so that's something we're going to include in the report."
"Excellent response, Agent Fury,"
Neville whispered. He scooped the demon into the bag as the women pushed their strollers past us. The brunette gave us a speculative glance, but continued chatting to her friend. "If I could lose those last 10 pounds, I might be able to lift more," she said. "I can't cut out bread, though. Life wouldn't be worth living." Neville hoisted the bag over his shoulder.
"You were wrong about the weight, though. It's surprisingly light."
"How long does your spell last?"
"Long enough to secure it for transport. It's a cute little critter, though. A bit flashy for my taste, but cute. I'm almost sorry to send it back."
A knot formed in my stomach. "What did you say?" My voice came out as a hoarse whisper. Neville pinned me with an earnest expression.
"Oh, I know we're obligated, Agent Fury. I wasn't suggesting we break any rules."
I shook my head. "Not that part." Neville rubbed the back of his head.
"He's a cute little critter."
I nodded. "Remember I mentioned this morning's family drama?"
"I'm afraid I don't see the connection."
"You will." With a shaking hand, I sent a photo of the creature followed by a question mark. It didn't take long for my phone to ring. Normally, I'd let a call from Grandma go to voicemail, but this was important.
"When did you learn to use the AR setting on your phone?"
Grandma asked. "I don't even know what that is."
"You must have hit the button by accident. When did you sign up for Little Critters? I'll send you a friend request."
My fingers tightened around the phone. "I'm not playing Little Critters, Grandma." Neville gave me an appraising look.
"There's a copycat game? What's it called?"
"Grandma, listen to me. The creature in the photo is real. Neville and I have it in a bag." A long pause followed.
"Is this a prank? You know you're not very good at those. Remember the time you tried to make me think I lost my glasses?"
"It's not a prank."
"You're telling me you caught an actual egger? That's not possible."
I licked my lips, dreading my next question. "Was there an egger on the screen when Ryan spilled the milk?"
"Of course. There were about a dozen critters. I lost them all."
"And did they come back yet?" Grandma's hesitation answered my question.
"Let me check again. It's been an hour."
I waited, knowing what the answer would be.
"Nope. They're still missing.
Great balls of fury. I desperately wanted to be wrong. Were there really more of these creatures loose in Chipping Cheddar? I think they're missing because they're out here.
How?
She asked. It has to be your spell. How did you create it?
You don't want to know.
I muttered a string of curses under my breath. Black magic. No wonder it went off the rails in a major way. When would my family learn? What can you tell me about this Ager? I demanded.
Not a real threat. The most damage it would do is tear up your lawn when it rolls on its back.
Doesn't sound like a problem.
No, it's a member of the Playful family. They're docile. It's the bosses you've got to worry about.
I sucked in a breath. Bosses?
I already told you. At the head of each family is a powerful boss.
Are you playing Little Critters or Mafia Town?
Why do you think we have to catch them during a raid? I can't take down a boss without help.
I rubbed my temple. Didn't you say there were 2 bosses on the screen when the game glitched?
Do you really want to know the answer?
As if I had a choice. No, but unfortunately I need to know.
There were 2 bosses, plus the other critters.
I tapped my foot on the ground. How many, exactly?
Let me think.
The hair on the back of my neck pricked. If she had to think about it, that was too many.
13,
she finally said.
Definitely 13 total.
She paused.
I think. Give or take.
Give or take how many? She bristled.
How should I know? I didn't count them. I wasn't intending to have them disappear from the game.
Please try to remember. It's important. She took a moment to think.
Yes, I was right the first time. 13.
A baker's dozen of little critters were now running amok in the scenic seaside town of Chipping Cheddar. Fabulous. We had to prevent them from leaving. Little critters didn't belong in the world. They didn't belong in any world. They belonged back in the game. The question was how.
Look on the bright side. You've got 1, so that leaves 12 in the wild,
Grandma said. I hung up the phone. Grandma could have at least had the decency to sound apologetic. 12 more critters on the loose, I said. Grandma did a spell using magic she shouldn't have. What else was new? The wizard gazed at the bag with the Ager.
What do we do now?
As much as I hated to say it, there was only one option.
We've got to catch 'em all.
Chapter 3. Once the Ager was secure at the office, I called an emergency family meeting at my mother's house to explain the situation and request assistance. I also scheduled an emergency supernatural council meeting at my house for immediately afterward. As much as I would have preferred to keep it quiet, I had an obligation to the council to report this type of event. With 12 magical creatures on the loose, we were all in danger. As I relayed the news to my mother and Aunt Thora, Grandma sat on the sofa between them with a cup of tea. Would it have killed her to look a teensy bit guilty? "What's the big deal?" my mother asked. "Humans without the sight won't be able to see them." Except they can. The critters aren't demons from Otherworld. They're from a game and they're running around town because of magic. I jabbed a finger at Grandma. Your magic! The trio of evil fell silent. "Let's try to focus on what can be done." Aunt Thora sat with her hands folded neatly in her lap. "You managed to catch one already. Can you catch the others the same way?" Grandma snorted.
Fat chance.
It sounds like the Ager was the easiest one and I got lucky that it crossed my path first. "I suppose you'll have to blab to the council," my mother said. I glared at her. It isn't blabbing. It's my job. And that meeting happens right after this one. They're coming to the barn. My mother cringed. "Oh, I hope you've straightened up in there. Last time I looked, you left a mess in the kitchen." I pressed my lips together. What did I tell you about peeping in my windows? My mother's face was an expression of pure innocence. "What? I was outside for fresh air. Can I help it if your windows are enormous?"
Don't tell them it was me.
Grandma said.
I'm sure it's a violation of one of their ridiculous ordinances.
The ordinances are not ridiculous. They exist for a reason.
Yeah, so that people like you can lord them over people like me and feel superior.
Grandma shot back.
You just want to get me in trouble.
It isn't about what I want. I threw out my hands in frustration. Who do you expect me to blame if not you? Grandma shrugged.
I don't know. Blame Ryan. They won't punish a child, and it was basically his fault anyway.
My eyebrows inched up. You would use a toddler, your own great-grandson, as a scapegoat? Grandma splayed her hands.
What, you expected better from me?
I paced the length of the room. I have to tell the council something, and I wasn't throwing my nephew under the bus. They'd put him on a watch list, and he'd grow up under a cloud of suspicion. No thanks. Tell them it was the wizard, my mother said. I laughed. Why would I do that? Because nobody will punish him. He has one of those faces. Innocent? Aunt Thora asked. My mother shrugged. I was going to say chubby, but innocent works. I wasn't blaming Neville. In fact, I had to keep this off the record. If the FBM got wind of Grandma's involvement, it would shift the spotlight to my family, and I couldn't have that. Unfortunately, I couldn't tell the council the critters weren't real demons either, or I'd have to explain how they got here. I hated lying. I'd had to lie my entire life, and it took a toll. Telling my boyfriend the truth about me had been both terrifying and liberating. Of course, Sawyer didn't know everything. He was the chief of police, which made everything too risky. If he knew my family walked on the dark side, he might think twice about us. He knew about me, though, and he wasn't scared off by my snake hair or my dark wings. That made him a keeper in my book. Grandma scowled.
Why did you bother to call a meeting with us for help? Isn't that wizard your assistant?
Neville is busy working on a magical prototype we can use to capture the critters.
What about sending them back to the game?
Grandma asked.
I need them back or I'll lose points.
I sighed. Yes, because I was worried about Grandma's score. Returning them is step 2. When we figure it out, I'll let you know.
We can help with that part,
Grandma said. I held up a hand. No, please don't. Your magic has done quite enough for now. Grandma rolled her eyes.
You're acting like I raised the town.
That could happen if we don't catch all the critters. I pointed at Grandma. I need you to tell me everything you can about little critters and the 12 still at large. Strengths, weaknesses, whether their habitat is water or trees. Don't leave out any details. My mother groaned. I don't need to stay for this part, do I? It's boring enough when she's playing it on her phone. We all have to listen because if one of us runs into a critter in town, we need to be able to catch it. Aunt Thora laughed lightly. I can't even catch a cold. I won't be fast enough to catch one of those fast-moving creatures. You have magic, Aunt Thora. Use it.
Use it. Don't use it. Get your opinion straight,
Grandma ordered. I crossed my arms and glared. You're all capable of using magic without using dark materials. You choose not to. I knew I was being unfair to Aunt Thora. She'd been slowly inching away from black magic for years. Like the mafia, though, it was hard to get out when she was surrounded by it. Whenever she thought she was out, they pulled her back in. My mother waved a hand. Mother, please give Eden a list of the critters and put us all out of our misery. Grandma rose to her feet and her knees cracked, sounding like popcorn kernels bursting open in the microwave.
Step into my office.
We followed her around the corner to the small office. Grandma beckoned us to the computer and we gathered around.
Here's my cheat sheet with all the data.
She scrolled until she reached a furry pink critter that looked like a cross between a platypus and a teddy bear. Oh, that one's cute, I said.
Looks are his weapon. He lures you in with those big eyes and then bam, eats you in one gulp.
Is that one loose? I asked.
No.
Phew. Can you give me a bulleted list of each missing critter and its salient details? That would be helpful.
You're not the boss of me.
I gave her the stink eye. This is your mess, Grandma. Remember? Maybe so, but I don't care whether it gets cleaned up. If you don't get your critters back, it will completely screw up your progress in the game, I reminded her. She turned back to the computer. I guess you're right. Fine, I'll help, but not because I'm some kind of good Samaritan. Heaven forbid, anything but that. My mother offered a dramatic sigh. I suppose you'll have to update your father and that vampire of his. I regarded her with surprise. You're looking out for their welfare? No, but they babysit my grandchildren on occasion. I wouldn't want anything to happen to Ryan or Olivia because Stanley was ignorant of the situation. It was better than nothing. We need to alert the rest of the family. Anton, Verity, Raphael, Meg, and Julie. Moyer and Tomas. It was all hands on deck for this one. If somebody died because of an escaped little critter, I couldn't bear to think about it. I'll call Moyer, Aunt Thora said, patting my hand. You've got this. I believe in you, Eden. Well, that made one of us. The sound of a phone ringing cut through the intensity. Heads bent to glance at their respective phones. Aunt Thora waved hers in the air before answering it. Who is it? Grandma demanded. Aunt Thora shushed her and continued to listen. Finally, she hung up the phone and addressed the sea of curious faces. Edith died. Grandma frowned. Which one was Edith? Sap, married to Walter. Grandma's mouth formed a rectangle. Still not ringing a bell. Aunt Thora rolled her eyes. This is why Brenda called me with the news instead of you. Grandma waved a dismissive hand. Oh, please. Brenda's probably going through her contact list and you happen to be first. I placed a hand on Aunt Thora's shoulder. I'm sorry about Edith. I vaguely remembered the white-haired woman who sometimes used a walker to get around the senior center. Aunt Thora hooked her fingers through mine. It's always sad when someone departs this plane. Depends on the person, Grandma muttered. The funeral is on Wednesday, Aunt Thora said. I think it would be nice if we both went to show support for the community. Grandma was noncommittal. I'll see if I can fit it in. My mother bumped her hip against Grandma's shoulder. You should go. I'll do your makeup. Grandma twisted to regard her. Why would I need my makeup done? Where should I begin? For starters, you know there will be at least one eligible bachelor there. Widowers are notorious for wanting to settle down quickly. They're accustomed to having a woman in the house, and men don't like change. You want to be the first woman in line. Beggars can't be choosers. I stared at her. Are you seriously suggesting that Grandma shows up at the funeral with the express purpose of landing a date with the deceased's husband? My mother shrugged. It's no different than reading the obituaries to find a rent-controlled apartment in the city, which I also wouldn't approve of. My mother groaned. Big shock. Eden disapproves of something. I'll alert the media. An unpleasant thought occurred to me. Did Brenda say how Edith died? Grandma shrugged. I'm going to go out on a limb and say old age. She wasn't well in all the years I've known her, Aunt Thora added. Her health took a sharp turn about 6 months ago. She complained of more pain, started forgetting things. She even had a seizure at the senior center. They diagnosed her with dementia. Grandma perked up. Oh, I remember that seizure. It was a great distraction during my card game. I won $50. You don't think there's any chance she came into contact with a little critter? Now, Eden, don't start making mountains out of molehills, my mother warned. Grandma's right. Edith was sick and elderly. I'm sure it's a complete coincidence. I'd like to have that confirmed. I typed a quick text to Sawyer to request the report once it became available. Better to be safe than sorry. Aunt Thora's eye flickered with doubt. I knew she wouldn't speak up in the presence of the other 2 witches, though. I gave her a reassuring smile and left it at that. Chief Sawyer Fox was waiting for me inside the barn when I arrived home. I'd given him a key, which he knew only to use when he was able to exercise extreme caution. He sat on the sofa with Princess Buttercup's head in his lap, and it struck me how natural it felt to have him here. If only it were under better circumstances. Sawyer jumped to his feet when I entered the barn. He was in uniform and clearly ready to slay a dragon on my behalf, which only increased the sexiness level.
What's the emergency?
I gave him a quick kiss, unable to resist those lips. We have a situation.
We, as in you and me?
You, me, the whole town. Concern rippled across his handsome features.
Supernatural shenanigans?
That's definitely the right term for it. I explained Grandma's spell and the unintentional outcome.
Let me get this straight. There are small demonic creatures running rampant through Chipping Cheddar, and they may or may not be violent?
In a nutshell. He hooked his thumbs through his belt loops.
How can I help?
I couldn't have loved his response more. No blaming, no freaking out, just a plain and simple offer of assistance. Gods, I was so lucky. I'm not sure you can help, but I wanted to make you aware of the crisis. If you see or hear anything strange, it's probably a little critter. A knock at the door signaled the arrival of more council members. Adele LaRue, Aggie Grace, Husborn Crawley. I ushered Princess Buttercup off the sofa and waited until everyone was present and accounted for in the barn before I began. Hugh was the last to arrive, and I smothered a laugh when he strode through the doorway in bright-colored plaid pants, a collared, short-sleeved top, and a beanie. Dare I ask? Hugh glared at me.
I attended a golf tournament today with the mayor.
I pressed my lips together to contain my laughter.
This is what humans do for fun. The game itself is boring enough, but this...
He motioned to his outfit.
This is humiliating.
Are you sure you want to be involved in local politics? I asked, because there's a lot of humiliation involved from what I can tell. He leaned forward and growled into my ear.
And a lot of power, too.
Once he perched on the arm of the sofa, I took my place in front of them. I'm sure you're all wondering why I gathered you here.
Your text said it was an emergency,
Husborn said. I clasped my hands in front of me. It is. There are demons loose in town, and we need to capture them. Straightening, Adele gripped the other arm of the sofa. The mound? No, the portal is intact, I assured her. This is something else. There are 12 to be captured.
I'll gather the wolves,
Hugh offered. No, I said quickly. I couldn't let the pack hunt down the critters, no matter how badly I needed to find them. The wolves would kill them, and that seemed wrong. It wasn't the critters' fault they were thrown into an unfamiliar world. They didn't deserve to die. How dangerous are these demons? Aggie asked. Dangerous enough that they can run riot through town, but not so dangerous that we need to take drastic measures. I hoped.
What do they eat?
Hugh asked. Depends on the demon.
Are they nocturnal? What are we dealing with?
The werewolf pressed. They're all different. I have a chart to help you. I handed them copies of the little critters chart I'd made in Grandma's office. Adele studied the list. I've never heard of a single one of these. Are you sure they're from Otherworld? Husborn scanned the sheet of paper.
A bull snap doesn't sound like a type of demon. Sounds like one of those designer dogs.
From her dog bed in the corner, Princess Buttercup barked in response. Adele frowned. A whaley sounds like a toy. Aggie shook her head. Adele is right. I don't think these sound like demons at all. I steeled myself for the truth. I'd hoped to avoid it, but I couldn't lie to the council. They depended on me, and if they discovered the truth, they'd never trust me again. I had to come clean. They don't sound like demons because they're not. They're not even from Otherworld. Murmurs of confusion followed my statement. I sucked in a breath and said, They escaped from a game on my grandmother's phone called Little Critters. Silence fell like a lead balloon. Aggie finally cleared her throat. I'm not hip to the latest technology. You might have to expand on that, dear. I explained the game and how Grandma's spell went awry. Another bout of silence followed. Sawyer was the first to break the tension.
So you're saying that your grandmother could do a spell that released Mario Brothers and Donkey Kong into this world?
If that's the game she'd been playing, yes.
Sawyer rubbed the scruff on his chin. I can't decide whether I'm relieved or disappointed.
Adele's sculptured jaw tightened. Are you certain this was an accident?
I was pretty sure. My face turned purple.
Aggie held up a hand before I could respond. It's a legitimate question, Eden. Your grandmother spreads chaos the way Mrs. Paul spreads gossip.
Hugh smirked. Or your mother spreads.
That's enough, Hugh, I warned, cutting him off.
Eden takes the safety of this town seriously,
Sawyer said.
If she says the spell went awry, then it went awry.
Hugh grinned.
Ah, the chief of police rushing to your defense. How sweet.
It was an accident, I swear. Grandma only created the spell because her arthritis was acting up and she wanted to participate in a raid. But she used her kind of magic to create the spell. Adele's mouth formed a thin and, quite frankly, pretty judgmental line. Yes, she used her kind of magic. I put air quotes around her kind. Old habits die hard. I wasn't sure why I was defending Grandma when I'd taken the same approach with her only an hour earlier. I couldn't help myself, though. It was one thing for me to give my family a hard time. It was quite another for outsiders to do so. Hugh stretched his long legs out in front of him.
The longer we sit around here passing judgment, the more time we give those critters to cause trouble.
I shot him a grateful look. Hugh wasn't my favorite supernatural, but right now I could have kissed him. Or at least patted him on the arm. Sawyer looked at me.
What's your plan and how can we help?
I'm going to start with containment, I said. First, I'll make sure they don't leave town, and then I'll go after them. Neville's working on creating a device to physically contain them so we have somewhere to keep them once they've been caught without worrying about them escaping. If you see or hear anything unusual, call me. Very good. Keep us updated on your progress, Aggie said. As they filed out of the barn one by one, their disappointment was palpable. Even though I wasn't responsible, I felt like I'd personally wronged them. It was an uncomfortable feeling, one that reminded me of childhood. I felt guilty then, too. Whenever my mother hexed my father during the height of their animosity, I felt like I was a party to it. Whenever my father spoke of completing a job on behalf of a bitter client, I felt like I'd been the one to exact revenge. For better or worse, I was an extension of my family, which was one of the reasons it was so difficult to reconcile my identity in relation to theirs. On the other hand, without them to compare myself to, I wasn't sure where I fell on the scales of good and evil. It was mainly in relation to my family that my hat seemed more white than black. Without them, who was I? The last council member left, and I closed the barn door, pressing my forehead against the smooth wood. John the carpenter had done an excellent job of sanding it down. I'd have to compliment his handiwork the next time I spoke to him. While my head still rested against the wood, Alice's ethereal face appeared beside mine, and her head swiveled all the way around. Are they gone? No one lingering in the bathroom? They're gone. I flopped on the sofa. I hated that Sawyer left too. I would have liked him to stay, but it was too risky, especially in light of Hugh's comment. The werewolf suspected we were an item, although he'd yet to be able to prove it. That was quite the meeting. Alice hovered next to me, remaining slightly above the cushion. I don't normally like to get everybody involved. Too many cooks in the kitchen and all that, but it's necessary. Alice spit back a smile. I narrowed my eyes. What? I don't think it has anything to do with cooks in the kitchen. I glowered at the ghost. Is this a knock about my cooking? I'm getting better. Raphael even said so. My warlock cousin was a talented chef who owned Chop House, the best restaurant in town. I'm not talking about actual cooking. Besides, you know I judge everyone's culinary skills. Modern people have no idea how easy they have it. She gave me a knowing smile. But you aren't good about knowing when to ask for help. I'm proud of you, Eden. This is a major milestone. I straightened. Really? Absolutely. From the time you were a little girl, you tried to do everything on your own. I remember you once pushed Anton to the ground for trying to help you walk. She laughed. You were only a year old.
Even then, I sensed I couldn't rely on my family. Smart kid.
I'll do a sweep of the town and let you know if I see any critters.
Thanks, Alice. You're the best.
There's no issue with feeding them after midnight or anything, is there?
I smiled. Have you been watching Gremlins again?
It's an excellent film.
Maybe it's time to break out of the 1980s and explore other decades of film. Alice was also a big fan of Dirty Dancing.
I tried Ferris Bueller, but I thought he was too unlikable. I was rooting for the principal the whole time.
Still the 80s, Alice. The ghost glanced at the sheet of little critters information on the coffee table.
A good night's sleep will help you formulate a plan.
I stretched my arms over my head and yawned. Oh, unfortunately, sleep isn't in the cards for me tonight. I have too much work to do.
What's your next move, then?
Rising to my feet, I heaved a sigh. What else? Clean up the mess my family created before it's too late. Chapter 4. Magic Beans was closed when I knocked on the door. Through the window, I glimpsed Corinne LaRue wiping down the counter. She stiffened when she noticed me. I waved and gave her my best relaxed smile, knowing she wouldn't be fooled. I didn't turn up at the coffee shop after hours unless there was trouble. I take it you're not here for coffee, she said, unlocking the door to let me in. I mean, I won't object to a cup, but no, it's not the reason I'm here. Please don't tell me we've got pod demons again. Not today, but there's always tomorrow, I said with forced cheer. I need your help with a different issue. Corinne sauntered behind the counter and held up a pot of coffee. You're in luck. I've got one left. The aroma reached my nostrils, and I inhaled the nutty, caramelized smell. Yes, please. I would need fuel to keep me going. Little critters weren't going to respect my biological need for 8 hours of sleep. Do you need my help specifically, or do we need my mom and grandmother too? Corinne was the youngest of 3 generations of LaRue witches. Adele was the matriarch and highly respected, whereas Rosalie, Corinne's mother, was a bit of a wild card. She didn't qualify as evil like the witches in my family, but only because she didn't use black magic. Rosalie had a tendency to push the magical envelope, as well as my mother's buttons. I think we can probably handle it between the two of us. I preferred to avoid dragging Rosalie into FBM business. In fact, I preferred to avoid Rosalie, period. I see. Corinne wiped down the countertops without looking at me. I'm beginning to sense a pattern. Lace? It was a lame attempt at a joke to diffuse the tension, and we both knew it. Corinne and I weren't exactly friends, but we weren't enemies either. In fact, she probably understood me better than most people I knew. Would it help if I tell you it's for the sake of the town? She poured 2 cups of coffee. I'm considering whether to ask the FBM for a stipend to compensate my family for all the times we've offered our help. You're good Samaritans. You don't need compensation. The witch knew me well enough to add cream and sugar before passing the cup to me. I drew the steaming liquid to my lips and drank. Wow, you could raise the dead with this. I squinted at her over the rim of the cup. You haven't done that, have you? She cocked an eyebrow. You seem to be confusing me with your family. On that note, what do they do this time? Ouch, right in the gut. I need to wrangle creatures on the loose. Think gremlins after midnight with a demonic twist. Corinne blew out a breath. Murderous or mischievous? I shrugged. Maybe both. How many? 12 left to catch. And let me guess, you don't want to ask your family because they caused the problem. I pursed my lips. It was an accident. Grandma conjured a spell to play a game and my nephew spilled milk. I paused. It was a whole thing. The details aren't important. Idle hands are indeed the devil's playthings, Corinne said, sounding vaguely amused by her statement. Are the critters working together? I shook my head. They're just running around town, enjoying their freedom and wreaking havoc. That was the Disney version, and for now, I was sticking to it. Does the council know? I nodded. I called an emergency meeting. Your grandmother was there. Okay, I was only going to binge WandaVision tonight. What do you need from me? I'd like to do a spell that contains the critters within the town limits. At the very least, I needed to prevent them from leaving, or I'd never be able to catch them. A reverse ward. Can't Neville do it? Neville's magic is better when the need is more precise. She snickered. The town border isn't precise. Your magic is broader in scope and generally more powerful. Neville tinkers. Your coven's magic is different. Corinne smiled. I don't disagree. Anyway, he's busy with a different part of the plan. He needs to create a device to contain the critters once we catch them, and then has to figure out how to get them back in the game. Corinne took a contemplative sip of coffee. You really are in the weeds, aren't you? I wouldn't ask otherwise. I fixed her with my best puppy dog eyes. If I could have held up Princess Buttercup in front of me, I would have. So, what do you think? Corinne rested both hands flat on the counter. I think it's going to be a long night. How about a cheese and Danish to go with that coffee? Relief flooded me. I'd love one. Early the next morning, I met Neville at the office to exchange updates. The first thing I noticed was a sleeping bag rolled up in the corner of the room. The second thing I noticed was the wizard's rumpled outfit. Neville, have you slept? I'd barely slept after working half the night with Corinne, but at least I'd gone home for a few hours to feed Princess Buttercup and let her out to pee. He dragged a chubby hand through his disheveled hair. All for a worthy cause, O eternal one. Just eaten, I reminded him. He produced a cup of coffee from Hole's, the neighboring donut shop. Paige took pity on me and opened early. Corinne plied me full of caffeine at Magic Beans while we worked on a spell to secure the town's perimeter. The wizard nodded. Good thinking. Let's hope it holds. How's your progress on the capture device? Excellent. I do believe I've cracked it. He hustled to the table at the back of the office, and I followed. I decided there was no need to reinvent the wheel and invented a design similar to the one used in the game. You know how to play little critters? Now I do. It took an hour or so of playing so I could gather ideas, and then a few failed attempts at a device before I found one that works. I cast an admiring glance his way. Can you get any smarter? There's always room for improvement, Agent Fury. I glanced at the phone on the table, still open to the game. Your username is Gandalf FTW? If anyone can defeat the minions of darkness, it's Gandalf, he said with an indignant sniff. Fair enough. I opened the game on my phone. Who knew my job would eventually require technology instead of magic? Magic is still required, Neville pointed out. Can't catch the critters IRL without it. I stopped. IRL? In real life. Wouldn't it have been easier to just say that? The wizard shrugged. I'm operating on fumes, Agent Fury. Abbreviations save me much-needed energy. Can I see the invention? With his head bent over a box, he pushed up his glasses and retrieved a small object. He held up the cobalt blue ball and pressed a button. The ball split open. It's an orb. When the critter is within range, you toss this orb and it should capture the creature and lock. I inspected the orb. These are so small. Some of the critters are bigger than us. Don't let the size deceive you. Watch. He produced a red orb from the box and tossed it at the chair at his desk. The chair disappeared, and the orb landed on the floor with a snapping sound. It ate the chair? The orb doesn't eat anything. It simply acts as storage until we can transfer the critters back to the game. Neville, you're a genius. Not at all. As I said, I simply modeled my design on the one used in the game. It seemed the most efficient method. I ruffled his already messy hair. Still a genius. How many orbs did you make? As many as I could until I passed out. I'll make more today. You might miss a few throws, so you'll need to carry extra. I've designed them to be lightweight so they don't slow you down. No wonder he was awake most of the night. This must have taken all his mental and physical energy to achieve in such a short time. I owe you one, Neville. In fact, I owe you more than one. It's my job, Agent Fury. You would do the same. He was right. I would. Once I've crafted enough orbs, I'll move on to the issue of the transfer spell. That one will require greater effort.
Why?
Because I'm moving multiple creatures between realms, one realm that doesn't actually exist.
Is that why it was easier for Grandma to release the critters in this realm? Because this world exists?
That's my theory. I have no idea how she managed to unleash them, though. The type of magic involved—
It isn't worth thinking about, I said. We needed to stay focused on the problematic outcome rather than the problematic cause at this point. Neville took the orb from me and unlocked it so the chair returned to its rightful place.
We'll store the captured critters here in the office. Each time you catch one, bring the orb here for storage. It's best to have them all in one place.
I nodded. I should probably practice throwing these at the park.
You have excellent aim, Agent Fury. I don't anticipate it will present a problem for you.
I appreciate the vote of confidence. I loaded up my handbag with orbs. What happens to the critter while they're in the orb?
They're in stasis. Not quite asleep, but not quite awake.
No pain, right? He offered a half smile.
No.
What's so funny?
Nothing. I find your compassion refreshing.
It's not compassion, it's just— I searched for an answer but came up short. Neville clapped me on the shoulder.
Compassion is a wonderful quality. It's part of the reason you're good at your job. You shouldn't be ashamed of it.
I'm not. It was a habit. As a child, I'd been taught compassion was a weakness, and sometimes I fell into the trap of believing it, especially on a day like today when I was tired and unable to think straight.
How did the council take the news?
My expression soured. As expected. Not that I blame them. This is a huge headache. Speaking of headaches, I pulled out my phone and sent a text to Grandma to meet me at the mound.
You're enlisting your grandmother's aid? Is that wise?
I consider it punishment.
For you or for her?
12 critters are a lot for one person. There's no reason we should be doing this alone. Neville scratched his head.
Technically, we should. It's our job.
Details, I muttered.
Good luck, Agent Fury.
I dumped the orbs into my bag. Thanks. I'm going to need it. To humans without the sight, the area adjacent to Davenport Park that housed the portal to Otherworld looked like a mound of earth. Hence the nickname. Little did they know it was a place I checked every single day to make sure the portal was still dormant. Once upon a time, this portal functioned as a door between this world and Otherworld, and, like a volcano, there was always the risk that its dormant phase would end. Despite the portal's inactivity, there was a metric ton of magical energy that emanated from here, which made chipping Cheddar a magnet for supernaturals. Aside from the portal, there was also a vortex close to the mound where multiple ley lines converged underground. The reason an FBM outpost was necessary in a small town like ours was because of the high percentage of supernaturals and demon activity. I arrived at the mound before Grandma and took the opportunity to practice throwing orbs. Neville was right. Nothing wrong with my throwing arm. I'd been athletic as a teenager, a fact that served me well once I chose the route of federal agent. I checked in with the chief to see whether any strange sightings had been reported. So far, so good. As I dropped the phone into my handbag, Grandma appeared at the entrance to the mound. Her hands rested on her hips.
Why am I here?
You know why. This is your mess, and you're going to help me clean it up. She expelled a puff of air.
What would you like me to do?
Find one of the critters so we can catch it. I shook an orb at her. Neville made these. She snatched it from my hand and examined it closely.
The wizard made this?
Yes, he was up all night. She glanced at me.
Can I keep one?
If you help me catch these critters, you can have all the leftovers.
Deal.
She surveyed the area.
Where do we start?
I was secretly hoping Grandma would have some kind of built-in little critter radar from years of gaming. No such luck. If you were hunting for a specific critter in the game, how would you do it? She pursed her lips, mulling over the question.
First, I'd decide which one I need for points, but I guess that doesn't matter. A bull snap is probably the easiest one after the Ager.
I tried to recall a bull snap from the list, but drew a blank. Which one is that?
Looks like a cross between a bullfrog and a snapdragon. Smart, but sweet.
Where's the most likely place to find one of those in the real world? Grandma's eyes sparked with excitement.
They're drawn to water and power. Let's start with the river and the bay. And if we don't find it there, we'll try the vortex.
At least we were already well positioned to search those 3 areas.
They're shy critters,
Grandma explained as we walked toward the river.
I doubt anyone has seen one unless the critter wants to be seen.
Won't that make it hard for us to find it then? She smirked.
Not me. I'm a pro.
For once, I hoped she was right. We traveled along the riverbank, not far from where I discovered the acre.
Watch for movement,
Grandma advised.
It can change color, but I bet it stays blue or green depending on whether it's in or out of the water.
That was assuming it was here at all. A creature hopped in front of me and I jumped backward. Grandma clutched her belly and laughed.
It's only a regular frog. You should see the look on your face. Hilarious.
As I turned to scowl at her, I glimpsed a flurry of movement in the bushes behind her. Green, yes, but not the same green as the bushes. I think I see it, I told her quietly. With one eye trained on the camouflaged critter, I reached into my bag and pulled out an orb. No sudden movements. Nice and easy. Grandma craned her neck.
Where?
Here, little bull snap, I urged, moving to a crouched position. Grandma groaned.
That's not how you catch a bull snap.
How would I know?
Here, let me demonstrate.
Grandma snapped her fingers and the bull snap emerged from the bushes to look at her with interest. She was right about the description. It had a frog-like body and a back lined with fins that resembled colorful snapdragons.
Throw the ball.
With a pounding heart, I chucked the orb at the bull snap and caught it. I heard the telltale snap of the lock as the orb dropped to the soft earth. Grandma held up a hand for a high five.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
I smacked her hand. How do you do that in the game?
There's a button you press for finger snapping.
Of course there was.
The bull snap is easy. It's his evolution you've got to watch out for. Nasty sucker.
Good thing you only had his original form in the game. Grandma cringed. Oh no. His evolution is one of the escaped critters?
A Scully, one of the 2 bosses.
Terrific. That's the one with knowledge power? She nodded. It didn't sound like such a tough creature, but what did I know?
Its tagline is, knowledge is the ultimate power.
I swallowed a lump in my throat. What's the bull snap's tagline?
Doesn't have one. Taglines are for bosses.
What would your tagline be? I had no doubt Grandma had already given this some deep thought.
Speak of the devil and I shall appear in his place.
She curtsied and grimaced.
Darn arthritis.
Don't do a spell on your hip, or critters won't be the only thing loose around here. Her eyes narrowed to slits.
Don't quit your day job, funny girl.
I couldn't even if I wanted to. I was the buffer between my family and the FBM, and there was no telling who would replace me. As crazy as my family drove me, I still felt compelled to protect them, and that meant staying put as the local bureau chief. Grandma inclined her head toward the orb.
Am I free to go now? Shirley is waiting for me at the diner and I'm hungry. You know what happens when I'm hangry.
The world was enough of a mess without a hangry grandma. Fine, go. I'll take this bull snap to the office and put it with the acre. She paused to look at me.
Don't look so worried, Eden. It's only a game. Try to have a little fun with it.
Only a game? Would she be singing the same tune if we discovered that Edith Sapp died because of a little critter encounter? Sighing, I watched her walk away. Probably. Chapter 5. I returned to the office with the bull snap and walked straight into the ward. Angrily, I rubbed my nose. Could the wizard devise a ward that recognized me? Neville! My phone buzzed, and I checked the text message. Neville. It read,
Say the magic word.
I rolled my eyes. Please? I took a cautious step forward and was able to open the door and cross the threshold. What did you do that for?
Because we're now storing orbs that contain magical beings. It's important to take precautions.
You're right. I should have thought of that. My mind wasn't exactly operating on all cylinders today. My head grew fuzzy when I didn't get a full night's sleep. Even in college, when everyone else was out partying before the next day's exam, I made sure to get my rest. It didn't make me the most popular co-ed on campus, but I was more interested in achievement than anarchy. I sauntered to the back of the room where Neville was hunched over the table. 4 empty teacups were scattered on his desk. Uh-oh. That was never a good sign. How's it going? Any luck with the transfer spell? The wizard's shoulders sagged.
Not yet. I made more orbs, though. It helps me think when I switch between tasks.
I don't know how you're still standing after last night, let alone thinking.
Careful, Agent Fury. If anyone overheard that statement, they might misunderstand our relationship.
A racy joke from Neville. The wizard really was exhausted. He flicked a teacup with his fingers, Neville's version of the Hulk.
I'm frustrated that I can't connect the dots on this spell. Why does black magic have to be so enticingly easy? I'm this close to requesting your family's assistance.
He held up his thumb a hair away from his pointer finger. Now you understand the appeal, but neither one of us is prone to taking the easy way out. I leaned my elbows on the table. Tell me what you've tried. Maybe Glinda the Good Witch can help. He pushed a notebook toward me and I flipped through the pages. Lots of failed experiments. I gaped at the extensive notes. When did you have time to try all these?
What do you think I've been doing since last we spoke?
Neville, have you eaten?
A bear claw or two.
I order you to have a proper meal this instant. Protein, fiber, the works. The wizard stared at the open notebook.
Given the urgent nature of this situation,
I shook my head firmly. No, absolutely not.
It seems to me if their magic caused the problem, then it can also solve it.
And open the door for more problems? No. There has to be another way. Grandma could help by collecting the critters, but nothing more than that. What if another black magic spell went awry and did worse damage? I couldn't risk it. Not to mention, I refused to give them the satisfaction of needing their magical assistance. They already thought they were better than the average wizard like Neville. No need to prove it.
Apologies, Agent Fury. I shouldn't have pushed the issue. It's the tiredness talking.
No worries, I understand. Shortcuts were always tempting, especially when lives were at stake.
I spoke to Corinne earlier,
he said.
She's going to speak to her grandmother and ask for ideas as well.
Adele knows the situation.
Yes, but did you ask for her help devising a transfer spell?
I blew out a breath. I'm trying to limit the amount of help I request.
She's an adept witch. It's worth eliciting a few ideas, and I don't mind collaborating.
I pressed my forehead on the cool table and exhaled. Neville was right. The LaRue witches had proven themselves capable time and time again. It was worth a try. I turned my face toward him, keeping one cheek resting on the table. Go ahead and talk to her. I just hate relying on help from others, I admitted. Neville shot me a sympathetic look.
I know, Agent Fury. It's one of your greatest flaws.
Now he sounded like Alice. You think it's a flaw? I'd always considered it a strength.
To need no one? To act as an island even when you're sinking? Yes, Agent Fury. I view that as a flaw. Don't you?
I'd always considered it a strength, but I could see the opposing point of view. My phone pinged and I glanced at the screen. Crap. Agent Redmond is here. I had no doubt Neville's alarmed expression matched my own.
How much do we tell him?
Neville whispered. The bare minimum. Redmond was a friend, but he was also a by-the-book agent. He'd expect us to report this incident to headquarters, and I wasn't sure yet whether I wanted to do that. It depended on the outcome. I
I texted "say please" and waited for him to enter the office.
"I guess you've heard the news," I said, watching the agent swagger to the back of the room to join us. With his sharp fey characteristics and blonde hair, he reminded me of a modern-day Legolas.
Clara told me there's a situation, but she was fuzzy on the details.
That was because I'd barely given her any. I texted her to watch out for any strange creatures and report sightings to me. Redmond nodded toward the 2 orbs on the shelf.
"You're using those to contain the creatures?"
He lifted one off the shelf to examine it.
"Interesting design. Where'd you get the idea?" "A game I like to play,"
Neville said.
"Clever."
He set the orb back on the shelf.
"Any idea where these creatures came from? Is there a portal breach?"
"No, the portal is secure." I didn't elaborate. The less I said, the less I was likely to trip over my tongue.
"How many creatures are still at large?"
10, I said. Redmond glanced idly at the notebook.
"How do you know the others haven't left town?"
"The spell Corinne and I performed prevents it." He nodded.
"Let me know if you need help. I'm in town for a couple days before I head to Houston."
"Houston has a problem?" I quipped.
"Ha, very funny," he said dryly. "No problem, just a training exercise."
"We'll be sure to let you know if we need assistance." I steered him toward the door.
"What's the rush?"
Redmond asked. "The rush is you're leaving town again, so you should spend time with your girlfriend." He frowned at me.
"Clara's working. What's gotten into you?"
"Nothing. I'm leaving now. Want a ride?"
"No, thank you."
He scrutinized me.
"Are you sure there's nothing going on? You seem fidgety."
"I haven't slept well this week. It's starting to catch up to me."
"I see. Have you tried melatonin? Works wonders when I travel to another time zone."
"No, but I will now. Thanks for the tip." I practically pushed him out the door. "See you later, Neville," I called over my shoulder. I was glad Neville had thought to do the new ward. It would keep Redmond from lurking in the office when neither of us was there to distract him. I headed back to Munster Close to check in with my family and see whether Grandma had encountered any more critters after her meal with Shirley. The postal carrier was in the process of delivering the mail, so I took the bundle and brought it into the house with me. My mother, Grandma, and Aunt Thora were seated at the kitchen table with a pot of tea and a platter of homemade oatmeal raisin cookies between them. I snatched a cookie off the platter.
"Are these guilt cookies?"
I didn't care. They tasted delicious either way.
"You think I made them?"
Grandma scoffed. "Actually, I made them," my mother said. "Olivia's school is hosting a bake sale, so I made some for the donation and kept a dozen for us." Color me impressed. My mother hadn't been the most active parent during my school years, for which I was grateful. It was hard enough being around my bickering parents at home. I wouldn't have been able to handle the stress of having them at school functions, too. School had been an escape for me. Probably one of the reasons I'd excelled in academics. I chewed the soft, sweet cookie.
"It's really good."
"These won't last the afternoon," Aunt Thora said. "I'll make lemon bars later so we have a treat for tomorrow." I frowned. "Why? What's tomorrow?" Aunt Thora shrugged. "Another day." I set the bundle of mail on the table, and Aunt Thora snatched the top envelope addressed to her. "A letter from Edith? How odd," Aunt Thora said. She tore open the envelope. Grandma gave the letter an admiring glance.
"They're allowing mail now? About time."
Aunt Thora scanned the letter. "Not from the great beyond. She wrote it before she died and asked it to be mailed to me in the event of her death."
That sounded ominous.
"Well, don't keep us in suspense,"
Grandma urged.
"Some of us don't have an eternity."
She gave me a pointed look. "How about that?" Aunt Thora folded the letter and set it on the table. "She wants me to set up Walter with Jean Kearney."
"I think that's a wonderful idea."
My mother bit into a cookie.
"No sense letting a good man go to waste." "That's your motto,"
Grandma said.
"I don't understand why she'd want to pawn her husband off on some other woman."
"Because she loves Walter and wants him to be happy when she's no longer able to,"
my mother said. Her gaze shifted to the oven.
"Why is that oven not up to temperature? I need to make dinner early. I have a date at 7.
No dinner on this date? I asked. My mother smirked. Satisfies a different appetite.
What's his name?
Grandma asked.
Is it that short man from the bank with the wispy mustache?
My mother fanned herself. No, this is Claude, the massage therapist. I went to him for a deep tissue massage, and I covered my ears with my hands. No reference to a happy ending, please. My mother squared her shoulders. Definitely not. Claude is a professional. We left it at a cliffhanger. I polished off a cookie and reached for another one. You know, Eden, my mother began, maybe if you started dating, you wouldn't be so uptight. I clenched my fists. I'm not uptight. My mother flicked my right hand. Any tighter and you'll draw blood. Little did she know I had plenty of opportunities to loosen up thanks to the chief. Take that, Beatrice. Edith was sick for most of her adult life, and I think she worried that once she died, Walter would have no focus, Aunt Thora said. He spent most of his time doting on her. Medical appointments, a restricted diet. She shook her head. Poor fella. He must feel very alone right now. No wonder she's anxious to get him set up with a nice woman.
She should send him on vacation, not try to tie him down,
Grandma remarked. You don't know. He might like to be tied down by another woman, my mother said with a wink. I groaned. Please, no visuals today. My brain can't handle it. Aunt Thora touched the letter. I agree with Beatrice. I think it's generous of Edith. Grandma grunted.
Generous? The woman's dead. It's not like she's sharing him. There's an opening at the breakfast table and Jean can fill it. End of story.
How old is this Walter? My mother mused.
Too old for you,
Grandma snapped.
He won't be able to twist like a pretzel without a visit to the doctor and a painkiller prescription afterward.
My mother played with the edge of her silk scarf. Might still be worth it for him. Why did Edith send the letter to you? I asked. Aunt Thora's brow creased. I'm not sure. We chatted at the senior center. We both liked to play bunco. I guess she didn't have any close friends. Grandma snatched the letter.
She also pegged you for a sucker who would do her bidding.
I rushed to Aunt Thora's defense. I think it's an honor to be asked to do something so important. I'm glad you said that. Aunt Thora smiled. Maybe you could come with me when I speak to Walter? I balked. Oh, I don't know why you'd want me. You can be her emotional support, Fury, my mother said. Take Candy. I waved to Grandma's black cat sprawled across the windowsill. Grandma snorted.
Candy would sooner poke Walter's eye out with a claw than listen to him wax poetic about his dead wife.
Esther, show a little respect, Aunt Thora admonished her. The woman hasn't even had her funeral yet.
What? All I said is she's dead. It's a fact, not a judgment.
If any of you have last wishes, tell me now so I can write them down, my mother said. I'll need time to prepare.
Ha! Like I would trust you with any last requests.
Grandma jabbed a thumb in my direction.
Eden's the only one I'd ask to take care of unfinished business.
I was both honored and insulted. Why me? Because you think I'm a doormat? Grandma shrugged.
Because you'll feel guilty until the deed is done. It's guaranteed to happen, and happen quickly and efficiently.
My mother nodded. She makes a persuasive argument. Eden, you can be in charge of my last request, too. Ugh. I don't want to be in charge. Especially when it came to my mother's last request. I dreaded to think what that would involve. My mother plucked a notepad out of the kitchen drawer. Let's all write letters to Eden to only be opened upon our death. Grandma smiled.
I like this idea. Whatever we write, she'll feel compelled to do it to honor our dying wishes.
I didn't like where this was headed. I reserve the right to withdraw after your death.
You wouldn't dare,
Grandma said. She pulled out her phone and started typing. I started to feel uneasy. What are you doing?
A group text. I'm telling Stanley and Anton to write letters too.
Not Verity? I asked. My mother sniffed. Oh, please. Verity's last request would involve peace on Earth or some such nonsense.
Yes, nonsense, I muttered. Will you give me a hint as to what your request will be? Grandma shook her head.
Nope. You'll only find out when we're dead. That's half the fun. Now I can die knowing I've got one last iron in the fire.
If I ever ran into Edith's ghost, she and I were going to have words over this letter. I wonder why she chose Jean Kearney, Aunt Thora mused.
Blonde, big eyes, bigger boobs.
Grandma shrugged.
I don't think it's rocket science.
But those boobs are, my mother said. They defy gravity. My phone lit up with a text from Sawyer.
Got your information. Meet me at my house.
I wasn't sure which information he meant, but I wasn't going to waste time asking. Anything to extricate me from this conversation. Thanks for the cookies, but duty calls. I pushed back my chair and snagged a third one for the road. Grandma looked up.
Am I supposed to go with you, boss?
Not this time. It would be one thing if I were driving to the police station, but she'd be suspicious if she knew I was driving to the chief's house. I had enough to worry about right now without having my secret exposed. Grandma turned her attention back to her teacup.
Make a note. Any work after 5 is going to cost you overtime.
I stormed out of the house without another word, the sound of my grandmother's cackle ringing in my ears. Chapter 6. I parked on a side street and walked the extra block and a half to Sawyer's house. No need for a passerby to notice my car and report the sighting to my family. I slipped into the backyard undetected and made my way to the back door where Sawyer awaited me. He greeted me with a kiss that would have knocked my socks off, had I been wearing any. If I knew you were going to kiss me like that, I would have moved faster to get here. He snaked a hand around my waist and pulled me against his broad chest.
What would it take to get you to fly here?
I stroked his stubbled jawline. That's an unfair question. You know I don't like to use my fury traits unless absolutely necessary. His warm breath caressed the curve of my neck.
Oh, believe me, it would be absolutely necessary.
I kissed him again. Is this why you called me over here? Not that I'm objecting, but I genuinely thought you had information for me.
We received a strange call last night, and I almost texted you thinking it was a critter, but it was a false alarm.
What happened?
Kyle Stanwyck called to say there was a Martian on his roof. Figured it was a prank at first.
Do kids still do that?
He's 65.
Oh. What was it then?
Turns out Kyle was high as a kite and saw his own cat on the roof.
Sawyer chuckled. I'm glad it wasn't a little critter. I don't want you to get involved unless there's no choice.
I want to do what I can to help. Chipping Cheddar is my territory, too.
Sawyer was right. We were both responsible for the safety of the town in our own way, except his experience with the supernatural world was recent and, therefore, limited. Help is fine, as long as you follow my lead. He nuzzled my neck.
You know I like it when you take charge.
He retrieved his phone from his back pocket.
And this wasn't a ruse to lure you over here. I do have information for you. You asked for the report on Edith Sapp.
Great. What have you got?
Cause of death was cardiac arrest. No unusual circumstances.
Is that the preliminary report?
The only report. The death wasn't unattended or suspicious. She was elderly and unwell. Seems like natural causes to me.
He lowered the phone.
What's the concern?
She died the same day the critters were released. What if she saw one of them and it literally scared her to death? If she was already fragile? Sawyer shook his head.
I highly doubt that. Her husband was home at the time. If a critter had been there in plain sight, he likely would have seen it too.
But was he in the same room with her when she died? He reviewed the information on his phone.
According to Mr. Sapp's statement, she was in the bedroom resting and he was in the living room. When he went to ask her what she'd like for dinner, she was dead.
I looked at him with nothing short of adoration. He caught my expression and grinned.
That's an odd look, considering what I just read to you.
Can I just tell you how happy it makes me to speak openly with you about my job and not hide who I am?
Me too.
He bent down and smacked my lips with another kiss. Heat spread throughout my body.
Kissing Sawyer was dangerous because I always wanted more. Unfortunately, I didn't have the luxury of fitting pleasure into my schedule at the moment. A low growl emanated from the other room, and my gaze met Sawyer's. "Where's Achilles?" I asked.
Sounds like he's in the bedroom.
His brown eyes appeared unconcerned. "Does he usually growl in the bedroom?"
No, that's my job.
He kissed my neck, prompting a shiver of delight from me.
It's usually because his ball got stuck under the dresser. I'll get it for him.
I waited in the living room and scrolled through my phone for messages. The first one was from Neville, apologizing profusely for not making progress with the transfer spell. The second one was from Clara. She and Sassy were meeting at the diner shortly, and they wanted me to join them. It would give me a chance to refuel before I resumed the wild hunt.
Eden, you might want to come here for a second.
Although Sawyer's voice was calm and even, I recognized the urgency in it. A few silent strides later, and I was beside him in the bedroom doorway. Achilles was crouched with his back to us, snarling at a pink and yellow creature in the corner of the room.
It's not a ball, Sawyer said. No idea how it got in here, though.
With 4 long, skinny legs and a bulbous body, the critter resembled an insect the size of a basketball. A sweet scent lingered in the air, and I realized what it was. "It's a quagmire," I said. "Its strength is poison. That's the sweet smell." Sawyer sniffed.
How about that? It does smell sweet.
"I'm going to need you to get Achilles out of here. The creature shoots poison darts when it feels threatened." And the pug had the critter cornered. I was surprised the darts hadn't been fired already.
Where does it store darts on a body like that?
Same place it secretes the sweet odor. Sawyer kept his gaze on the dog.
Eden, would you mind grabbing me a treat from the jar in the kitchen?
I hurried to the kitchen to retrieve the enticement and delivered it to Sawyer's outstretched hand. Then I grabbed an orb from my handbag, so I was ready to strike once the coast was clear. As I returned to the bedroom, I noticed this orb was black and gold, the colors of the Iowa Hawkeyes. It seemed Neville had gotten creative with his choices.
Hey, buddy.
Sawyer crept toward the dog and softly called his name. He held the treat in his open palm. Achilles sniffed the air and slowly turned toward the source of the delicious aroma.
That's right, boy,
Sawyer said in a soothing tone.
Don't worry about that little guy. Keep your eyes on me.
I held the orb in my hand and waited for the right moment to act. Sawyer backed out of the room and lured the pug to follow him. As soon as the door clicked closed behind them, I lobbed the orb at the critter. And missed. Uh-oh. The orb bounced off the wall and landed on the floor with a thud. The critter darted in front of the orb, blocking me from retrieving it. No. The rest of the orbs were still in my handbag in the living room. I could ask Sawyer to get one, but I didn't want to risk the door opening and Achilles rushing in again. The pug had short legs, but they moved like lightning when he was after something he wanted. I pulled up the game on my phone and searched for the critter as I desperately tried to recall the other details from the cheat sheet. Strengths, poison darts. What were its weaknesses? I scrolled quickly, cursing with every passing detail that wasn't a weakness. Finally, I found it. Water. The bathroom was too risky. I scanned the room for anything else I could use, and my gaze settled on a glass half filled with water on the bedside table. I was glad I didn't see it as half empty, or I would have missed my chance. Unfortunately, the bedside table was closer to the critter. It might shoot darts if it thought I was running toward it. Maybe if I intimidated it. I spread my dark wings wide and assumed a menacing pose. The critter surprised me by flattening its legs and squeezing under the bed. I sprinted to the corner, grabbed the orb, and jumped on the bed before swiping the glass of water from the table. I thanked the gods that Sawyer sometimes woke in the night feeling thirsty. "Come on out. I've got a surprise for you." The springs in the mattress were so buoyant that I bounced without any effort. There was no sign of movement under the bed. I stood still and listened. After a few silent beats, I heard the soft sound of scuttling. The critter was on the move, but which way? Poised for action, I waited. The critter shot out from under the foot of the bed and paused to look for me. "Bad move, Quagmire."
I tipped the water from the glass directly on its head, and the critter instantly froze. Apparently, water on a quagmire was like salt on a snail. I tossed the orb with extreme care, and it swallowed the quagmire before sealing shut. I dropped to my bottom on the bed and sagged with relief. A knock on the door followed. "Come in," I said. The door opened a crack, and Sawyer's brown eye appeared.
"Is it safe?"
"For now." I stared at the orb on the floor. I had just enough time to deliver this to the office before heading to the diner. Sawyer entered the bedroom and took the empty glass from my hand.
"Nice colors on that orb. I'd want to keep it if there wasn't a critter trapped inside."
I smiled. "I'll bring it back to you after the transfer spell. You can keep it as a lucky charm during football games." He picked up the orb and tossed it to me.
"Go Hawks!"
Clara and Sassy were already seated in our usual booth at Good Enough when I arrived. While Clara and I had been best friends since childhood, Sassafras, Sassy Persimmons, had been more of a frenemy until recently. To my great surprise, our relationship had begun to morph into a genuine friendship. If someone had told me back in high school that this development was on the horizon, I would have told them to sober up. Sassy tapped the glass of iced tea in front of me. "We ordered for you." "Thanks. What am I getting to eat?" A plate of cheese fries already took pride of place in the center of the table, and I took the liberty of eating one. "I ordered you a plate of cheese nachos topped with grilled chicken and a side of guacamole," Clara said. She knew me too well. Sassy selected a cheese-smothered fry and popped it into her mouth. "You'll never guess who I ran into at Roots today." "Jade," I said without missing a beat. Sassy's blue eyes enlarged. "How did you guess that?" "I saw her there when I was picking up a few things for Aunt Thora," I lied. In truth, I knew because I helped Jade get a job there. It turned out that Tanner's new girlfriend was a vampire with a bloodlust problem, and Roots kept herbs in stock that would help her control it. A win-win. Sassy squared her shoulders. "Well, you'll never guess what I did when I realized who she was." My heart sank like a stone. I worried about Sassy antagonizing a vampire with control issues. Not that I could tell her. Sassy didn't know about the supernatural world, and it was best to keep it that way. The former cheerleader had a lot of great qualities, as I'd recently learned, but I wasn't confident she'd handle the existence of vampires and werewolves with the same finesse as she handled a difficult client. "Please don't tell me you smacked her with a cactus," Clara said. I looked from Clara to Sassy. "That's oddly specific." "It was one time," Sassy huffed. "Yeah, but it left a mark on Tanner's cheek for days." Sassy laughed. "He wore my foundation to try to cover it, but he had no idea how to blend." She flung her long, blonde ponytail over her shoulder. "Anyway, I put on my big girl panties and invited Jade for coffee tomorrow." Clara and I exchanged looks of alarm. "Say what now?" I asked. Sassy set her hands primly on the table. "I've decided to be a grown-up and extend an olive branch. Jade is new in town and she's going to need friends." "Then let her make her own," Clara objected. "No need for you to be the welcome wagon." Sassy's face was the epitome of sincerity. "Who better to understand her struggles?" Sassy had no clue what Jade's real struggle was. "I'm sure there are others who might understand them better," I said. "Like my stepmom, Sally, for example. Not that I could tell Sassy about my vampire stepmom either." "Nobody is better equipped to help her navigate Tanner and his insufferable mother better than me." Sassy dragged another fry through a puddle of ketchup and gnawed thoughtfully on the end. Once upon a time, the answer would have been me. Until my family interfered and cast a spell on Tanner that caused him to cheat on me with Sassy. It was old news, though. Frankly, I dodged an egotistical, narcissistic bullet with Tanner's name on it. I'd be grateful if I weren't so annoyed with my family. They didn't want me to form a romantic attachment to a human, so they went out of their way to end the relationship before it became more serious, which was the reason I kept my current relationship with Sawyer under wraps. I didn't want them meddling, and I certainly didn't want them using black magic on the chief of police. "Need I remind you that Jade is your replacement?"
Clara asked.
Tanner was flying to see her when he was still living with you.
And Jade admitted to me that she knew about Sassy but didn't care. The young vampire had been ruthless in her pursuit of Tanner. The gods knew why, though. He was handsome, I'd give him that, but there wasn't much more to him. When you're able to get by on your looks, why bother to develop a personality?
Sassy waved a dismissive fry.
She's only, 25? Haven't we all been young and foolish?
She's only a few years younger than us, Clara said. She's not a child. She's old enough to know better.
And she'd be old enough to know better for quite a long time, but I kept that tidbit to myself.
I thought you two would be proud of me for choosing to be the bigger person. I have to admit, I'm a smidge disappointed.
Clara patted Sassy on the back.
We're proud of you. We just don't want to see you waste energy on someone who doesn't deserve it. Besides, if you're in Jade's life, then you're still in Tanner's. Better to make a clean break.
It was good advice, but I got the sense Sassy had already made her decision.
Did you hear about the strange animal sighting?
Sassy cut a glance at Clara.
I know you did because I heard you asking Cal if you could cover it.
My eyes briefly met Clara's. I knew she was trying to shield the supernaturals by taking the assignment. That way she could spin it whichever way we needed. If a situation had to be blamed on a rabid raccoon or a stampede of wild hares, we could count on Clara to write that story.
He always wants to give the best stories to that Neanderthal,
Clara said. The waitress arrived with the rest of the order, and I scooped a nacho full of cheese. Everything was better with cheese.
You've been snagging better stories lately, though, haven't you?
Clara nodded.
Only because I've gotten more aggressive about it.
I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing. Clara was the least aggressive person I knew. On the other hand, she had to make an effort if she wanted to become the star journalist at the Buttermilk Bugle. Polite wallflowers weren't going to cut it, and she knew it. Sassy wore a smug expression.
I've helped her with that. I sit very close to Cal, and I have excellent hearing.
She smirked.
Years of eavesdropping experience in high school. Anyway, if I hear a juicy story come in, I text Clara immediately, or I act as a distraction so the other journalists can't stake a claim first.
They fist bumped. Feminist teamwork, ladies and gentlemen. I really want to cover the mayoral election, Clara said, but I'm getting resistance. Cal thinks it should be someone with family connections.
I scoffed.
What does that matter? Mayor Whitehead isn't even from Chipping Cheddar originally.
Clara rolled her eyes.
You know Cal. He thinks a Pilgrim name on the byline is more important.
Callie Butte Danforth was descended from one of the cheese-making Pilgrim families, and sometimes his bias was readily apparent. Although he wasn't nearly as bad as some residents when it came to the ancestral hierarchy.
Do you want me to talk to Mayor Whitehead for you? I asked. If she tells Cal she'll only talk to you. I shrugged. Problem solved.
What about the other candidate?
Sassy asked.
It's like eating an elephant, I said.
Sassy grimaced.
What kind of monster would eat an elephant?
I shook my head, chewing.
Idiom. It just means one bite at a time. Cross that bridge when you come to it. That sort of thing.
Scowling, Sassy stuffed another fry into her mouth.
There's no need for name-calling.
Idiom,
Clara emphasized,
not idiot.
Sassy's shoulders relaxed.
Oh, right.
How's the new apartment? I asked. I'm assuming fine, since you haven't complained. Sassy had been dividing her time between Clara's place and mine, but she finally leased her own apartment in Custard Commons. It had a small balcony with a view of the Chesapeake Bay, and the building had its own gym.
I love it. It's the best decision I've made in a long time.
She fluttered her eyelashes.
And the guy in the apartment below me is super cute. His name is Vaughn. Isn't that an awesome name?
Can't wait to meet him, I said. She drummed her fingers on the table.
Maybe I'll have a housewarming party like you did, Eden. Then I have an excuse to invite him over.
She perked up.
I could invite Jade and Tanner. Won't that impress Vaughn if he sees how evolved I am?
I had to say something before she made a huge mistake. Sassy, do me a favor. I appreciate that you want to be the bigger person, and I commend you for it, but
Please don't get involved with Jade. Sassy blinked the baby blues. Why not? I would have expected you of all people to be supportive. Look at us now. I fumbled for a legitimate reason. It's important to focus on yourself right now. If you're putting your energy into forging a friendship with Jade, I don't think that's healthy long term. And if Jade ever lost control, Sassy would have more to worry about than her mental health. The wider berth she gave the newcomer, the less likely she'd be within range should Jade ever snap. Clara stole a nacho from my plate. I agree with Eden. You've got your new apartment to decorate. You want to increase ad sales at the paper. This is the year of Sassafras Persimmons. No hitchhikers allowed. Sassy flashed a broad smile. I like that. She paused, her brow creasing. But can we make it an era? I feel like I deserve more than a year. I laughed. Some things would never change. Sassy's phone rang. Ah, it's a client I've been playing phone tag with. Give me 1 second. Answering the phone, she left the booth and walked out of earshot. How's the work situation? Anything I can help with? Clara asked. Probably best if you steer clear. Some of the creatures cause chaos and confusion. She wrinkled her nose. Good point. I'd turn into a quivering mass of jelly. As an empath, Clara absorbed the feelings of those around her. If the critter induced strong emotions in people, she could easily become overwhelmed. What do you need me to write for the article, and can you tell me the real story? You were vague on the details before. I bit my lip. I'd rather not. You're keeping a secret from your best friend? It's either that or ask you to keep a secret from your boyfriend. I hadn't yet decided how I was going to handle this with the FBM. If Redmond knew the whole story, I wouldn't have a choice but to report it. I see. Clara sucked the last of her iced tea through a straw. Quite the quandary. I want to tell you, but I don't want to put you in an unfair position. Are you putting me in danger by not telling me? I shook my head. You have the pertinent information. Creatures on the loose. Be on the lookout. She tipped back the glass and chewed on chunks of ice. Quinn's leaving town again soon, if that helps you. He mentioned that. When's he due back? Not until next weekend. Whew. Plenty of time for me to get a grip on the situation. If there were still little critters running amok by next Saturday, I'd have far more to worry about than Agent Quinn Redmond. We all would. Chapter 7. I left the diner and drove home to let Princess Buttercup out to pee. The hellhound's bladder was a steel trap, but I felt guilty if I left her alone too long. If anything, she needed to stretch those long legs. I emerged from the barn and rounded the corner to see Aunt Thora pelting something with lemons straight off the tree. Pluck. Throw. Pluck. Throw. I stepped closer. Aunt Thora? She turned toward me with a relieved expression. Eden, thank Hecate. There's a little critter in the yard. There's an orb in the house, but I'm afraid if I go inside, it will get away. I've been trying to slow it down without killing it. I scanned the yard. By throwing lemons at it? She shrugged. We use the tools we're given. At least it'll smell nice. I peered at the trees. I've got orbs on me. Where is it? Aunt Thora pointed to a tall oak tree. It took refuge behind that tree. I think I injured it. Can you describe it? Blue and red with a white horn. I can't remember the name. A unibug. I tried to remember the characteristics from Grandma's chart. It can fly. Oh, then maybe I injured a wing because it hasn't flown away. I produced a red orb from the handbag strapped across my body and walked toward the tree. Hey, friend. The unibug looked at me with big, round eyes. It was seriously cute. If it came in plush form, I would 100% buy it and display it on my desk. A bobblehead on my dashboard would be even cuter. I'm not going to hurt you, but I need to send you back home, and that means hanging out in this adorable ball for a bit while we arrange transportation. Tears welled in the unibug's eyes. Oh no, please don't cry. I wasn't good at dealing with other people's emotions, even when they were demonic critters from a game. The unibug sniffed. I promise this orb will put you in a dream state. You won't feel a thing. I inched closer. Too close, apparently, because its round eyes narrowed to slits and it charged, horn first. Holy! I dodged left and rolled, keeping a hold of the orb. The unibug tried to take to the skies, but Aunt Thora was right. Its wing was injured. Princess Buttercup came tearing around the corner. The hellhound must have sensed I was under threat and rushed to my defense. Stand down, Buttercup! Drops of acid flew from the hellhound's jowls, and she growled at the unibug. I approached the critter with caution. I don't want to hurt you. I just want to send you home where you belong. The unibug dragged itself across the grass in an effort to get away from me. I felt a rush of sympathy. Until it sprayed me with a foul odor. As I gagged and coughed, the unibug managed to get across the yard until it crossed the property line and entered my father and Sally's yard. Princess Buttercup chased after it, barking loudly. Buttercup, no! Even if the hellhound didn't intend to hurt the critter, she might do damage through saliva alone. Aunt Thora tossed another lemon across the yard. Buttercup, fetch! The hellhound didn't hesitate. She sprinted to retrieve the lemon for Aunt Thora. I took advantage of the moment and bridged the gap between me and the unibug. Not so fast. I chucked the red orb at the critter and watched the jaws unhinge like Pac-Man, swallowing the unibug whole and snapping shut again. Got you. Well done, Eden. I turned to smile at Aunt Thora. You helped. I did, didn't I? The older witch was beaming like I'd awarded her a blue ribbon. Why hadn't I tried to turn this into a real competition? I felt like an idiot. It would have been such an easy way to trick Grandma into helping to clean up her own mess without making it seem like a thankless chore. I swiped the orb off the ground and headed for the house. Are you coming in for a snack? I'm about to make lemon bars, Aunt Thora said. I'm full of nachos. Is Grandma home? Yes. She was watching television when I came outside to gather more lemons. Perfect. We returned to the house and found Grandma engrossed in a reality show about wealthy housewives with too much time on their hands. I nipped into the office, found a sheet of poster board, and wrote down the names of the missing little critters in black marker. Carrying the poster board and packet of markers, I crossed the room in front of her and put the poster board on display. Using a bright green marker, I wrote my name next to the unibug. Then I added my name next to the others I'd caught. I could feel Grandma's eyes burning a hole in my back. What are you doing? I snapped the lid on the marker and turned to look at her. You were right. This is a fun game, and I've decided to keep score. She studied the list. You're in the lead. Do I get partial credit for the unibug? Aunt Thora asked. Of course. Credit where credit is due. I added her name in yellow. Grandma rose to her feet. I need one. I feigned ignorance. One what? She wiggled her fingers. One of those balls you're using to imprison them. I pulled an empty black one from my handbag. You mean one of these? I tossed it into the air and caught it. I tossed it again, maintaining a casual demeanor. She walked over and snatched it from me midair. I'll need more than one. It took all my supernatural strength not to smirk. There are plenty of critters still on the board. I peered at the list. You still have a chance to win. Grandma licked her lips. What time is that funeral tomorrow, Thora? 9:30. I'll cancel my dental appointment in the afternoon. That should give me enough time to beat Eden. The goal isn't to beat me, I said. It's to catch the little critters. Grandma snorted. Sure it is. She walked into the kitchen and rooted through the refrigerator, producing a container of leftover chicken drumsticks. Protein will keep me going today. Looks like it's going to be an all-nighter. Verity's name lit up my screen, and I snatched the phone to my ear. Hey, everything okay? I think this might be related to your emergency situation. I listened intently. Tell me. I've had a rash of people complaining about nausea, vertigo, headaches, and vomiting. I tried to follow her logic, but failed. And you think that's connected? I didn't until one of the younger patients mentioned seeing a giant caterpillar in her backyard.
Her mom shushed her and told her to stop talking nonsense. I think the symptoms are connected to the hallucinations.
It sounded plausible. Where do they live?
Monterey Jack Street. They were only here half an hour ago.
Great. Thanks.
One more thing. Would you mind having Olivia overnight tomorrow night?
Oh, tomorrow?
If it's too much with whatever's going on, I understand. But Anton and I could use the break. She's been a handful lately, and I've been short-tempered.
I knew Verity disliked raising her own voice as much as she disliked hearing other voices raised. What about Dad and Sally?
I think they might be part of the problem. You know how they like to spoil the kids.
I did. It was such a strange departure from my own childhood, but I'd made peace with it.
Would you mind picking her up from school tomorrow?
No problem.
You're sure?
No, I wasn't sure, but I couldn't say no to my niece. I'd make it work. Sure. Tell her I'm looking forward to my unfettered Olivia time. I hung up and tucked away my phone. You got saddled with the kid, huh? Grandma asked. I'm not saddled with her. She's delightful. She's exhausting. You think a walk to the bathroom is exhausting? Would it kill your mother to install a bathroom in my bedroom? I didn't have time to listen to her complain. Not when I had a hot lead on a critter. I need to go. I'll see you later. Grandma cast me a suspicious glance. Go where? Is it a little critter? Yes, Verity thinks she saw one over by the library. I lied. Let Grandma check the downtown area for critters while I handled this one. Grandma practically knocked me down in her haste to leave. Out of my way, amateur! I sprinted to my car and hightailed it to the south end of town, where many of the residential neighborhoods were clustered. I parked on the street behind a pickup truck and walked along the sidewalk with my nose in my phone, trying my best not to appear suspicious. After one quick loop in front of the houses, I started creeping through the backyards. When an elderly woman on her back porch gave me the stink eye, I contemplated whether to turn myself invisible. In the end, I decided against it. I made an effort to avoid using my fury traits whenever possible, and this situation didn't seem dire enough. If someone gave me a hard time about trespassing, I'd simply flash my badge and talk my way out of it. I was halfway through the backyards when I spotted the critter inching along the ground. It reminded me of a fuzzy, psychedelic caterpillar the size of a crocodile. Its torpedo-shaped body sagged from side to side like it had eaten a basketball that was struggling to escape. Even without Verity's tip, I would have known which critter this was. A wonderland. I braced myself for the interaction. With this critter, up was down and down was up. It would try to confuse me until I convinced myself I was hallucinating. I reached into my bag for an orb and made the tactical error of catching the critter's eye. Big mistake. Huge. The orb slipped from my grasp as I became entranced by the critter's rotating pupils. They looked like twin tornadoes. The world exploded into a riot of color. The grass was no longer green, it was purple. The sky was orange, and the trees were striped with all the colors of the rainbow. My senses were so overwhelmed I nearly vomited. I kept trying to remind myself this was the critter's power. It was an illusion, nothing more. The sky was still blue. It only appeared orange. Tell that to my confused brain. I returned my focus to the critter, but it had taken the opportunity to escape. Great. Now I had to hunt it down while simultaneously trying to see past the heffalumps and woozles that were sure to dance in my path. The more I tried to look past the Wonderland effects, the harder it became. The trees were now protruding from the sky, and I realized I was walking upside down, or at least I thought I was. I'd never experienced an acid trip, but this seemed pretty close. Eden? I squinted to locate the source of the voice. Who's there? Laughter followed my question, and I froze. I'd recognize that choking hyena sound anywhere. Guthrie? I heard the snapping of fingers. Can you see me, Fury? Your pupils are so dilated it looks like you don't have eyeballs. Creepy. I did my level best to focus on Deputy Sean Guthrie. Unfortunately, all I saw was a giant foam hand waving back and forth in front of my face.
I can see you just fine, I lied.
What are you doing in this neighborhood? Did you drive here?
Uh-oh. Yes, but I wasn't like this until I got here. He paused.
You came here to do drugs? Why?
I'm not doing drugs. He ignored my protest.
Wow, a federal agent to boot. You never struck me as a druggie. You were always on the straight and narrow path in high school. I would have said homework was your drug of choice.
Homework had been a welcome distraction from my real life. I'd been addicted to the idea of becoming an FBI agent and leaving chipping Cheddar for good. Unfortunately, the universe had a twisted sense of humor. I'm not on drugs.
Tell that to your pupils. They look ready to form their own universe.
What are you doing here? This isn't your neighborhood either.
Someone reported a trespasser.
I'm not a trespasser. I'm here on official business. I plunged my hand into my bag to find my phone, but I missed and ended up toppling forward. Guthrie caught me and set me upright.
I don't think you're capable of conducting any business right now.
Call Chief Fox. He'll tell you. I blinked, and Guthrie and I were now floating in the air with pastel-colored winged horses flying around us in a circle.
Yeah, I saw you two playing kissy face. I guess he'll tell me whatever you want him to.
Are you questioning the chief's professionalism? He sighed loudly.
I don't think we need to escalate this to the chief.
Good, because I don't want to escalate it. I stumbled to the side. I want to get you off my back so I can do my job.
Whoa, you can't do your job in this condition. It isn't safe.
He wrapped an arm around me.
You need to sit down. Take a nap in my back seat if you need to.
I was ready to throttle him. It's getting away. The words escaped me before I could stop them.
What's getting away? You're hallucinating, Fury. That seems to be going around. I had 2 people come to the station this morning telling me they saw spaceships sporting rainbow flags. I mean, I support my LGBTQ plus friends, but I'm not convinced the flag has gone intergalactic.
The Wonderland critter's influence was waning because my vision was starting to return to normal. I'm fine. I elbowed him in the stomach, and he released his hold on me. I was relieved to see my surroundings had returned to normal, too.
Hey, your pupils are normal again. Weird.
Because I wasn't taking drugs. And now I had to start my search for the critter all over again. Next time, I'd avoid eye contact and not be so foolish. Guthrie tugged his earlobe.
I don't know if I can just let you wander around freely.
I straightened and looked him squarely in the face. It was time to play hardball. Sean, if you try to stop me, I will rent a plane to fly a banner over the bay that declares your undying love for Sassy. Do we understand each other? He recoiled.
Wow, okay, fine. No need to be so testy.
I gave him a final warning glare before I took off in search of the Wonderland. I located it in the woods behind the neighboring house. It was trying to climb one of the larger oak trees, but slid down to the base. Watching its futile attempt, I almost felt sorry for it. Your body isn't designed for climbing trees, friend. When it turned its head to look at me, I tossed the orb and caught it on the first attempt. I was beginning to think I should try out for the adult softball league next spring. I scooped up the orb and stuffed it into my bag. Can I help you find something? A woman asked. I jerked toward her, clutching the strap of the handbag to my chest. I'm good, thanks. Just out to enjoy a nature walk. These woods tend to be less busy. The middle-aged woman observed me with a glint of suspicion in her eyes. You sure you're okay? I nodded. Yes. In fact, I've had enough fresh air. I'll be going now. She looked left to right and then back to me. Did you catch that strange creature I saw running around earlier? Hugh sent out a group text telling us to stay alert. Ah, a werewolf. That explained her calm composure. I can neither confirm nor deny the capture of a strange creature. She winked. I'll keep it to myself then. Good work. On the way to my car, my phone buzzed with an incoming call from my cousin Raphael's wife, Julie. Hey, Julie. There's no time for pleasantries. You need to get over here right now. I sprinted the rest of the way to the car. Your house? Yes, please hurry. I've never seen anything like this. That didn't bode well. I jumped behind the wheel and gunned the engine. I'm on my way. No rest for the offspring of the wicked.
Chapter 8. Julie and Meg were huddled on the deck, craning their necks to keep an eye on the neighboring backyard.
"Thank the gods," Julie said when she spotted me. "You should see the size of this thing."
She pointed across the property to a tall critter with reddish-brown bark for skin and multiple limbs for arms. Like the Wonderland, this one was easy to identify.
"It's an ochre. They're very territorial."
"No kidding," Meg said. "It chased Addison and Caden off the swings. They ran crying into the house. If Caden weren't such a mean little boy, I would have felt bad about seeing him cry."
"How mean can a little boy be?"
Meg gave me a pointed look. "I once saw him stand in front of a puddle and wait until a stroller was next to it before he jumped in with both feet." She paused for dramatic effect. "A stroller, Eden, with a baby in it. There was mud everywhere. The kid has a nasty streak."
If I didn't know any better, I'd peg him for a member of my own family. But the neighbors weren't supernatural. They were humans raising a monster, it seemed, but still humans. The ochre's strength is intimidation. The sheer size of it made intimidation easy. Who wouldn't run screaming from a menacing tree? "How do we defeat it?" Julie asked.
"I don't want you to kill it."
Meg's face rippled with relief.
"Thank goodness. You know I'm a vegetarian."
Her mother cast her an aggrieved look. "It doesn't count as meat either way."
"Maybe by your definition."
"By anyone's definition."
I held up the orb. "I'm going to capture it in this device. This orb is the only acceptable method." "So you just need to catch it?" Meg asked. "That's it?"
I nodded.
"Can I help, Mom? Please?"
Meg shot her mother a hopeful look. Her mother tended to keep the teen werewolf on a short leash. No pun intended. Julie folded her arms. "What are you going to do? Pee on it? I don't think that's helpful to Eden." I tried to recall the ochre's weaknesses. I doubted urine was among them. It was, after all, a game designed for kids. As with most things, Grandma was the exception rather than the rule. I caught a glance at the towering ochre now idly pushing a tire swing. "This one's pretty big. If you're willing to help, I'll take it." "We'll both help," Julie said.
Meg's eyebrows shot up. "Really? You'll let me?"
"I just said so, didn't I?"
"I know, but you're always so worried about me breaking so much as a toenail. You're happiest when I'm under the covers in bed where nothing can happen to me."
Julie put her hands on her hips. "That's not true."
"Yes, it is. You're always having anxiety fits."
"No, I mean it's not true that nothing can happen to you in bed. You can strangle yourself with a sheet. You can swallow your own tongue. You can have a heart attack." Oh, boy.
Meg rolled her eyes. "See what I have to deal with?"
"I'm not that ridiculous," Julie huffed.
Meg lowered her voice. "You kind of are."
The ochre was now rocking the swing set back and forth in an effort to dislodge it from the ground. "If you're going to help, we need to get started now," I told them. I took a few steps back to give them space to transform. They stripped off their clothes. I smiled when Julie carefully folded her top and pants and placed them in a neat pile on the outdoor table, while Meg tossed hers onto the ground. They dropped to their hands and knees and went full furry. Hair sprouted on their backs and their faces elongated. Within seconds, 2 werewolves stood in place of my cousins. They jumped from the deck and headed across the yard. I trailed behind them and stopped when they reached the boundary of the neighbor's property. The tree-like critter stood at the far side of the yard. It had moved on from the swings and was using its branches like arms to dig what appeared to be a trench. Uh-oh. It was carving out its territory. Julie growled, drawing the critter's attention. 2 holes in the bark zeroed in on the wolves and a guttural sound escaped its trunk. The wolves loped forward and crossed the boundary. The ochre didn't appreciate the transgression. It stomped forward, dragging its roots behind it. When it reached the halfway mark of the property, it halted and released a mighty roar. I turned to see 2 small, round faces pressed against the glass, and 1 taller face in the shadows behind them. Great. We had an audience. I was going to have to find a way to contain this before they had the presence of mind to capture it on video. The last thing I needed was a vicious tree going viral.
I'd be out of a job faster than my mother was out of her clothes on a date. Gross. Why did I even think of that? I blamed Meg and Julie. The wolves charged. The ochre wielded its branches like weapons and used them to swat the wolves to the ground. They were back on their feet before I could blink and attacked again. I kept the orb ready, with one eye trained on the window. I needed Neville here to do a cloaking spell. As much as I wanted to, I couldn't do everything. The wolves kept up the pressure and launched another attack. This time, they each went for a branch and tipped the ochre backward. It landed flat on its back. I darted forward before it could extricate itself from the grip of the wolf's jaws and tossed the orb. The orb swallowed the ochre, leaving the wolves biting the air. I didn't miss a beat. I ran to the back door and knocked. The mother opened the door a sliver. "What was that?" she asked in a low, trembling voice. "I know you can't see from this angle, but my friend is right over there recording this for a student film. We asked permission from your neighbors and totally used the wrong yard. I am so sorry." Relief flooded her face, and she splayed a hand against her chest. "You have no idea how happy I am to hear you say that. I thought we were going to have to move, like maybe the house had been built on a cemetery. No, it's my fault. I got the house number wrong." I peered around her to see both children cowering under the lip of the kitchen island. "I'm sorry, kids. None of that was real. It was for a short film, a movie. I'll pretend." I offered a reassuring smile and was pleased when their little bodies relaxed. "How did you get the tree in that little ball? Is it special effects?" the mother asked. "Yes," I said quickly. "Movie magic." I hoped Meg and Julie had managed to escape back to their own yard. "You can get back on those swings now, kids," I said. "Enjoy the great weather." I retreated from the back door and returned to the neighboring yard where Meg and Julie were now human and fully dressed. "That was awesome," Meg said. "I can't believe you get to do this as part of your job. So cool." I thought about the critters I'd captured to date. How many people could say their job literally turned their world upside down? Yeah, I guess it has its upsides. Meg radiated eagerness. "Are there any more of those to capture?" "A few." Meg turned to face her mom. "Can I help Eden, please?" Julie shot me a helpless look. "How dangerous are the others?" "They each have their own strengths and weaknesses. I didn't want to put my young cousin at risk, though. There were still 2 bosses out there to find. How about I call you if I need a werewolf?" Meg's face fell. "Okay." "You have homework anyway," Julie said. "You can't exactly tell your math teacher you were busy catching magical critters." "I probably could. Mr. Harden does a lot of drugs. He'd believe me." Julie raised her brow. "Excuse me?" Meg cringed. "At least that's what I heard." "Thank you both for your help. I need to get going. These critters aren't going to catch themselves." On my way back to the barn, I stopped by the main house and added my name in green marker to the poster board. There were no additions by Grandma. Ha! She'd be furious when she saw my 2 entries. Hopefully that anger would spur her to work harder. I crossed the yard and entered the barn, relieved to be home. There were still critters left to find, and part of me felt guilty for taking a break, but I needed it. I'd be no good to anyone tomorrow if I didn't get a decent night's sleep. I showered and put on cotton shorts and a University of Iowa t-shirt that I'd stolen from Sawyer. I sniffed the fabric and was pleased to note it still smelled like him. When he wasn't with me, this was the next best thing. I glanced out the window at the deepening darkness. As much as I loved this barn conversion and appreciated my family's generosity, I wished it weren't literally in my parents' backyard. I felt stunted here, mainly because of my secret relationship with Sawyer. I was a grown woman. I didn't want to sneak around. Why couldn't I have met Sawyer when I lived 3,000 miles away in San Francisco? I had reinvented myself there. I was an up-and-coming FBI agent, seemingly human like everyone else, until my powers managed to ruin the illusion, of course. The bedroom door creaked, and I turned, expecting to see Princess Buttercup. Instead, Sawyer leaned casually against the door jamb.
"Is there room for one more?"
As much as I needed sleep, I needed Sawyer more. As long as that one more is you. Anxiety coiled in the pit of my stomach. No one saw you, did they?
No need to worry. I parked at the end of the street and snuck over here like a good little creeper.
He inclined his head toward my top.
You have excellent taste in t-shirts, by the way.
My hands moved to cover the design. I suddenly felt embarrassed by my sentimentality. Sawyer crossed the room and eased me into his arms.
You don't have to hide it. I'm the one who told you to wear it home.
I rested my head on his shoulder. It isn't that.
Then what is it?
I inhaled his scent of sea salt and pine. So much better than a t-shirt. I'm just embarrassed that I didn't know how to articulate the sentiment.
That you care?
He chuckled.
Eden, you're supposed to let the other person in a relationship know that you care. That part isn't meant to be a secret.
He kissed me tenderly, and I responded in kind. Just as things started heating up, I saw my phone light up on the bedside table out of the corner of my eye. Sorry, I need to check that. I disentangled myself and retrieved the phone.
Please don't tell me it's another critter,
Sawyer said.
Don't those things know you have a personal life?
Not a critter. It was a gif from Grandma that showed a monkey throwing its feces. Delightful.
Caught 2 more, did you? You can suck it.
I placed the phone face down and snuggled under the covers. Sawyer joined me on the bed and inched closer so we were nose to nose. Grandma and Aunt Thora have a funeral in the morning. Edith Sapp.
A cardiac arrest?
I nodded and told him about Edith's letter to Aunt Thora. He let loose a low whistle.
That's a big ask. Any idea how Jean Kearney feels about it?
Not yet. Aunt Thora has been waiting until after the funeral to honor the request. I think she wants to talk to Edith's husband first and gauge his reaction. He rested his forehead against mine.
Is that something you would consider?
Talking to Edith's husband? I'm desperate to avoid it. He grinned.
You know what I mean.
I don't know. I think it would be hard to envision the man I love living the rest of his life with another woman, let alone be the one orchestrating it. It seemed like Edith had been contemplating her own mortality for many years because of her health issues. Knowing Walter wouldn't be alone might have made it easier for her to finally let go. His lips brushed mine.
I'll be honest. The thought of another man holding you like this... I consider myself pretty evolved, but I'm not proud of the way that makes me feel.
Same.
So we're in agreement then. Whichever one of us goes first, the other one is committed to living a long and lonely life?
Unless I was killed in the line of duty, my immortality meant I'd likely be the one left behind. Walter and Edith were married for most of their adult lives. It must have been a hard letter for her to write.
You're avoiding the question.
Would you really want me to be alone for the rest of my life? The more I thought about it, the more I knew I could never do that to Sawyer. I loved him too much to wish loneliness on him. His brown eyes softened.
You're right. The idea of you being miserable and alone is far worse than the idea of you with someone else. I'd want you to be happy.
Maybe Edith Sapp's letter wasn't such a crazy thing to do after all. Sawyer smoothed back my hair.
Who would you choose for me?
I smiled. Honestly, I'm not sure she exists. No one was good enough for him. Hell, I wasn't even convinced I was good enough for him, but that was a different issue.
I know who I'd choose for you.
He patted my backside.
Neville.
I burst into laughter. Clearly, you never want me to have sex again for as long as I live.
That might factor into my decision. Seriously, though. He knows you well. He'd look out for you.
I'm a fury, Sawyer. I don't need anyone to look out for me.
Just because you're powerful doesn't mean you don't deserve to have someone take care of your emotional needs.
Neville would ply me with tea and coffee and offer to give me back rubs, and they wouldn't even be a euphemism for anything. Sawyer chuckled. Anyway, if I died, I'd refuse to go anywhere. I'd be like Alice and haunt you for the rest of your life. We could have ghost sex.
Sounds kinky.
We locked eyes, and I felt that intense connection that no one else seemed able to elicit. "Where's Princess Buttercup?" I murmured.
As far as I was concerned, sex wasn't a spectator sport.
She was curled up on her dog bed when I came in. She seemed happy to see me.
Maybe you should have brought Achilles.
I won't stay all night. Too tricky with your nosy neighbors.
Amen to that. If the clock's ticking, I guess we shouldn't waste any more time talking.
I like talking to you. If I could only have a conversation with one person for the rest of my life, it would be you.
Tears pricked my eyes. That was the sweetest thing anyone had ever said to me.
Now, how about giving me my shirt back?
I blinked. Now? He grinned.
How else am I supposed to get you naked?
Chapter 9. I awoke the next morning feeling more refreshed than I expected. Quality time with Sawyer gave me that extra burst of energy and focus I needed. Before I went to the office to check on Neville's progress with the transfer spell, I decided to drop in next door and see my dad and Sally. If I didn't make an effort, I'd be on the receiving end of one of my father's tirades, and nobody's eardrums deserved that. Princess Buttercup accompanied me to their back door. Thanks to the prospect of treats from my overindulgent father, she was always willing to visit their house. I was fascinated by the fact that the man who refused to let me eat chocolate as a child was the same man who offered my hellhound an endless supply of junk food. Sally admitted us into the kitchen. "Good morning, Eden. What a nice surprise." "I hope I'm not disturbing you." "Hey, Dad." My father sat on a stool at the kitchen counter with a plate of unidentified food in front of him. He wore a green-collared shirt, and I spotted a bottle of sunscreen on the edge of the counter. "Golfing today?" He grunted.
It's been so busy, I had to wait a week for a tea time. Can you imagine?
Nope, not even a little bit. Mainly because I failed to see the appeal of golf. "Stanley, you haven't eaten a single bite of the tofu I made. I even made it crispy because you said you liked it that way."
Did I?
My father wore a theatrical expression that suggested confusion and dismay. Nice try. Sally tutted at him. "I won't keep going to all this trouble if you're not going to eat it."
Maybe you shouldn't, he said. I'm not worth the effort if I can't be bothered to appreciate it.
Sally kissed the top of his head. "Now, don't say things like that. Of course you are. And I want you eating healthy so you can live longer than the average vengeance demon. I'm a vampire, remember? If you don't want me to remarry, you need to live longer." My father grumbled under his breath. He seemed torn between his dietary preferences and his desire to be Sally's final husband. "How's everything going, Eden?" Sally swiveled toward me. "Would you like tofu?" "I ate breakfast, but thanks."
Your brother mentioned some mess involving Esther.
My father stared at the plate as though willing the tofu to get up and walk away. "It's getting cleaned up slowly but surely." I explained the little critter's debacle. "If you see anything strange, call me right away. Don't try to handle it on your own." Sally wiped her hands on a kitchen towel. "You don't need to ask me twice. I have no interest in running afoul of a magical critter summoned by a wicked witch. One incident in college was enough." "She didn't really summon them. It was an accident." I wasn't sure why I felt compelled to defend Grandma. Habit.
That's what happens when you cut corners with magic,
my father bellowed. He always sounded angry, no matter what the statement. He could be commenting on adorable kittens on a YouTube video and still sound enraged. "She made a list of the critters and is helping me catch them."
As she should,
he said. Sally leaned her hip against the counter. "I'm glad she's taking responsibility this time." I wouldn't go that far. "Speaking of taking responsibility, did you hear Olivia is sleeping over at my house tonight?" It was an obvious redirect, but I didn't care. Anything to move off the topic of Grandma and her dubious magic. My dad and Sally could spend hours picking apart the other side of the family if I let them. It was one of their favorite pastimes. Sally smiled, showing her fangs. "Verity told me. I'm sure you'll both have a wonderful time." My father's gaze remained fixed on his plate. "What is it, Dad?" He raised his head to meet my gaze.
What?
"You seem like you have an opinion."
You're psychic now? Is that a new trait?
I sighed. I'm not psychic, just observant. You seem to have something to say about the sleepover.
Just be careful. Verity gets worked up about the littlest things.
He speared a square of tofu and stared at it with trepidation. Verity isn't sleeping over. Olivia is.
I know, but that kid reports everything to her mother. She's like a pint-sized spy.
I laughed. She's not a spy. She's a child who loves to share her day with her mom. I think it's nice. I certainly didn't have a relationship like that with my mom. I'd tried at Olivia's age, but I was mocked mercilessly whenever I dared to share anything personal and eventually gave up.
She's a rat,
my father grumbled. I looked at Sally. Why do I get the sense something happened? Sally tipped her head back, resigned. It wasn't a big deal. My father pounded his fist on the counter.
It shouldn't have been a big deal. That Verity blew the whole thing out of proportion.
He shifted his focus to me.
Olivia was here after school last week, and Sally showed her how to bake cookies. They might have gone overboard with the tasting, and Verity was furious because Olivia refused to eat dinner later.
Sally fiddled with her necklace. You're omitting the most important part, Stanley. She averted her gaze. Olivia noticed a bottle of blood in the refrigerator and wanted to try it. I told her no.
And I said go ahead,
my father interjected.
It was a good lesson for her. She spat it out, and now she'll never want to taste blood again.
Sally shot me a helpless look and shrugged. And I guess Olivia told her mom about drinking blood? My father huffed.
The way Verity reacted, you would have thought we force-fed the kid blood all afternoon.
Thanks for the tip. I'll be careful. I didn't have the same issues with Verity as other members of my family, so that helped. My sister-in-law didn't rush to judgment when it came to me because I'd taken pains to establish a reservoir of goodwill. I'd earned her trust.
I saw Thora and Esther leave the house in black dresses,
my dad said.
Is there a witches' convention in town I need to avoid?
I settled on the stool next to my dad. I guess you didn't know Edith Sapp. They wore matching blank expressions. For a small town, my dad and stepmom managed to travel in completely different social circles from the other side of the family. Should we? Sally asked. She and Thora were friendly. I told them about Edith's death and letter. She sounds very organized, this Edith. Sally approved of anyone with organizational flair.
I like that she was thinking of her husband.
My father set his fork on the plate, seemingly finished with his breakfast, even though most of it still seemed to reside on the plate. Are you suggesting that I'm not thinking of you? Sally leaned across the counter and kissed him on the lips. Sally can't help that she's immortal, Dad. Neither could I. It wasn't a condition I liked to contemplate, especially now that I was with Sawyer. It's not like I have a list of potential husbands for when you pass, Sally said. I'm not thinking that far ahead. Edith seems very set on Jean for Walter.
Sounds like a control freak, if you ask me.
My father cut a glance at his wife.
Don't even think about telling me who to marry. Once you die, you lose any say in the matter.
No chance of that, considering you're 99% more likely to die first, Sally pointed out. My father scowled.
You love to remind me of that, don't you?
Sally's only being practical. Edith, too, for that matter. She probably knew her husband well enough to know he'd sit home alone for the rest of his life and not engage with the world.
And what's wrong with that?
My father asked.
Some of us are meant to live independently.
I was beginning to understand why I didn't like to ask for help. The apple didn't fall far from the tree. Stanley, you don't even know where we keep the outlet paper. Sally shook her head at me and laughed. Independent, my immortal ass. I left my dad and Sally's house and met Neville at Magic Beans. I'd intended to go to the office, but the wizard said he was in dire need of sustenance, and I got the sense that he'd pulled another all-nighter. The mere sight of him as he waited in line for his turn proved my hunch was correct. His brown hair was sticking straight up at the back, as though he'd slept upside down, but in a standing position and pressed against a wall.
His shirt was untucked, and dark circles underscored his eyes. I felt a pang of guilt for allowing myself a few hours of bliss last night. I guess you haven't cracked the transfer spell yet. Otherwise, he'd be tucked in bed now and snoring away.
I'm very close. I had the quagmire disappear from the orb, but didn't manage to get it in the game.
Where did it go? He shrugged.
No idea. I got it back, though. I'm going to try another connecting spell, but I'll need more ingredients soon.
This guy obviously needs a raise, Corinne said from behind the counter. Don't tell me. Tell the people who sign his paychecks. My gaze flicked to Neville. What would you like? It's on me. The fatigued wizard ordered an extra-large coffee and a frittata. I ordered a cappuccino and a cinnamon roll. It seemed like a crime to stand in front of a display of baked goods and not choose one, and I was nothing if not a law-abiding citizen. How's the catch and release situation? Corinne asked, keeping her question deliberately vague in case of any eavesdroppers. We've made progress. Treating it like a competition has helped kickstart Grandma's interest. Corinne rang up our order. That was smart. I paid the bill and carried our tray to the table by the window. I never grew tired of people watching, even when I had more important matters on my mind. I dumped a packet of sugar into my cappuccino and stirred. Neville, I want you to go home and take a nap after you've eaten.
I'd love to, Agent Fury, but I've yet to accomplish the task.
Neither have I, but I'm still doing the bare minimum of eating and sleeping. You have to be able to function. Besides, I think if you get some rest, you might be able to figure out the spell faster. Your brain needs a break as much as the rest of you. The wizard lowered his gaze to the frittata.
I suppose you're right.
What's bothering you? The wizard dug his fork into the frittata. It looked delicious. If he didn't need food so desperately, I'd be tempted to steal a piece.
I've never struggled this much with a spell before. I don't understand it.
I knew exactly how he felt. I was accustomed to accomplishing tasks. Failure wasn't in my vocabulary. He raised his gaze to meet mine.
Maybe I'm not as skilled as I think I am.
Bite your tongue, Neville. You're the most talented wizard I know. Who else could have whipped up an orb in a day? Husborn Crawley? Not a chance. The FBM doesn't hire staff who can't perform, and they certainly don't retain them. I took a huge bite of cinnamon roll and let the sweetness coat my tongue. Yum. Sugar.
Apologies, Agent Fury. I shouldn't saddle you with my insecurities. You have enough to worry about.
It's fine, Neville. Saddle away. That's what friends are for. His eyes shone with appreciation.
We have become friends, haven't we?
Absolutely. This information seemed to energize him, and he tackled half his frittata in less than a minute.
To be honest, I think this challenge has been good for me. If it weren't for feeling frustrated, I have to admit it's been rather enjoyable.
I regarded him. You really love your job, don't you? He nodded, swallowing a mouthful of coffee.
Truly. I could never do what you do, oh impressive one, but I'm perfectly content being the brains behind the brawn.
My eyes narrowed. I wouldn't go that far.
No, you're right, Agent Fury. Brawn makes you sound overtly muscular, which you most definitely aren't. Your arms and legs are very slender.
I wasn't talking about the word brawn. I have brains, too. And a box filled with many stellar report cards to prove it.
Yes, of course. I didn't mean to suggest you lack intelligence. I would never.
He finished his frittata and leaned back, giving his stomach a satisfied pat. I tipped back my cup in an effort to extract the last bits of foam. It isn't the worst job in the world, is it? If my life were truly hellish, I'd be stuck at a desk working with TPS reports or transponders all day. As an FBM agent, I was still able to work in the field, albeit on a smaller scale than I would have as an FBI agent. I kept the community safe. I used my powers for good instead of evil, a necessity for me. Otherwise, how else could I ensure that I didn't veer too far to the dark side like my family? The FBM offered clear lines for me to stay within. Without defined parameters, what kind of supernatural might I become?
I suspect you enjoy it more than you think,
Neville said.
Apart from the stress of protecting an entire town from forces they don't know exist, of course.
Maybe he was right. When I stripped away the stress, maybe there were moments when I enjoyed myself at work. I needed to focus on gratitude over grousing.
I'm sure the added stress of a secret relationship doesn't help matters.
I nearly spat out my cappuccino.
I am the brains, remember? Your two ships don't pass in the night. They're on a constant collision course. Did you really think I wouldn't notice?
I guess I thought you were too focused on work to pay attention to us. I also thought we hid our feelings well. Apparently, there'd be no Oscar statuettes in my future.
I assume the reason this is hush-hush is because of your family.
You would assume correctly.
Not to worry, Agent Eden. Your secret is safe with me.
I never doubted it, Neville. It wasn't personal. I just think the fewer people who know, the better.
You can't hide a serious relationship forever. Sooner or later, the truth must be told. It's inevitable.
My head snapped up. What makes you think it's serious? He laughed.
Firstly, you would never engage in a casual relationship. That's not your style. Secondly, I see the way the two of you look at each other, even when the other one isn't paying attention. If I could bottle that look alone and sell it as a potion, I'd be the wealthiest wizard in the world. It's the rarest of magic.
My whole body relaxed. Neville saw straight through us. I should have known better than to think I could fool him. He spent significant time with me, as well as the chief, and, unlike Guthrie, he wasn't stupid. I'm sorry I kept it from you. I'm only trying to protect Sawyer.
No need to explain. Your personal life is your business. I only want you to be reassured that you can trust me.
My phone buzzed on the table, and I glanced at the screen. It's Grandma texting me an address. Must be a little critter. Although I was surprised she'd text me and not tackle it on her own for the points. Maybe she was out of orbs.
Thank you for this chat, Agent Fury. It was just what I needed.
Can't go wrong with food and coffee.
I didn't mean that.
Neville gave me a grateful smile that tugged at my heartstrings.
The talk helped too.
Who knew escaped critters from a game would bring people closer together? Sawyer first, now Neville. Maybe my life wasn't all fun and games, but I had to admit, sometimes the difficulties brought unexpected and welcome surprises. Chapter 10. I parked on the street outside a red brick colonial-style house. The driveway was jammed with cars. I spotted Aunt Thora and Grandma in their black dresses chatting on the front lawn. If there was a critter on the loose, why were they standing around gabbing with all these people nearby? I exited the car. What's going on? We're paying our respects to Walter, Aunt Thora said. He invited people back to the house after the funeral. I folded my arms. Tell me you did not lure me here under false pretenses.
What false pretenses?
Grandma said.
I just texted you an address and told you to get here.
Exactly. You made it sound like an emergency. It is an emergency. You said you'd help me with Edith's request. Aunt Thora's voice was soft and coaxing. I have a full plate thanks to someone and her diabolical spell, plus I have to collect Olivia from school for our sleepover. I don't have time for this. Grandma flicked my arm.
Come on, you're the perfect person and you know it. You drive people insane.
Thanks? Your grandmother means the fury trait that makes people crazy.
Exactly,
Grandma said.
He'd have to be crazy to get involved with another woman so quickly, but if that's what Edith wanted...
I shook my head. I can't do that, Grandma.
Spoil sport,
she muttered. No, I mean I can't do that. I don't have the ability to induce madness. Grandma cast me a sidelong glance.
And here I thought we hit the genetic Powerball with you, when really it was only a scratch-off.
I shut my mouth and counted to 10 in my head. Only my wicked family would be disappointed to learn I couldn't induce madness with direct eye contact. I wondered whether they kept a secret list somewhere that highlighted the traits they most desired in their fury offspring. They'd be sorely disappointed, because even if I inherited all the worst ones,
That didn't mean I'd stoop to use them. As I'd learned the hard way, the use of the existing fury traits only resulted in more traits. The gods viewed as a reward what I viewed as punishment. "I'm here. Don't start without me." I pivoted to see my mother hurrying along the sidewalk. "Don't start what without you?" She slowed to a stop and fixed her hair. "You didn't think I'd let you play matchmaker without me. I want to see how this works."
You could have at least had the decency to wear black,
Grandma said, motioning to my mother's crimson dress. "How would I stand out if I wore the same color as everyone else?" She gestured to me. "Eden isn't even dressed for company, let alone a post-funeral gathering." I glanced down at my blue t-shirt that read, "I have a good heart, but this mouth." In my defense, I didn't know I'd be showing up at Walter Sapp's house today. I was bamboozled. The door opened as an elderly couple prepared to exit the house, and Grandma ushered me forward.
"You're up, matchmaker."
"Edith didn't write the letter to me," I hissed.
"Don't you hesitate to call us, Walter, dear," the gray-haired woman said. "You know I make a mean bundt cake. I'm more than happy to bake one for you."
The couple walked by us with a brief hello, although I noticed the woman tighten her grip on her husband's arm as they passed. I couldn't decide whether she was wary of the witches or afraid my mother would steal her husband out from under her. The widower was a reasonably handsome man with a lush head of white hair and piercing blue eyes behind a set of large glasses. You could do worse than Walter Sapp. He took one look at the 4 women on his doorstep and said,
"I thought it was my wife who died and went to heaven."
My mother batted her mascara-laden eyelashes. "Oh, Walter, you're too kind. I barely had time to freshen up before coming over here." She clasped his hand. "My deepest, deepest condolences." He extricated his hand from hers with a grunt of effort.
"Come in, ladies. You're very kind to stop by."
Grandma dug her fingernails into my arm and dragged me inside.
"We wanted to check on you,"
Aunt Thora said.
"See how you're holding up."
"We're sorry for your loss," I added. He gave a sad shake of his head.
"These things happen, you know. Death comes for us all sooner or later. Edith and I had a good run, though. No complaints."
My mother placed a hand on his arm. "Can I get you a drink, Walter? Has anybody been doting on you?" Gods have mercy. My mother wasn't genuinely interested in Walter, but she couldn't help herself. Flirting was as natural as breathing.
"I wouldn't mind a glass of punch. Tina brought a bowl of her famous tropical punch, and I haven't had a chance to sample it yet."
"I'll get it," I interjected before my mother could offer. Anything to get me out of this conversation involving Walter's future bride.
"No, don't be silly,"
Walter replied.
"I'm not going to let myself become helpless now that Edith is gone."
"But you spent years looking after her," my mother cooed. "You should let someone take care of you for a change." Walter looked uncertain.
"I suppose one glass of punch won't be the death of me."
He cringed.
"Terrible analogy. Sorry about that."
I made a beeline for the kitchen, ignoring the other mourners I passed along the way, and arrived in the kitchen where an elderly woman was serving herself punch with a trembling hand. "Here, let me help," I said, taking the glass so she could focus on the ladle.
"Oh, thank you. That's very considerate."
It seemed to take 10 years for her to dip the ladle into the punch. Somewhere between the ladle dropping in and lifting out, I saw it. A little critter on the adjacent kitchen counter, staring at us with a mixture of interest and revulsion. I recognized this one from the list. The plump, round critter was a repent that thrived on water. I itched to grab the ladle from the woman and dump the punch into her glass, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Instead, I tapped my foot impatiently.
"In a hurry, are you?"
the old woman asked. She clucked her tongue.
"Young people today, always in such a rush. Take time to stop and smell the roses, I say." Her hand shook as she moved the ladle closer to her glass. My pulse raced as the repent edged closer.
You have to learn how to enjoy life, dear. It passes by in a hurry, she continued.
She dumped the liquid into the glass and handed me the ladle. You're absolutely right. Thank you for the reminder. As soon as she moved to the side, I positioned myself between her and the critter. The repent snarled at me. The woman turned around.
What was that, dear?
I said, enjoy your punch. She smiled.
Thank you.
And scuttled out of the room. I whipped around to face the repent. I hope you're in the mood for a nap. I heard footsteps coming my way and spun around to block the view. Walter appeared in the doorway wearing a broad smile.
I thought I'd help you with the punch. Bring some back for the other ladies.
I rushed forward. No, you're weak with grief. Go sit down and I'll take care of it.
I feel idle. I was an electrician for 40 years and I took care of Edith.
He wiggled his fingers.
These hands are accustomed to being busy.
I forced a relaxed smile. And you've earned your rest. Go on, I'll be there in a minute. Let people wait on you for a change. He hesitated.
If you insist.
I do. I really do. As I turned him around and nudged him out of the kitchen, I heard the sound of a splash behind me. The repent had jumped into the punch bowl. Terrific. I rushed forward and lifted it out, but not before it had sucked up half the liquid from the bowl. Its form grew rounder and fuller until it was practically a ball. Thanks to the slick sides, it slipped out of my hands and fell to the white tile floor where it proceeded to bounce. The critter squealed with delight. It hit the floor and bounced again, this time almost hitting the ceiling. I had to take care of it before someone else entered the kitchen. I dug an orb out of my handbag and tried to toss it at the critter, but missed. The repent was bouncing madly around the kitchen, hitting the microwave and flying across to the opposite wall. I couldn't pin it down long enough to catch it. I had to stop it from bouncing straight into the living room full of people. I watched it ping-pong for another moment and tried to anticipate where it would bounce next. I snatched it from the air and tucked it under my arm so I could retrieve the orb again. The critter struggled to free itself from my grip. Dropping to the floor, I rolled to the side and slammed its head on the hard tile. Its eyes rolled around like two pinballs. I flipped over to my front and pinned the creature to the floor with my knee. Punch leaked from its sponge-like body and formed a puddle on the floor.
Eden, what's taking so long?
Grandma halted in the doorway and gaped at me.
What the devil?
It was on the kitchen counter when I came in here. I was trying to catch it before anyone sees. Grandma's eyes were wide.
That's a repent.
I figured that out when it sucked up half the punch bowl, thanks. I tried to recover the orb but couldn't quite reach. Hand me the orb, please. Grandma cut a glance at the device on the floor.
If I throw the orb, it counts as my catch.
Forget it. I stretched one arm wide while trying to maintain a grip on the critter. My fingers were only half an inch from the orb, but I couldn't quite reach. Grandma observed my plight, wearing a faint smile.
Are you going to give me the point or not?
Eden, everything okay in there? Aunt Thora's voice rang out.
Yes,
Grandma and I yelled in unison. Get the orb, I ground out. You can have the point. Grandma pumped her fist in the air before grabbing the orb. I moved as she tossed the orb at the repent. Problem solved. I glanced at the punch bowl over my shoulder. Do you think it's safe to serve that to Walter? Grandma waved a hand.
Go on. The critter's from a game, not otherworld. No microbes.
I scooped punch into a glass and headed into the living room. It seemed that most visitors had cleared out during the time it took me to wrestle the repent into submission. Here you go. I handed the cup to Walter and sat in the available folding chair across from the sofa. He raised the cup to his lips and took a sip.
Just as good as I remember. Edith tried to make this once, but it tasted more like a pineapple smoothie. Neither one of us was impressed, and we ended up chucking the whole thing.
He chuckled at the memory.
I liked that about Edith. She was always willing to try something new, even if it meant failure.
My mother slapped her knee. I agree. That's an excellent quality in a lover. I wanted to melt into the furniture. I'd sooner wrestle 10 more critters than listen to my mother wax poetic about what made a good lover.
Walter, what do you think of Jean Kearney?
Aunt Thora blurted. It seemed that she, too, didn't want to endure my mother's proclamations. Walter blinked.
What do I think of her? Well, she makes a wonderful oatmeal raisin cookie. Not too dry and no nuts.
There's a reason to get married, Grandma mumbled. Your wife seemed to think the two of you would get along well, I interjected. Walter's brow furrowed.
Well, sure. I get along well with everyone.
How could I phrase this? No, Edith was of the opinion that you and Jean would make a nice couple. Walter scratched his cheek.
It's probably because of the time we had that threesome. Funny, I didn't think Edith was that into it, but I guess Jean made an impression on her.
My jaw dropped to the floor. You had a threesome with your wife and Jean Kearney? Walter's smile widened.
Pretty great, right? A Walter sandwich.
My mother's gaze drifted to his trousers. Beef or sausage? Aunt Thora recoiled.
Who else did you have threesomes with?
And why wasn't I invited? My mother asked. Walter puffed out his cheeks and blew a breath.
Gosh, I don't remember. Seems so long ago.
Trudy Montlake?
Grandma asked.
I bet she was one of them.
My mother snapped her fingers. Violet James. I was ready to melt into the furniture.
It doesn't matter. Jean is the one Edith chose.
I don't think Jean is interested in settling down with someone like me,
Walter said.
I got the impression she likes to walk on the wild side. Edith and I were more sedate.
He and I had different definitions of sedate. You're wild, Walter, my mother cooed. Why, you could break a hip at any time during lovemaking. If that's not living on the edge, I don't know what is. I prayed for a little critter to rise up out of the shag carpet and swallow me whole. Where was the whale-like critter when you wanted it? Walter smiled at her.
You're too generous with your compliments, Beatrice.
She fluffed her hair. That's not the only thing I'm generous with. Good grief, I couldn't take another second of this. I shot to my feet. I'm so sorry to go so soon, but I need to get to school to pick up my niece. And then pour bleach in my ears so I could scrub this conversation from them. Walter looked at me fondly.
Not having kids is my biggest regret. Edith wasn't well enough, though. We would have struggled to be decent parents.
I think we all struggle with that,
Aunt Thora said. Some more than others, I muttered. Walter stared off into the distance.
I can't believe Edith wants me to get together with Jean.
He frowned at us.
She really wrote you a letter with that specific request.
Aunt Thora nodded.
I didn't want to say anything to her unless you were on board.
Walter ran his hands up and down his thighs, thinking.
It seems awfully soon. Her funeral was only this morning.
Edith didn't seem bothered, Aunt Thora said. In fact, she sounded very certain.
Just out of curiosity, any idea when she wrote that letter?
Walter asked. Aunt Thora folded her hands in her lap.
It was dated last year, but it was clear she'd given the matter a lot of thought.
She left a note for it to be mailed upon her death, but I didn't realize.
He looked contemplative.
I had no idea she'd done that. Quite a woman, my Edith.
He picked up the glass of punch and drained it.
I think I'll hold off on Jean right now, if you don't mind. Seems disrespectful to dive right into the dating pool. Don't want people to get the wrong idea about me. You know how judgmental they can be.
Oh, I do, my mother said. Aunt Thora looked visibly relieved.
Let me know if you change your mind, and I'll be happy to act as an intermediary. I'd like to honor Edith's last wish.
You came to talk to me,
Walter said.
As far as I'm concerned, you already have.
Now that we were off the hook, I was more than ready to peace out. Good luck to you, Walter. Again, I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
he said.
It's times like this I'm grateful to live in such a wonderfully supportive community.
I drew a deep breath as I strode toward the door. Unless I caught the remaining critters soon, there'd be no community left to speak of. Chapter 11. I lingered in front of the elementary school waiting for the final bell to ring. There were a few other parents on the pavement, but most of them were in their cars in a long line that stretched back to the road. The double doors burst open, and children stampeded from the building. "Which one is yours?" a middle-aged woman asked. Her brown hair was cut in a short, no-nonsense style above her ears. "My niece is Olivia Fury, but I don't see her yet." The woman's smile faded.
"Yes, I've heard her name mentioned once or twice."
I didn't love her expression. "Which one is yours?"
"Bailey.
Oh, here she is now." A pigtailed brunette rushed into her mother's arms.
"Bailey, this is Olivia Fury's aunt."
Bailey's eyes grew round, and she hugged her mother tightly. "Let's go, Mom." Bailey's mother flashed an apologetic smile, and they hurried to the parking lot. I continued to stand there as children poured from the building. No Olivia. I glanced casually around me at the children who were so excited to be reunited with their families. What had Olivia done to warrant Bailey's discomfort? Another little girl wandered out of the building by herself. She gazed up at me.
"Have you seen my dad?"
"I'm not sure. What's your name?"
"Lilac. My dad is always late."
"Some people are like that." She looked me up and down.
"Who are you?"
"Eden Fury, Olivia's aunt." Lilac winced. "Do you know Olivia?" She nodded.
"She's in my class."
"Do you like her?" She scrunched her nose.
"That's a loaded question."
"How so?" Lilac looked around furtively.
"You won't tell her what I said, will you? She's super bossy, and I don't want to be hexed."
"She threatened to hex you?"
"She says she's a powerful demon witch, and she can smite us anytime she wants. I don't know what smite means, but it sounds scary. Fallon says she's lying because witches and demons aren't real, but I don't know. I've seen Harry Potter, and it looked pretty real to me. If she's anything like a Death Eater, I'm going to keep my head down and avoid eye contact."
"So you believe her?" Lilac shrugged.
"She's weird enough to be a demon witch, but I've never seen her actually do anything. Like my dad says, she blows a bunch of hot air."
"Lilac!"
"There's my dad. Gotta go."
She tore off to greet her father. I was going to have a talk with my niece tonight. She couldn't go around threatening kids. Finally, my niece skipped out of school with a backpack so stuffed with items it looked ready to explode. I was surprised she didn't fall backward like a turtle with a heavy shell.
"You didn't have to wait for me here. I'm a big girl."
"I know, but I'm not familiar with the procedure, so I felt better about picking you up at the door." Olivia rolled her eyes.
"And everyone says my mother is a helicopter mom."
"Listen, I'm responsible for you. I'd never forgive myself if something happened to you because I was too lenient." I leaned forward and planted a kiss on her forehead. As I clasped her hand, a flash of purple on the athletic field caught my attention. It moved pretty fast. Maybe it was a younger sibling waiting for a parent to pick up an older one.
"What is that?"
Olivia asked. This time I looked closer. Not a sibling. Not even human. Crap on a stick. I spun around and ushered Olivia back inside. "Stay in there until I get you." I shut the door between us before she could object and patted my handbag for an orb. I hurried toward the field with the orb already in my hand. I ran through a mental list of critters, trying to remember which ones were purple or capable of turning purple. I was so intent on the creature that I failed to spot the child who'd appeared in the field.
"Look how cute,"
the little girl exclaimed. The critter stood face to face with the student. She raised her left hand and the critter copied her. The little girl laughed.
"It's copying me like a mirror."
A mimic. The salient fact about mimics was that they could split into 3. So I was either looking at one critter that hadn't split yet, or only one of 3. I crept closer to the child. No sudden moves.
I didn't want to set off the critter when the child was within arm's reach. "Hey, what's your name?" I asked softly.
"That's Katie."
Olivia's voice rang out behind me. Slowly, I twisted to look at my niece. "I told you to stay in the building." Olivia folded her arms and glowered.
"Katie is my friend, and I'm helping."
"Fine, then help from a safe distance. I've got this, but I need to be careful and protect Katie." Katie kept her gaze on the critter.
"I don't need help. This is fun."
She flossed, and the critter followed suit, prompting a fit of giggles from Katie. I held out my hand. "Katie, I know that little guy is adorable, but it isn't safe to be that close to it. You know how when you go to the zoo and you're not allowed to put your hand through the bars? That's the situation here. Think of this little guy as a lion cub." Katie clasped her hands together and said, "Aw." "No, not aw. Danger, like driving too fast on an icy road." Katie laughed.
"I'm only 7. I can't drive."
The critter mimicked Katie's laugh. The sound was eerie. Katie seemed to agree because she stopped smiling and took an uncertain step backward.
"Katie, get back now,"
Olivia barked. Katie hurried backward. Okay, so maybe Lilac had a point about my niece's bossy behavior.
"Move away, Auntie Eden. I've got this."
My eyes widened as Olivia shoved me aside and marched toward the critter. Her solemn gaze was unsettling. If I were the critter, I'd be really worried right now. My hand shot forward and grabbed Olivia's shoulder. "I'll do it. Go inside." She shook my hand off.
"I can do this by my own."
"You and what powers?" She ignored me and charged ahead. The critter mimicked her angry, scrunched expression and marched toward her. They met in the middle of the field. Olivia placed a hand on the critter's shoulder and it lifted into the air and began to fly helplessly in a circle. What in sweet Hecate's name? 2 more critters appeared. They looked exactly like the first one. At least they were accounted for. She ran to the second critter and placed a hand on top of its head. It blew through the air and crashed into the first one before getting caught in the whirlwind. She did the same with the third one. They blew around in a circle until there was a neat circle of creatures caught in a maelstrom. I seized the opportunity to toss a trio of orbs into the cyclone with them. The orbs did their job and snapped closed. All 3 balls dropped to the field at the same time. I turned around to gape at my niece. "How did you do that?" Olivia beamed like she just won a shopping spree in a toy store.
"Magic?"
"Yes, I realize that, but how?"
"I've been practicing with my dolls when I clean up my room."
"You crafted a spell to clean up your room? By yourself?" Jutting out her chin, she nodded.
"By my own."
We'd discuss her grammar later. "Did someone help you?" Clasping her hands behind her back in an innocent gesture, she shook her head. I didn't know why I was surprised. Like puberty, her powers were inevitable. She was the daughter of a vengeance demon and a druid, the granddaughter of a witch, and the niece of a fury. There was no telling what she could do once her powers fully developed. There was no telling what harm she could do either. "Olivia, I think it's great that you did this without me, but I want you to know I'm always here to help you. You don't have to fight any battles on your own." One of the reasons I'd accepted my fate and moved back to chipping Cheddar was to keep a close watch on my niece and nephew as they grew up. I didn't worry about Verity, of course. But the rest of my family's actions were questionable at the best of times. My brother seemed to be moving closer to Verity's mindset, though. And now we had Olivia joining the ranks. For once, I was glad to be home. She wiped a few stray hairs from her eyes.
"Battles are fun. I want to do another one."
I wish I shared her enthusiasm. "Maybe another time. I think we should go home now. Let's get Katie."
"Katie, come on."
Olivia ran past me and took Katie by the hand to return to the building. I smiled when the run morphed into a skip, and I pictured Clara and me at that age. I'd been so lucky to have a friend like Clara as I navigated my powers and puberty. I could only hope that Olivia shared my good fortune. One more reason to have a chat with her about threats to hex other students.
I scooped up the orbs and dumped them in my bag. On the way to the car, I texted Neville with an update, followed by the chief. Once Olivia put in her earbuds to listen to music, I placed a call to my brother. He needed to know about this latest development.
Did the pickup go okay?
He asked. Yes and no. I slid behind the wheel and started the car.
Uh-oh. What happened? Did she whine about her mom not picking her up?
Not exactly. I relayed the story, which was met with stunned silence. Anton?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I wasn't expecting that.
She said she's been practicing in her room with dolls.
I've heard thumping noises in there at night, but I assumed she was just being noisy throwing her toys around.
Well, it's a bit more than that. He sighed.
I'll have to break the news to Verity.
Will she be upset, do you think?
She's always known it was a possibility.
He paused.
It was really a mini tornado?
Yes, she touched them, and off they flew to join the others.
It doesn't necessarily mean it's black magic, right? A basic elemental witch could do that.
True. I'm not passing judgment, Anton. I just wanted you to be the first to know.
Thanks. Keep it to yourself, would you? I need to break this to Verity gently. Maybe buy her a gift after work. An expensive one.
Don't assume the worst, I said. And even if she's prone to the evil end of things, that doesn't mean she'll go that route. Nurture in nature, remember? You, Verity, and I can nurture her. Make sure she uses her powers for good.
You included me? You do remember I'm a vengeance demon like Dad, right?
I softened. A compassionate vengeance demon, as well as a loving father, husband, and brother. You won't steer your daughter wrong.
I'm glad you'll be here to help, Eden. I mean it. Having you home, I know it's selfish of me to say because you wanted to be in San Francisco working for the FBI, but the timing couldn't be better.
I smiled at the phone. It isn't selfish. I understand. The truth is, I'm glad I'm here too. I want to be a part of Olivia and Ryan's lives. They need us. We fell silent for a moment until Anton said,
On a scale of 1 to Superman, where would you say she falls? Raw talent, I mean.
I laughed. Anton was already a proud papa, and he hadn't even witnessed her abilities yet. He'd be the dad running along the edge of the soccer field, cheering his daughter on as she dribbled the ball toward the goal. Higher than Elastigirl, but lower than Scarlet Witch. He whistled.
And she's only a little kid. Man, we're going to have our work cut out for us by the time she's a teenager.
I checked the rearview mirror and prepared to reverse out of the parking spot. Yes, brother, we certainly will. Chapter 12. Verity was pacing in front of the barn when Olivia and I arrived home. She held a purple and white duffel bag in her hands with Olivia's initials etched on the side.
I meant to drop this off earlier.
She smiled at Olivia and opened her arms for a hug.
Hello, sweetheart. How was school?
I shook my head at Olivia. Now wasn't the time. Olivia hugged her mother.
You don't have to check on me. I only just got here. Are you sure you don't mind having her?
Verity asked. Absolutely not. We're overdue for a sleepover. I patted Olivia on the head. She tilted her head to look up at me.
Why are you treating me like a dog? Is that because you only have a dog and no kids?
Verity offered an apologetic smile.
It's an affectionate gesture, sweetheart. It's specific to a species. Oh, in that case.
Olivia reached up and tried to pat my head. I bent over so she could reach it. Verity shifted her attention to her daughter.
Auntie Eden is very kind to have you over tonight. Don't give her a hard time. I won't. I promise,
Olivia said, her eyes solemn.
If there's anything I forgot, let me know,
Verity said. Olivia tugged on my shirt.
Tell Mommy about the...
I shooed Verity away from the barn. Go, we'll be fine. If she's forgotten anything, I'm sure she could live without it for one night.
Okay.
Verity blew a kiss at her daughter.
Be good. Love you.
I unlocked the door and quickly closed it behind us. Olivia turned to face me.
Why does she always say that?
Because she loves you. Why else?
No, be good.
That's just something all parents tell their kids, especially when they're leaving you in someone else's care. Although my parents never said it to me and Anton. There'd been no reward for being good in our house. Olivia took a moment to admire the interior of the barn.
This is smaller than our house.
It is, but it's only me here, so I don't need a lot of space.
Why is it only you? Don't people like you?
I laughed. People like me just fine.
No boyfriend or girlfriend?
If I was going to let the cat out of the bag about Sawyer and I, it wouldn't be to Olivia. I'm happy with my life as it is. There. Vague, but true.
Can I see my bedroom?
She darted toward the staircase before I could answer, dragging one of her bags behind her. Thump, thump, went the bag each time it hit a step. This is the guest bedroom, I said. Her gaze traveled around the room, and she proceeded to walk straight to the bed, where she overturned the bag. Dolls fell out onto the bed, including a headless one. These are interesting choices. Olivia held up a doll that would have given Chucky nightmares.
This one's my favorite. His name is Axel.
Because it has the word axe in it? Because that doll would definitely chop you up while you were sleeping.
No, because of Axl Rose from the band Daddy Likes.
I relaxed slightly. That reason was much better. What happened to this one's head? Olivia picked up the headless doll and shook it at me.
This is Tiffany. Axel knocked her head off, but it was an accident.
How do you accidentally lop someone's head off?
He had a good excuse.
I tried to imagine what that would be, but fell short. Who's this one? I plucked a plump doll with braids from the pile.
Josie. I almost didn't bring her because she was in trouble.
What did she do? And why wasn't Axel in trouble for accidental dismemberment?
She messed up a spell and another doll got hurt.
Ah, someone had been eavesdropping on adult conversations, it seemed. And what were the consequences? I prompted. Olivia examined the doll in question.
What's a consequence?
I tried to think of an example. If you run a stop sign, you'll get a ticket and have to pay a fine. And if you get a ticket from Deputy Sean Guthrie, there would be the added punishment of talking to him.
What if you don't get caught?
Then you're off the hook. But that doesn't mean it's okay to do. Someone could get hurt, which would also be a consequence.
But if you're not the one who gets hurt, then it's not your consequence.
Yikes. Wouldn't you feel terrible if you did something that caused pain to someone else?
Depends on who it is.
She began brushing Josie's hair with a plastic brush that had been in the bag.
I don't like Maisie Earnshaw, so I wouldn't mind so much if it's her.
Why don't you like her?
She's not my people.
I swallowed a laugh. Your people, huh? Olivia blinked at me.
Do you think we're bad?
Define bad. She mulled it over.
Mommy says some of the family is bad and that I shouldn't omelet them. I don't know what eggs have to do with it.
Omelet? Oh, you mean emulate. She shrugged her tiny shoulders.
I don't know how to tell the difference.
I joined her on the edge of the bed. It's hard. And it seemed to get harder the older I got. I think the more people you meet and the more experiences you have in the world, the more you learn about where those lines are.
What lines?
Let's take Maisie Earnshaw. Just because she's not your people doesn't mean you'd go out of your way to hurt her, right?
Not worth the energy.
I pushed a little harder. If you saw Maisie get hit by a car, you wouldn't enjoy that, would you? You'd want to help her and make sure she was okay. Olivia's eyes rounded.
That's dark, Auntie Eden.
She turned back to her dolls.
I guess I would feel bad if Maisie got hurt.
Inwardly, I sighed with relief. Not a complete sociopath, then. It's okay not to like people, but it's best to be kind whenever possible.
Mommy says you have a good head on your shoulders, unlike Tiffany. She says you and Daddy are taking the next generation in the right direction, whatever that means.
I stroked Olivia's hair. Did she really say that? She nodded.
She says you're not who you think you are, and you shouldn't worry as much as you do.
She licked her lips.
She says you're an overthinker, and it would be good if you took your head out of your butt every once in a while.
I pressed my lips together. Okay, why don't we stop there? Olivia picked up Tiffany.
Maybe that's what happened to her. She got her head stuck in somebody's butt.
She laughed maniacally. And we were back to a demon child. What would you like for dinner?
Do you have any eye of newt?
I stiffened, prompting my niece to burst into laughter.
Daddy told me to say that.
She clutched her belly and continued to laugh.
You should have seen the look on your face. I want to say it again.
Thank you, Anton. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Once downstairs, the inquisition continued.
Why don't you have a boyfriend or girlfriend?
She didn't wait for my answer. She simply gnawed on her string cheese and carried on talking.
Mommy says it's because you're afraid you'll kill them by accident.
I started to choke on my cheese stick. What? Olivia seemed oblivious to my strong reaction.
You're so powerful that you might kill them.
She frowned.
Can you not control yourself?
I straightened. I control myself very well, thank you very much.
Daddy says you're emotionally stunted because of your parents' divorce.
She paused.
What does that mean?
It means your daddy is a jerk. Anton would hear from me later. He needed to spend more time focusing on his own life than playing armchair psychologist for me.
Mommy says that too sometimes. Ryan can be a jerk too.
I thought about my conversations with the little girls at school. Olivia, have you ever seen Spider-Man?
I love that movie.
Do you remember the quote about great power and great responsibility? She shook her head.
What does that mean?
It means that you are going to be very strong compared with the other kids your age, and that strength means you have a duty to look after those who are weaker than you are. She pursed her lips.
But what if they're rude?
People are rude sometimes. It doesn't make them bad, and it doesn't mean they don't deserve your compassion.
What if I don't like them?
Let's circle back to our Maisie Earnshaw conversation. Maisie is a human. She doesn't have your powers. She can't make little tornadoes that suck up creatures who are a threat to her. She chewed the last of her cheese stick and reached for another one.
I need to help her like I helped Katie.
Exactly.
It's my job the way it's your job?
Sort of. You don't get paid for it, but you could someday, if you wanted to. She didn't answer. Instead, she gripped the cheese stick like a microphone and sang into it. I watched her with a faint smile on my lips. Was Anton right? Was I emotionally stunted? I didn't think so. Sure, I had issues, but emotionally stunted sounded pretty harsh. Just because I hadn't found a Verity, except I had. Sawyer was the yin to my yang, the donut to my black hole. Just because I kept the relationship secret didn't mean I was ashamed or immature or not invested. I had a damn good reason for playing it safe.
Can I have coffee like you, Auntie Eden?
Olivia fixed me with those round blue eyes. I had to give her credit. The kid knew what she was doing. No, you may not. Although part of me was tempted to send her to school the next day fully caffeinated to teach Verity a lesson about talking to my niece about my romantic life, on the other hand, it would be the teacher bearing the brunt of a hopped-up Olivia. That wouldn't be fair.
Can we have breakfast for dinner?
A girl after my own heart. I love that idea. She clasped her hands on the table like a prim schoolteacher.
I like my pancakes with whipped cream and chocolate chips, preferably with a smiley face made out of fruit.
I squinted at her. You seem to have me confused with a diner. I'm going to make eggs.
Oh, in that case, I like my eggs scrambled and my toast with butter and jam. Strawberry, not blackberry.
She wrinkled her nose.
And definitely not orange marmalade.
Somebody had pretty strong opinions when it came to breakfast food. Do your parents cater to these demands? The answer was clearly yes, or she wouldn't be making them in the first place. Olivia wore a serious expression.
I'm expressing myself. Mommy says it's healthy to ask for what you want and have your needs met.
I'm not sure she was talking about breakfast. I opened the carton of eggs. Why don't you help me? Olivia stared at me wide-eyed.
Can I break the eggs?
Sure. She zipped across the kitchen to the island and climbed on the stool.
What if I get pieces of shell in the bowl?
I shrugged. Then we'll fish them out. Olivia cracked each egg against the side of the bowl with vigor. You might take after Cousin Raphael, I said.
He's the chef.
Yes, he owns his own restaurant.
I want to be my own boss, too.
Somehow that didn't surprise me. She turned to me with a speculative gaze.
Are you your own boss?
Sort of. I'm in charge of my territory, and I don't have anyone breathing down my neck. Unless we didn't send in our paperwork in a timely fashion. Failure to bureaucrat always got their attention at headquarters. Olivia whisked the egg yolks in a bowl.
I like that. I don't like to be told what to do.
Same, girl, same. We ate a hearty breakfast for dinner, and I felt like I'd scored an A+ in aunt relations by the time Olivia climbed into bed for stories. I sat on the bed next to her and read the 3 books packed in her bag.
How was that?
I asked, closing the last page.
I don't like those books.
Oh, why did your mom pack them?
Because she thinks I should like them, so she keeps reading them to me like it's going to change my mind. It only makes me hate them more.
She snatched the book from my hands and tossed it aside.
Will you teach me how to use my powers?
Absolutely, but not tonight. You have school in the morning and I've had a busy day. She nestled under the covers and smiled.
It really was fun catching the creatures. Did you have fun too, Auntie Eden?
I thought back to the field. If I hadn't been so stunned, I guess it would have been considered fun. Sure, I had a good time. Nobody got hurt and we nabbed all 3 mimics. A win-win.
I hope I get to have fun when I'm a grown-up. Everyone seems to be so boring, though. I don't want to be boring.
She yawned, and her eyelids fluttered closed. I smoothed back her hair. You don't need to worry about that. You're a lot of things, Olivia Fury, but boring isn't one of them. Chapter 13. I delivered Olivia safely to school the next morning and sent a text to Verity to let her know. I dodged most of her requests for updates last night. My family was wrong about a lot of things, but they seemed to be right about Verity's need to control her children's experiences. To some degree, I understood, and suspected I'd be similar with kids of my own. Verity and I recognized how important it was to create the right environment for supernatural kids, especially ones with a Fury Pritchard pedigree. We weren't garden-variety kids. Hell, I wasn't even a garden-variety supernatural. I was about to start the car when I received an incoming call from Aunt Thora. Is it a critter?
No. In fact, your grandmother is out hunting them right now. She spent the morning practicing her throws by tossing tennis balls at Charlemagne.
That seems cruel. Charlemagne was the Burmese python that technically belonged to Olivia, but had remained at the main house when my brother and his family decamped to their own remodeled home.
You wouldn't think so if you'd watched them. He was in his element. I think he missed his true calling as a circus performer.
Did you call to tell me about Charlemagne?
No. I promised Ted I'd bring him lunch, but Grandma took the car and your mother isn't here. Would you mind picking me up?
No problem. I'm at Olivia's school, so I'll be there in 5 minutes. I collected Aunt Thora and drove to the lighthouse where Ted O'Neill worked as the local lighthouse keeper. Ted was the brother of Mick O'Neill, the former police chief that Sawyer replaced after Mick's death at the hands of a demon. Ted and Aunt Thora had formed a romantic attachment when they were younger, but family pressure forced Aunt Thora into marriage with a supernatural rather than a human. Despite the fact that she was older, wiser, and once again available, habits were hard to break, and she'd only allowed herself a close friendship with Ted.
My 2 favorite people in chipping cheddar. Aren't I lucky?
Ted turned to the mannequin seated at the table.
Present company excluded, of course.
Ted had spent the majority of his adult life alone in the lighthouse and walked to the beat of his own warped drum as a result. He was an oddball with a heart of gold.
We brought you lunch, Aunt Thora said. Homemade chicken noodle soup.
Ted's eyes sparked with joy.
Did you add a squirt of lemon?
She set the container on the table.
2 tablespoons. Do I look like an amateur to you?
I crossed the room to the expansive windows that revealed the Chesapeake Bay. The view from the top of the lighthouse was spectacular, as always. Ted had to be tired of it by now, but it was still a novelty for me.
What am I missing down there on terra firma?
Ted unscrewed the lid and drank the soup straight from the thermos. Aunt Thora and I avoided each other's glances.
Nothing much, she said. Sleepy, as always.
There have been a few animal sightings, I interjected. We were hoping you could let us know if you see anything unusual from your vantage point. You've got the best view in town, after all." He slurped down more soup and lowered the thermos.
"I do, don't I? What am I looking for? Pesky raccoons? Heavens, it's not bears, is it?"
"No bears. Just let me know about any unusual movements or activities." I paused. "Even in the water." He laughed.
"I don't think you'll catch any of those animals taking a swim in the bay."
"Even so," I said, "if you see anything, will you call me straight away?"
"And stay up here until you hear from me," Aunt Thora added. "No long walks by yourself."
Ted looked at the mannequin.
"I feel like I'm under house arrest. Where else would I go?"
Aunt Thora sagged with relief.
"Nowhere, Ted. There's nowhere better than here."
Ted pounded a genteel fist on the table.
"Darn right."
Aunt Thora held out a hand.
"I'll take my thermos back if you've finished."
He passed it to her.
"Thanks for that. Best food I've tasted since the last time you fed me."
"You're too kind, Ted."
"No, you're too kind. You always go out of your way for me."
I suddenly felt like I was intruding on a private moment. I turned my gaze to the window and something flickered in the sunlight. I froze. A trick of the light or something else? I peered more intently, but whatever I thought I saw was gone.
"Let me know if you need anything, and I'll bring it next time,"
Aunt Thora told him. He gestured to the chessboard on the table.
"You won't stay for a game?"
"Not today, I'm afraid."
He raised his eyebrows at me. "Sorry, I've got work piling up, and there'd be bodies before long if I didn't find the rest of the little critters." Ted brightened.
"I've got Cards Against Humanity. I know you love that one."
"I'd love to, but Eden was nice enough to drive me, and I know she has work to do."
Ted slouched in the chair.
"Until next time, then."
I followed Aunt Thora down the spiral staircase of the lighthouse. At some point, both she and Ted would be too old to make the climb. I blocked the thought from my mind. I didn't want to think about Aunt Thora going the way of Edith Sapp. "Why don't you invite Ted over for dinner one night?" I suggested as we wound our way to ground level.
"You know I can't do that, dear."
"Not to the main house. To the barn. The three of us can have dinner together, or I'll invite a couple other humans to make it less of an issue."
"That's very kind, Eden. I'll have to think about it."
"What do you have to lose? You're both single. Feelings about humans have mellowed over the years, right?"
"Not as much as I'd like," she admitted. "Your grandmother already thinks I waste my time with Ted, and that's when we're simply playing backgammon or whatever game we're playing to pass the time in the lighthouse."
"Who does she think you should be spending time with?" Aunt Thora would live longer than the average human, but she was no spring chicken. She'd reached an age where she should spend the days however she chose.
"I don't know. You know how she is. If she's miserable, she wants everyone to be miserable along with her."
I didn't want to be miserable. I wanted to be happy. And I was desperately happy with Sawyer Fox. We reached the ground, and my gaze flicked to the bay. "You know what? I'm going to take a walk along the promenade. Why don't you stay here and spend more time with Ted?" I dug out my car key and handed it to her. "Take my car and I'll walk home later." Aunt Thora hesitated.
"If you're sure you don't mind me driving your car."
"My car is older than dirt with more mileage than my mother. It's hardly precious." Aunt Thora contemplated the long staircase.
"I wish we'd decided this before I walked all the way down."
"Sorry, my mind is in a million places right now." Aunt Thora closed her fingers over the key.
"Thank you, Eden. You're a thoughtful girl."
I parted ways with Aunt Thora and walked to the promenade. The breeze was light, and the air was scented with pine, triggering an image of Sawyer. I inhaled deeply and tried to de-stress as I moved closer to the bay to investigate the movement I saw from the lighthouse. Hopefully it was nothing, and I was overreacting. But my supernatural senses suggested otherwise. I lingered along a stretch of promenade with no barrier between land and sea. There were dozens of boats on the water. A mixture of sailboats, motorboats, and kayaks. I didn't blame them. It was the perfect day for it. For a brief moment, I let myself envision a carefree day with Sawyer. He'd grown up around lakes in Iowa and loved the water too. I pictured us relaxing on a boat with the sun beaming down on us, warming our bare skin. No critters to capture. No demons to deliver to Otherworld. Just a day alone with my boyfriend without responsibilities nagging at us. It happened so fast, there was no time to react. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, and the critter appeared before I could move. Its enormous jaw acted as a shovel, scooping me into its mouth and then slamming closed. The inside felt like a damp sponge. I pushed on the roof of the mouth and threw the weight of my body against the back of the teeth, but to no avail.
Congratulations, genius. You've been swallowed by Whaley, the whale critter. Well done.
I had a hard time staying balanced on my feet, and I realized it was because we were in motion. I pressed my ear against the inside of its moist cheek and listened. Did I hear the choppy waves of the water? Oh no. The critter was swimming into the bay with me. I wondered how far the critter could go before the boundary spell Corinne and I had performed would be activated. Not very far, I imagined. Still, the critter could drown me whether we stayed within the town border or not. I had to find a way out. I followed the tongue down to the throat and looked up. There it was, the spout. If I couldn't escape the way I came in, it would have to serve as an alternate exit. I examined the inside of the critter to see how to trigger the spout. I didn't remember any specifics in Grandma's information, not that I'd expect to. Who would have expected to be swallowed whole? I pulled out my phone and was relieved when the screen lit up. No signal, though. Thankfully, I had the foresight to take screenshots of the little critter's wiki. I scrolled through and searched for Whaley. Got it. I couldn't use an orb until I was outside the critter, or I risked being sucked into the orb along with it. No one would know what happened to me. The prospect was terrifying. I had to get out first, and then somehow manage to catch the sucker. Why me? According to the information that had likely been compiled by a room full of 10-year-olds, the spout was activated by excess moisture in the throat. Using my nails, I gently tickled the back of its throat. Saliva began to pool at the base of the tongue. I kept going. Enough moisture there, and the critter would activate the spout. I stayed on the right spot and prepared for liftoff. The throat began to vibrate. A good sign. Come on, Whaley. Eject the foreign object. I shot straight up and through the hole. Part of me worried my hips would get stuck, but thankfully that didn't happen. I blew into the air on a geyser of, let's call it water to keep my nausea button unpressed. Once in midair, I spread my wings to stay airborne and tossed the orb below. With a hissing noise that sounded like a balloon deflating, the Whaley got sucked into the orb and the device snapped shut. It remained floating on top of the water, and I dove to retrieve it. I hovered in the air and glanced at the shoreline. The critter had traveled more swiftly than I realized. Good thing I had wings. I flew toward the promenade in disbelief. I'd just endured a modern retelling of Jonah and the whale. If Jonah was a winged supernatural, and the whale was a fictitious creature extracted from a game by magic. The wind blew back my hair and ruffled my feathers. The air felt even nicer up here than it had on the ground. Admittedly, there were perks to flying, although most of the time I was too busy resisting my powers to actually enjoy them. How many critters were left now? 4, according to my quick mental calculations. The Whaley had been the largest, but not the strongest. It wasn't a boss. How it had managed to stay hidden all this time, I had no idea. My guess was it submerged itself in the bay and steered clear of people until it saw an opportunity to get rid of its adversary. It was likely drawn to me the same way I had been drawn to it. I arrived on land and shook the water from my wings before retracting them. I was in desperate need of a shower, but I wanted to deliver the most recent orbs to the office first. It was best not to cart them around in case my handbag was lost or stolen. I laughed at the image of an unsuspecting thief opening the orbs. It wouldn't be funny if it actually happened, of course, but the vision of Whaley exploding from the orb in the imaginary thief's apartment triggered a much-needed laugh. I adjusted the strap of my handbag and headed to the office, my wet shoes squeaking with every step. Chapter 14. Standing in front of the office door,
I said the magic word and entered. Neville glanced up from the table at the back of the room. He looked only mildly improved from the last time I saw him. You didn't sleep again? I pilfered the orbs from my bag and placed them on the shelf with the others.
I did, but I kept waking up with new ideas to try. There's no point collecting orbs if we can't transfer the critters back to the game.
Well, we still need somewhere to contain them. The orbs are good for that. The wizard took a closer look at me.
Why do you look like you went through the car wash without the car?
More like the spin cycle in a washing machine, but I take your point. I examined the bottles and bowls spread across the table. This is for the next experiment?
Yes. I'm out of sticklewort, though, and I need it. I think it might be the ingredient I've been missing to make it work.
What does it do?
Aids in the banishment of energy. I woke up in the middle of the night with the name on the tip of my tongue. I think it's the link I've been missing.
Sounds promising. I'll go to Roots and grab some for you if you like.
That would be wonderful. Thank you, Agent Fury.
His phone lit up on the table and he glanced at it, frowning.
Paige said something is happening in the town square.
Something like an impromptu concert or a magical critter running riot. He met my gaze.
I'll get my wand.
Together we left the office and drove in Neville's car to Pimento Plaza. Every time I rode with Neville, I was reminded that he possessed the driving skills of a 90-year-old without a license. Neville, a little weight on the gas pedal, please. Need I remind you there's a critter wreaking havoc in the center of town? I didn't usually mind the fact that the FBM office was on the seedy side of town, but right now I regretted its location. Neville checked the rearview mirror for the 20th time.
We don't know that. We only know something strange is occurring.
Paige doesn't know about supernaturals. If she says there's something strange in our neighborhood... Neville broke into a smile.
Does this make us Ghostbusters?
He shimmied his shoulders to an imaginary tune, and the car swerved to the right. He paled and immediately stopped shimmying.
Apologies for that scare.
Neville, you moved about an inch toward the center line. At your speed, you could have avoided an ant if you had to. We arrived in the heart of town, and Neville began to back into a spot between two cars. 2 inches forward. 1 inch back. 1 inch forward. Neville? The wizard remained intent on the mirrors with his tongue hanging out. Good grief. Now was not the time to stress over parallel parking. I unlocked the passenger door.
Agent Fury, what are you doing? The car is in motion.
It's hardly a high-speed chase. I'm getting out here. You can catch up once you've parked. I fled the vehicle and ran toward the square. Before I even arrived at my destination, I felt the shift in energy. Something was definitely happening. The air crackled like a storm was imminent. If it weren't for the beautiful blue sky, I would have expected a lightning bolt to light up the sky and hit the statue of town founder Arthur Davenport in the center of the square. I watched as 2 people jostled elbows for no apparent reason. 2 more people fought over who would press the button for the crosswalk. 2 bicycles were overturned on the sidewalk and their riders presently arguing over who crashed into whom. Paige wasn't wrong. The swirl of feelings was palpable. The downtown area was teeming with people out to enjoy the beautiful weather. If the chaos worsened, there would be casualties. Trampling alone would injure dozens. I had to stop the critter before the intensity leveled up.
Stand down. This is my collar,
a familiar gravelly voice said. I turned to see Grandma holding an orb aloft. Is it a chaos critter?
Sure is.
She pointed to the red creature perched on the base of the statue. It had large yellow eyes, curved horns, and a split tail. Is this one a boss?
No, but it's pretty potent. Might take a raid to bring it down.
I gave her a sharp look. Then I guess standing down is a bad idea. Grandma ignored me.
I see the critter behind the statue.
Great. I retrieved an orb from my bag. You take care of the crowd and I'll handle the critter.
No way,
Grandma objected.
I catch the critter and you handle the crowd.
This isn't the time for your ego.
Right back at you.
I moaned. Grandma, I'm not really keeping score.
But I am.
I didn't have time to argue. It was my fault for using the lure of a competition to encourage her participation. I shot forward without another word. If nothing else, I could outrun her without breaking a sweat. An invisible lasso wrapped around me and jerked me off my feet. I craned my neck to see Grandma making a play for the critter. She couldn't be serious. "Grandma, stop! This is nuts!" Grandma cackled as she breezed past me and headed straight for the critter. Unfortunately, the chaos saw her coming. The little devil even grinned. That wasn't a good sign. Without warning, people broke into a run. They collided with each other in their effort to get away from... they didn't seem to know what. They trampled each other in their desperation to escape.
"Now it's a raid!"
Grandma yelled.
"Get him!"
I cast a sideways look at the older witch. Her face radiated pure joy. She was in her element bringing down this critter. I needed to calm the people before someone was seriously injured. It was a supernatural chicken and egg scenario. I could calm the crowd by capturing the critter, unless it took too long. In the end, I left the critter to Grandma and focused on the innocent bystanders. They were on autopilot, unaware of the reason they were running and screaming. Neville appeared beside me with his wand firmly in hand.
"I'll soothe the savage beast."
I arched an eyebrow. Is the savage beast the crowd or the critter?
"Oh, right, the crowd. I can understand the confusion."
He aimed his wand at the people rushing past us and uttered a spell. I whirled around and surveyed the plaza. Grandma hadn't made it to the statue. She stood perfectly still, as though in the eye of a hurricane, wearing a serene expression. The air around us stirred. Something warned me not to move toward the critter or I'd get caught in whatever magic Grandma was conjuring. A gust of wind blew past us and knocked the chaos critter off the statue. It hopped to its large webbed feet and scowled at us. Grandma raised her arms, and the critter jerked forward as though dragged by an unseen hand.
"Now, Eden, throw the ball!"
Taken off guard, I fumbled for the orb and tossed it at the critter. It engulfed the chaos and snapped shut. Grandma threw back her head and cackled. The sound was so engaging, I couldn't help but smile. I was having fun with Grandma. The moment didn't last long. Unfortunately, Neville didn't realize we'd captured the critter. He came charging into the breach with his wand outstretched. He tripped over the uneven sidewalk and hit Grandma with the spell. She lit up like a firework, and her hair stood on end. The color drained from Neville's face.
"Mrs. Pritchard, I'm so sorry."
Grandma stared at him, mute and perfectly still. I waved a hand in front of her face. "Grandma?"
"It'll wear off in a minute," Neville explained. "I was trying to stop the critter from moving so we could catch it."
The irony didn't escape me that the person who claimed Neville couldn't curse the spots off a leopard was now on the receiving end of his potent spell. I collected the orb and returned to the spot where I'd left Neville and Grandma. She still hadn't moved. "What's going on? You said it would only last a minute." Neville offered a sheepish grin.
"It seems I'm more powerful than I realized."
Grandma wiggled her fingers as the spell wore off. I pivoted to Neville. "Now might be a good time to make yourself scarce." Neville bowed.
"Excellent point."
"Take this," I said, handing him the orb. "I'll see you at the office after Roots." The wizard skedaddled before Grandma returned to full capacity. By the time she regained the power of movement, the crowd had returned to normal. I smiled at her, relieved. She glowered at me.
"What are you smiling at? That wizard hexed me."
My smile faltered. "I need a ride to Roots." She harumphed.
"Fine. But no backseat driving."
The upside of having Grandma with me was that she couldn't cause trouble elsewhere. Roots was relatively busy for late afternoon. My head swiveled left to right as we entered the store. Every aisle seemed to have at least one shopper. It's 3:00. Don't these people have jobs? Grandma laughed.
"You sound like me."
I gasped. "Don't ever say that again."
"What are you buying?"
Grandma asked. "Something Neville needs for the transfer spell." I didn't want her any more involved than she already was.
"Fine. You get your secret something while I browse the poisonous plants."
I turned away from Grandma and nearly collided with a petite, dark-haired woman. "Hi, Jade."
The vampire in the roots smock looked up at me. Eden, hey. How's it going? Great, love it here. I like your t-shirt. Jade inclined her head to my chest. I glanced down, completely forgetting what I'd put on this morning. It was a design of 2 crows on a wire with the phrase, attempted murder, written across the top. Thanks. It felt appropriate today. Are you here for supplies? The vampire said the word supplies in a suggestive manner. You don't have to say it like that. You make it sound like I buy weed here or something. A middle-aged man stuck his head into our conversation. Are you looking for weed killer too? That's what I need. I need a brand that won't endanger my poodle. Sensing my opportunity to extricate myself from the conversation, I smiled at Jade. I'll let you handle this. I hurried down the aisle in search of sticklewort. I arrived at the end of the aisle to find Grandma chatting with a buxom woman with white blonde hair and high cheekbones. Here's my granddaughter now. Grandma motioned to the woman. Eden, this is Jean Kearney. My eyes widened. Oh, hi. I could see why Edith and Walter were interested. Jean was stunning. Her blue eyes were like gazing into a clear lake where you could see all the way to the bottom. Nice to meet you, Eden. You're the federal agent, right? I was sure my face registered surprise. That's me. She nodded her approval. I've heard all about your achievements from Thora. I couldn't believe when I heard you came back to chipping Cheddar. I thought for sure you'd leave here and never return. I forced a smile. Life loves to throw me curveballs. She pressed her lips together. Well, that's life. You just keep catching them, right? I was telling Jean we missed her at Walter's yesterday, Grandma said. Jean's smile was wan. I made it to the funeral. You should have come to the house afterward, Grandma pressed. She shifted uncomfortably. Didn't feel right. I didn't know her very well. Oh, I was under the impression you were close, I said. Not really, Jean said airily. I mean, we've interacted here and there over the years, but that's the extent of it. Jean didn't sound eager to get acquainted with Walter unless she was trying to be respectful. I didn't want to mention the threesome directly. That seemed in bad taste. I tried again. Walter seems to be holding up okay? She snorted. Men always do. Most of them don't seem capable of surviving without a woman after a certain age. They get married at the drop of a hat. That doesn't interest you? Not even a little bit. I like my life the way it is. I do what I want, when I want. No complications. It sounded nice, although I wondered whether Jean was missing out on companionship. There were trade-offs in any relationship, but as I was learning with Sawyer, there were advantages too. Have you ever been married? I asked. She shook her head. Been proposed to more times than I can remember, though. The answer's always been no. They get that look in their eye. You know the one I mean. I don't think I do. You might when you get older. It's that look that says they can't wait for you to take care of them. Wait on them hand and foot while they ease back the recliner and watch sports all day on TV. She pressed her lips together firmly. No, thank you. I don't settle for less than I'm worth. To be fair, I didn't get the sense that Walter was that type of man. After all, he'd taken care of Edith for most of their married life. That couldn't have been easy for him. If you don't settle for less, why on earth would you agree to a threesome with those 2 losers? Grandma snapped. I elbowed Grandma in the stomach and shushed her. Jean's face tightened. How do you know about that? I attempted to smooth it over. Walter might have mentioned it. Her face grew flushed. They swore to take that secret to the grave. Edith kept her side of the bargain. I decided to mention the letter in the hopes that it would reduce Jean's embarrassment. Edith also seemed to think you and Walter might have a future together once she was gone. Jean cringed. A future? You can't be serious. It was one of the worst nights of my life. For years, every time I went to the grocery store, I was terrified of running into one of them. Why do it if you were that uncomfortable? I asked. Jean leveled me with a gaze. I wasn't uncomfortable with the threesome. I just didn't enjoy it. Can't blame you there, Grandma said. It was after a party at their house. First there was a casserole, and then a bottle of wine, and the next thing you know, Walter and Edith were asking me how I felt about bondage. Standing in the garden center with Grandma and a stranger talking about threesomes and bondage, I was beginning to rethink my life choices.
Normally I enjoy that sort of thing, but they were a turnoff, she continued.
How so? I prompted.
Edith was too bossy, and he was too much of a beta. I like my men more take charge.
She scrunched her nose in distaste.
I didn't find either one of them attractive. Edith left me messages inviting me over a few times afterward, but I politely declined.
And yet Edith somehow thought Jean and Walter would make a good match? Talk about misreading the signals. Jean gripped my arm, startling me.
What on earth is that?
I followed her gaze to see a little critter. It was impossible to miss with its bright red skin and burning yellow eyes. It looked like a micro version of the chaos critter, minus the horns and split tail.
I think you might be reliving your mushroom nightmare, Grandma said. Go home and get some rest.
The creature snapped its tiny jaws in a threatening manner, and Jean tightened her hold on my arm.
That?
A fit of nervous laughter erupted from me.
That's my pet enchilada. It's native to Guatemala. I thought I locked the car, but I guess not.
Jean scrunched her nose.
I thought enchilada was a type of Mexican food.
Where do you think it came from? I motioned dramatically.
This guy.
Jean released her grip and inched backward.
I'll see you around. It was nice to meet you, Eden.
Grandma had an orb ready before Jean even left the aisle.
Mine, she said.
I was too tired to argue, and I still needed the sticklewort.
Have fun. I'll see you in the checkout lane.
Chapter 15. After delivering the sticklewort to Neville, Grandma drove us home so I could get ready for the Supernatural Council meeting at Chop House. The council was going to expect an update. I had one, of course, but anything shy of all little critters are accounted for was going to be a disappointment. I hated to disappoint people. My people-pleasing tendencies started young, most likely in an effort to gain my parents' affection and attention. They were too wrapped up in the demise of their marriage most of the time, and when they wanted to praise me, it was for actions I staunchly refused to take. Whenever my mother encouraged Ryan and Olivia's naughty side, I had flashbacks to my youth.
Eden, that little girl cut in front of you in line. A nice chickenpox hex will make her think twice about doing that again. Eden, that little boy is going to beat you in the spelling bee. One simple spell will make sure he gets onomatopoeia and you get Blythe.
The rest of the council was already assembled in the private room of the restaurant when I arrived. Raphael was in the midst of serving the glasses of fairy dust we drank at the start of each monthly meeting.
Perfect timing, Aggie said. We were about to begin.
Sorry, I had a busy day. I settled in a chair across from Sawyer and offered a weary smile. Just the sight of his handsome face put me at ease.
Your aperitif,
Raphael said, placing a glass in front of me. Thank you. I inhaled the golden liquid's sweet aroma. Raphael inclined his head to the menu on the table in front of me.
Be sure to read the specials. There are a couple of your favorites on there tonight.
I glanced at the specials menu and smiled. Crab cakes made the whole crazy day worthwhile. I think I'll be loading up on appetizers and nothing else.
Sounds good to me.
Under the table and out of everyone's view, Sawyer tapped my foot with his. I nudged him back to let him know I was okay. My cousin caught my eye.
Mind if I ask for an update? Meg and Julie told me about the incident in our neighborhood.
Hugh groaned.
Does every supernatural in town know?
Absolutely not, I said.
My wife said Eden was a real pro, just as I would expect.
Raphael said.
Eden is to supernatural sleuthing what I am to the art of cooking. Overrated?
Hugh offered. The warlock and werewolf locked eyes. They would have locked horns, too, if they'd sported any. I shot my cousin a grateful smile.
I, for one, would like to get on with the meeting, Aggie said. My sister made death by chocolate for dessert, and I've had to look at it all day without touching.
Substitute dessert with wife, and I understand exactly what you mean.
Hugh complained.
Trouble in mail-order bride paradise? I asked.
Hugh scowled.
She and I aren't always on the same page as it pertains to her wifely duties.
Great goddess. as if I didn't already feel sorry for the woman. We placed our orders, and Raphael swept out of the room with a respectful bow.
I'd like a status update on these magical creatures running amok,
Husborn said. Aggie slotted her slender fingers on the table.
I think we all would.
I figured we'd start with me. They've all been caught except 2. I produced an updated list and passed it to Hugh, seated beside me.
I assume the ones with the lines through them are the ones that have been caught,
the werewolf surmised. Very perceptive. Gold star for the werewolf.
What's a boss?
Husborn asked as he scanned the list. The evolved version of a critter and the head of their respective critter's family. They're more powerful and more dangerous. Those are the 2 left to catch. I don't like the sound of that, Adele said.
Nor do I,
Aggie agreed. What are your plans to apprehend them? Adele asked. I'm going to canvass the town tonight. I won't stop until I've found them both. Aggie gave me a sympathetic look.
Sounds like you should have ordered a coffee to go with your appetizers.
Adele rubbed her thumb along the side of her glass. Any damage to report? Apart from confused residents, no. Hugh frowned.
What about that woman who died earlier this week? Was that unrelated?
I cut him a sideways glance. Edith Sapp?
I don't know the name. I heard from the mayor's assistant that an elderly woman died.
Natural causes, I said, relieved there wasn't another death I was unaware of.
About that,
Husborn said, and my heart stopped. What? The report said cardiac arrest.
I was waiting to bring this up when it was my turn.
Husborn inhaled, and I could tell he was reluctant to share the information.
The embalmer noticed something unusual, and the funeral director reported it to me. Why would they report suspicious information to you?
Sawyer asked.
Because Jasper is a vampire, and he thought there might be supernatural foul play involved. He and I are on the same bowling team.
What's the suspicious information? I asked. I had captured a critter in the sap house. What if it had been there the whole time and Edith had seen it?
There were marks on her body that suggested electrocution,
Husborn said.
So small they were nearly imperceptible.
All eyes turned to me.
Which critter specializes in lightning?
Sawyer asked. None of them. And certainly not the one in their house. The repent was a water-based critter. Husborn aimed a finger at me.
You're telling me there's no chance one of those critters might have electrocuted Edith Sapp?
My gut twisted. I couldn't think of one off the top of my head. None that were loose, I don't think.
They have elemental powers, don't they?
Hugh asked.
One of them has to be able to electrocute people.
There are several with that ability, but they weren't the ones that escaped the game. I felt relieved that Grandma wasn't indirectly or directly responsible for Edith's death. There was enough of an issue with the spell itself. Can you tell us more about the marks? Adele asked. Husborn shook his head.
You'd have to ask Jasper, I'm afraid. He didn't get into detail.
I snapped my fingers, suddenly remembering something Walter had said. Her husband was an electrician before he retired. Sawyer straightened his shoulders, now keenly interested.
Is that so?
Yes. I frowned. But he'd been looking after Edith their whole married life. He was devoted to her, and she was so devoted she even wrote a letter. I trailed off. Never mind. There wasn't time to focus on Edith's request. There were 2 bosses out in the wild. We were lucky they hadn't done any significant damage yet.
Sounds like you might want to speak to Jasper, Chief,
Husborn said. Sawyer nodded grimly.
I'll have the body exhumed if I have to.
I know a necromancer that can help with that, I said. Sawyer lifted his brow but said nothing.
Do you think you'll be able to capture the rest of the critters without incident?
Hugh asked. That's the plan. I couldn't promise, but I'd do my best. Adele sipped from her goblet. And how will you transfer them back to the game? Neville's working on a spell. Aggie frowned.
Still, what's the issue?
It's not a simple spell. That's the issue.
Then where are the critters now?
Husborn asked.
The ones you've already caught.
They're in the orbs that Neville designed awaiting transfer. The White Wizard studied me.
And there's no chance they'll be able to break out of those before the transfer spell has been completed?
Of all the concerns I have, that's not one of them. Only because it would have happened by now, but I kept that truth bomb to myself. Adele's fingers glided along the pearls of her necklace. And what about the cause of this mayhem? I presume you'll be handling it as a federal agent?
When she says the cause, she means your grandmother,
Hugh said. He was clearly enjoying seeing me in the hot seat. Yes, I'm aware. Thanks. My gaze flicked back to Adele. I'll handle Grandma.
How? A gentle slap on the wrist administered with a feather?
Hugh wagged a finger at me.
Your family is your weakness, Eden.
I'm afraid we can't leave this to Eden, Adele said. Not this time. Esther's flagrant use of magic has endangered the entire community. There must be consequences. My throat constricted. What kind of consequences?
Well, the good news is we have a lot of leeway in these situations,
Husborn interjected. But it can't go unchecked, Adele added. We can't give supernaturals any reason to think they can do as they please in this town. It sends the wrong message. Hugh cut me a quick glance.
I think Eden should abstain from voting on the punishment.
I held up my hands. I'll leave it to the council. Just let me know what you decide before you tell her, so I could plan to be on vacation for the rest of my life. Husborn mouthed the words, I'm sorry, and I offered a grateful smile. He had no need to be sorry. Grandma brought this upon herself. It was only a matter of time before she got caught doing something she shouldn't have. Aggie tapped a spoon on the table.
Any further business?
The under-15 wolves are hosting a car wash to raise money for a trip to Montana, where they can meet werewolves from across the country in the same age brackets,
Hugh said.
They'd like us to help get the word out.
I zoned out as they continued discussing the car wash and a few more community events.
These little critters gone wild,
Hugh said, drawing my attention back to the conversation.
How are we going to explain that people are seeing aliens in chipping Cheddar?
An idea flashed in my mind. Wonderland. Hugh's brow creased.
Excuse me?
That's how we explain it. Clara will write an article for the newspaper on a mass reaction to an imbalanced water supply or something. Verity will provide a quote. As a respected town doctor, people would believe her. Hugh smirked.
Deceptive. I like it.
Like it or not, part of my job involved deceiving the human population. It was better than the alternative.
Any more new business?
Aggie's gaze swept the table.
As you know, Mayor Whitehead is running for re-election,
Hugh said.
I'd like her to have our support.
I remained silent. Adele gave him a curious look. Local politics, Hugh. That seems beneath you. The werewolf shifted in his chair.
She's a good mayor with sharp sensibilities. I'd like to see her serve another term. I agree,
Husborn said.
Better the devil you know,
Aggie said.
Not to suggest Wilhelmina is a devil. She's actually a wonderful woman.
I don't see why it matters whether we support her or not, Adele said. It's not as though she knows we exist.
No, but if she has the support of the supernatural community, she wins the election.
Hugh flexed his fingers and then cradled the back of his head.
We're instrumental in whether she wins or loses, whether she knows it or not.
What do we know about the opposition? Adele asked. She seemed to direct her question to Sawyer. The chief shrugged.
I'm the new guy in town compared to the rest of you, but I like the mayor.
I was relieved when the food arrived and I could focus on inhaling it. If I was going to be up all night hunting little critters, I needed to keep my energy level high. Sawyer lingered at the end of the meeting.
Where to next?
I'm going to the office to check in with Neville, and then I'll do a giant loop around the perimeter of town.
Sounds good. Your car or mine?
My chest squeezed. Sawyer, you don't have to come with me. Go home and sleep.
Do you really think I'll be able to sleep knowing you're hunting bosses on your own?
I found myself relenting. Would you mind driving? It'll make it easier for me to search if I don't have to focus on the road. He walked around the table and extended a hand.
There's no one I'd rather pull an all-nighter with.
The moment Sawyer and I arrived at the office, I sensed trouble. The ward was down, and there was no sign of Neville. Odd.
Everything okay?
Sawyer asked. My gaze swept the office. Nothing seemed out of place, and yet I couldn't help but feel that something had happened. I had to trust my gut on this one. Neville isn't here, but he should be.
Maybe he went next door to Holes for a donut. They're open until 9.
Maybe. Wordlessly, I left the office and walked to Holes. Paige was behind the counter chatting amiably with one of the other regulars, a bus driver named Adam. There was no sign of Neville. Paige stopped talking and smiled at me. Can I help you, Eden? Chief? I'm looking for Neville. She gave me an apologetic smile. Haven't seen him. He was being noisy earlier, though. My veins iced over. Noisy? I know that seems a strange thing to say about Neville, but I recognized his voice. I thought maybe you two were having an argument. This was not good news. Oh, I think he was excited about a computer game. Thanks. We left Holes in a hurry. Something's happened to Neville, I murmured. He placed a hand on the small of my back and guided me to the car.
We'll find him, Eden. Don't worry.
I'd never forgive Grandma. I'd never forgive myself. Sawyer started the car.
Tell me where to go, and I'll put on my flashing red light.
I wish I knew.
Think like one of these bosses. If they're more powerful, what would they be doing while they're stuck here? Where would they want to go?
The vortex. The moment the answer passed my lips, I knew I was right. They might be magical creatures from a game, but they were still going to be attracted to the same supernatural energy as the rest of us, especially the stronger ones. He floored it all the way to the base of the hill.
I think I see it,
Sawyer said. I followed his gaze to the top of the hill. I should have known. The powerful ones were always drawn to the vortex. It was like a magical beacon, the same way the portal beckoned every demon within a certain distance. Sawyer squinted.
I don't see Neville, though.
I pulled out my phone and sent a message.
I don't think Neville will be able to answer.
I wasn't texting Neville. I messaged Grandma. This is her big chance to score. There's at least one boss here, possibly two. It's going to take a raid to bring them down.
A raid?
I shrugged. It just means more than one person. He smiled.
Even if that one person is a fury?
I guess we'll find out. We crept up the hill, and I tried to get a better view before we revealed ourselves. An oblong white object lay at the critter's feet. The critter's back was to us, and it didn't seem to hear our approach. Either that or it didn't care. The critter was about to indulge in an energy boost and was unconcerned with its surroundings. I gasped when I got close enough to identify the white object. Neville was wrapped tightly in a white cocoon. Only his face was visible, although the critter had even wrapped a thin, gauzy material over the wizard's glasses. The vision of a helpless Neville was enough to make my blood boil.
What is it?
Sawyer whispered. A mantis plane.
An insect that repeats what you said like you didn't understand?
I shrugged. I didn't name it. The mantis plane hovered over Neville's body, preparing to feast. Nope. Not on my watch. Something snapped inside me. I surged ahead, propelled by anger. Get your grubby antennae off my wizard! The critter stopped. It twisted to stare at me with two beady black eyes that were barely visible in the darkness. I stared back. Our gazes remained locked, and it seemed as though an hour had passed, even though the moon was pinned in exactly the same position as when we started. A shriek pierced the air, and I resisted the urge to clamp my hands over my ears. The sound was primal. Was this some kind of call for aid?
No way would Gondor answer that.
Drool began to drip from the critter's mouth, and its shriek morphed into hysterical laughter. Before I could make a move, the critter dropped to the ground and slithered uncomfortably. It rolled onto its back and continued shrieking with laughter. I seized the moment and sprinted to Neville, tearing off the gauzy wrapper. Neville shook off the remaining pieces of cocoon.
Thank you, Agent Fury.
Sawyer crouched beside me.
I'm no expert on little critters, but I think it's gone mad.
I slapped a hand over my mouth. No.
The wizard nudged the critter with the toe of his shoe, and the boss responded by whimpering.
I'll get the orb.
I jerked away and sealed my eyes shut. I couldn't risk putting anyone else in danger. I felt a warm hand on my shoulder.
Eden?
I brushed him off. Don't look at me. It's too dangerous.
What do you mean?
Sawyer's arm slid around my waist.
You got him. Everything's okay.
I moved away from him so that his hand slid off my back. Everything is definitely not okay. Far, far from it.
Eden, talk to me. What happened?
I stood perfectly still, careful to keep my eyes closed. I had no idea how long it would take for the power to calm down. I gained a new fury trait.
Okay,
He said slowly.
I've seen all your other traits, and they're amazing. If anything, they make you even more beautiful because they're part of your true self.
Oh, gods. Could he be any more perfect? You don't understand. It isn't just about how I look. It's about who I am. He entwined his fingers with mine.
When I say I love you, Eden, that means all of you, not only the parts that are more palatable.
I felt the sharp sting fade from my eyeballs and gathered the courage to open my eyes and look at him. They didn't make humans any finer than Sawyer Fox, inside or out. You said you love me. He cupped my cheek and ran a thumb along my skin, sending mini shockwaves through me.
Of course I love you. What did you think?
A rush of emotions clogged my throat. I think I love you too. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth.
You think? Or you know?
I know. I'd never been more certain of anything in my life. His hand moved to cradle the back of my neck, and he pulled me closer until our lips were barely touching.
Would you say it again for the critters in the back?
He murmured. If there's a critter in the back, then we really should put this kiss on the back burner. He brushed his lips against mine.
All clear.
I looked into those soulful brown eyes, and my head started to spin. How did I get so lucky?
I love you, Eden Fury. More than puppy chow. More than sleeping in on Sundays. Even more than the Hawkeyes.
The kiss was nothing short of an explosion. I was pretty sure there were fireworks bursting over our heads. The sound of a throat clearing reminded me that we weren't alone. We broke apart, and I turned to the wizard. Oh gods, Neville, I'm sorry. I forgot you were there. The wizard's cheeks were tinged with pink.
Clearly.
I switched to agent mode. What happened? How did it get you?
I was completing the spell, and I heard scratching at the door. I thought it might have been you.
I gaped at the orb in disbelief. How did it know?
It's a boss. It's smarter.
I flinched. No, it's more than that. It was working in tandem with the other boss. Sawyer rubbed the back of his neck.
How do you know?
Because I know what the final critter is. And if any critter knew where to find us, it was this one.
Well, this one won't trouble us now,
Neville said. Can you send it back? I hoped the boss would return to its former self once back in the game. However troublesome the critters were in the real world, I didn't want to cause any lasting damage.
Yes, I made a breakthrough just before the creature nabbed me.
An alarming thought made my whole body tense. It didn't set the others free, did it?
Oh no, quite the contrary. It seemed pleased to be one of the last critters standing.
Sheesh. The critter was as competitive as Grandma. I clapped him on the shoulder. If I were going to enjoy a tasty meal of flesh and bones, I'd be honored to eat you. Neville frowned.
Thank you.
A silhouette approached us from the other side of the hill. It resembled an eggplant in a dark cloak. The hood shrouded its face in shadow so that it was like gazing into the void. It seems I am the last critter standing, it said. May the best player win. Chapter 16. We stared at the critter in stunned silence. Although I knew it was a boss, it seemed far more sentient than the others. Good evening, Eden Joy Fury. How do you know my name? I asked. The hood shifted to me. Still no sign of a face.
There'd be no inducing madness in this one, even if I wanted to.
I believe you already know the answer to that.
It was a Scully, and a Scully's strength was knowledge. I'd assumed it meant general knowledge, like the history of the Megalodon, not personal knowledge about me and my family, or the location of the FBM office. Lesson learned.
Give me the orb,
Sawyer urged quietly.
I've got a good arm.
The Scully folded its cloaked arms.
Sawyer Fox, when you were 7, you discovered loose change underneath Aunt Wilfrida's sofa cushion and took it home with you. An act that haunts you to this day.
Sawyer froze in place, gobsmacked by the critter's revelation. Neville dipped into my handbag for an orb.
Not so fast, Neville,
the Scully said.
You remember what happened during the Little League game. Bases loaded. A single to the infield. All you had to do was lob the ball to the player at second base to win the game.
Swallowing hard, Neville lowered his hand without the orb. I took a step backward, remembering that the critter used its vast knowledge to lull its opponents into a catatonic state. The critter drifted closer.
Your parents are Stanley and Beatrice Fury. You have a complicated relationship with them.
They're my parents. Of course it's a complicated relationship. The Scully cocked its head and focused its gaping hole on me.
It's more than that. You believe you are on opposite sides of the same coin. You do not see that it is not a coin, but a spectrum.
My skin began to itch. I scratched my arm to stave off my discomfort. The Scully was working its critter mojo on me. I knew it, and yet I was still entranced.
The thing you want most in the world is a normal life. You envy your human friends and their barbecues and normal families, but here is the truth you fail to grasp. There is no such thing as normal.
I resisted its mental tendrils. You're wrong about me. The thing I want most is to be good. To do good. The Scully pondered me for a moment, and I took the opportunity to mentally scroll through the critter's strengths and weaknesses. My brain was too fuzzy, and I realized the critter was having an effect despite my best efforts to resist. The critter shifted its gaze over my shoulder.
You've summoned reinforcements. Excellent! More fuel for me.
I whipped around to see 2 familiar silhouettes charging up the hill behind me. My mother and Grandma. The older witch emerged from the shadows, her face deep with determined creases, tossing an orb in the air. Grandma wound up her pitching arm.
Step away, amateurs. I'll take the first crack at it. Careful, Esther,
the creature said in its soothing tone.
Your arthritis has caused you enough trouble this week, has it not?
Grandma's arm dropped to her side and her jaw went slack. It was one thing to catch a Scully in a game, it seemed. A confrontation with one in real life was very different. I've got this, I said in a tone that very firmly suggested go away. I was sorely tempted to add that I could do this by my own, Olivia style. Grandma waved a hand.
You don't have anything. That critter is right there, and I can feel its magic trying to influence me.
I'll deal with it, Grandma. Please go. You shouldn't have sent a message if you didn't want our help, my mother complained. I was already in bed. If I'd known the Scully had a repository of personal knowledge, I never would have summoned them.
Beatrice Methuselah Fury,
the Scully said. I gaped at my mother. Methuselah? Beatrice was not amused. The glare she gave the critter should have melted him from the inside out. How do you know my middle name? She seethed. I thought your middle name was Anne, I said. Because that's what I tell everyone. Who wants to be named after the oldest woman who ever lived? A vampire might. Let me rephrase. Who wants to be named after the oldest woman who ever lived, who actually looked like the oldest woman who ever lived?
It's a perfectly nice name,
Grandma argued.
You had a great aunt called Methuselah, a very talented witch. You should be honored.
Methuselah was a witch whose relentless misery alienated everyone in her orbit,
the Scully said.
When she died, the family threw a party and told everyone it was an Irish wake to avoid the judgment of their neighbors.
My mother blinked rapidly. How do you know all that? This critter's power is knowledge, I said.
Don't let it influence you.
Grandma's eyes turned to slits.
Back off, Scully. These organs are spoken for.
I blanched. Organs?
Technically, that's what it does to lower-level critters when it puts them in a trance.
Grandma explained.
It sucks out their organs and gains more power, but the game uses bright colors and makes them look cute, so it doesn't seem as horrible as it is.
Yikes. I'd like to hang on to my liver, thank you very much. Those vodka tonics won't filter themselves. My mother nudged Grandma. We're close enough. Can't we just throw the orb and catch it? Grandma seemed rooted in place.
Theoretically.
Some expert you are, my mother huffed.
I play on my phone. I didn't intend to battle them in real life.
The game is a mere distraction for you,
the Scully said.
No kidding. That's what games are for everyone.
Grandma shot back.
Not a distraction for the purpose of entertainment. A distraction for the purpose of avoidance.
I play the game because it's fun,
Grandma insisted.
I like to have fun, unlike Judy Justice over here.
I glowered. Seriously? Now?
The two of you have done great evil in this world,
the Scully said. No kidding, I mumbled. It didn't take an omniscient critter to know that.
But you have regrets,
the critter continued. My eyes rounded. Regrets? My mother raised her chin a fraction.
Non, je ne regrette rien. The only French you know is from popular music.
The Scully told her.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
My mother dropped her gaze to the ground. I don't like this creature. Someone catch it. The Scully pivoted to Grandma.
Your sister cares for a human, Esther, but she doesn't tell you because she fears your reaction.
I closed my eyes. Uh-oh. Aunt Thora wasn't here to defend herself. Even more worrisome, the critter had to know about my relationship with Sawyer. I had to capture the Scully, if only to silence it before the critter revealed too much. If my family found out the truth, I'd have far more to worry about than a little critter. What human? My mother demanded. She doesn't spend time with any humans.
I bet it's that Lionel from the senior center,
Grandma said.
I saw him give her a cookie last week. White chocolate chip.
I wore a somber expression. Ah, yes, white chocolate chip is a known aphrodisiac among the geriatric set. I think it's Joel from the grocery store, my mother said. He let her have a pack of mints for free the other day when he thought no one was looking. I hated the speculation, but there was no way I was revealing the truth. It amazed me they didn't reach the conclusion themselves. They knew she and Ted had been an item once upon a time before the family had persuaded her to stick to supernaturals. Aunt Thora was willing to toe the line. Unlike me. Then again, I risked my badge every time I turned a blind eye to their shenanigans, yet I couldn't bring myself to throw them under the bus. Beatrice Methuselah gave birth to me. Stanley the Vengeance Demon was my father. Grandma's blood flowed through my veins. If we made it through this, though, I wouldn't be able to protect Grandma this time. Not with the Supernatural Council in the know. Grandma cracked her knuckles.
Anybody know what time it is?
I shot Neville a helpless look, but the wizard and Sawyer were in a trance. Fury time? I offered.
No, not tonight,
Grandma said.
Tonight, it's time for a raid.
That doesn't really sound quite as catchy. I cut myself off, unwilling to provoke Grandma under the circumstances. Yes, time for a raid works just fine. The Scully surprised us by making the first move. It headed straight for a vulnerable Sawyer. No! I launched myself between them and tackled the critter. Organs be damned. I could survive without one kidney. We rolled down the side of the hill.
The sleeves of its cloak got caught amongst my flailing limbs, and I had to wait until we stopped rolling to disentangle myself. I jumped to my feet first and went to grab an orb. Great orbs of fury. I glanced over my shoulder to the top of the hill where my bag had fallen. I was face to no face with the critter and without any orbs. This seemed much worse than up a creek without a paddle.
You would willingly sacrifice yourself for those you love, the Scully said. It is both your strength and your weakness.
Right now, I'd say it's a strength. I grabbed the critter with both hands and focused my will. I typically avoided the use of my siphoning trait because it was a powerful one with disadvantages, including the increased likelihood of more fury traits. I'd already gained a new trait this week, though, which meant I had nothing to lose. As the connection formed, I felt an intense rush of energy. Gods above, I wasn't expecting that. The jolt nearly knocked me off my feet. I struggled to remain upright while I kept an iron grip on the critter. The Scully put up a good mental fight, but in the end, I was stronger. Resistance is futile, I ground out. The Scully collapsed and I siphoned the last of its power. The critter stared vacantly at the horizon. It took me a minute to gather my wits. I attempted to climb the hill and sank to my knees. Grandma rushed past me and tossed the orb at the Scully. I win! My head throbbed as the vast amount of knowledge struggled to find room in my brain. I realized too late that siphoning wasn't the best idea. Information overload didn't even begin to describe it. At least she caught the critter before it revealed my secret. Small mercies. Eden, what are you doing on the ground? Are you injured? Grandma asked. Don't be silly. She's a fury. She's stronger than that little creature from the game. My mother always seemed to overestimate me at the wrong time. Help! I squeaked. There was so much knowledge churning in my mind that I couldn't grasp any of it. Not a word. It felt like my head contained the universe before the Big Bang. Someone get her water. My mother's voice sounded urgent now. She's not dehydrated. She's dying. Grandma, also sounding urgent and irritable, like my death would overshadow her capture of the final critter. Not dying, I whispered. At least I didn't think so. I had to release the power I'd siphoned. That would ease the pressure on my brain. I crawled up the hill on my belly to put distance between us. I didn't want anyone within my radius. So many thoughts crowded my head and threatened to shatter my skull. Familiar names and information lit up my brain like shining stars, fixed points in the eternal space that was currently my mind. My family. Sawyer, Neville, Clara, Sassy, even Edith Sapp. Anyone who'd recently been on my mind, I now possessed more knowledge than I had any right to know. I couldn't process it all at once or I'd break. Strong arms lifted me into an upright position.
Eden Fury, you stay with me.
I heard Sawyer's voice floating somewhere in the ether. My heart raced. I felt like an anvil had landed in the pit of my stomach and had me pinned in place. Soft fingers brushed my cheek.
Eden, it's Sawyer. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Of course she can hear you,
I heard Grandma say.
Her ears aren't broken.
He tried again.
Can you look at me?
I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't move a muscle. If you're not going to help her, then let us handle it. My mother sounded both terrified and angry. Sawyer continued to hold me. I felt his wet cheek press against mine. He was crying. Oh, gods. Maybe I was going to die. He crushed my body against his.
I love you, Eden. Don't you dare leave me.
Sometimes the only way forward was to let go. Love you too, I whispered. I relaxed and let the darkness take me. Chapter 17. When I awoke, I was alone in my bedroom. Alive, albeit with a massive headache. I checked my arms for signs of injury. Bruised, but otherwise fine. I tore off the covers. Legs looked intact.
I was still in the same clothes. I turned to check the bedside table for my phone. Someone had the forethought to charge it. Nice. The only message was from Neville asking if I was okay. Nothing from my mother or grandma, or even Sawyer. Pulling myself to an upright position, I leaned against the headboard and let the previous night's events replay in my mind. No wonder my head was pounding. I'd siphoned the Scully's power. What had I been thinking? Then I remembered the leap to save Sawyer. Our declarations of love. Nausea rolled over me as the reality settled in. They knew. I'd been hiding my relationship with Sawyer for a very good reason, and now that secret was out. How would they react? I tried to stay positive. The Scully had been caught and presumably delivered to the office since there was no sign of the orb in my room. Silver linings. I texted Sawyer to let him know I was alive, albeit not so well. I staggered into the bathroom for a drink of water. My body still felt unsteady, like the weight of Scully's knowledge had thrown off my equilibrium. I popped 2 painkillers, gulped down the water, and rinsed off my face. I'd get a shower and wash away the stink of the critter. I glanced in the mirror and paused. Something seemed different, but I couldn't quite identify what that something was. Leaning closer, I studied my face. No horns, no scales for skin. The eternal flames were still there, 2 little bursts of orange-yellow light in my eyes. I stared. There was something different. My pupils seemed to have a new shape. Instead of being black and round, they now reminded me of the dark side of crescent moons. The mark of madness. My stomach clenched. Unless this was yet another new trait. I hurried to my phone and called Neville.
"You're alive, most excellent Fury."
His relief was palpable. I am. You got the last orb, right?
"Your grandmother relinquished it to me, although she seemed unhappy about it. I think she wanted to keep it as a souvenir."
I had a sinking feeling her unhappiness had nothing to do with orbs. Did the transfer spell work?
"It did. All little critters have been returned to the game."
I exhaled with such force that I left a breath mark on the bathroom mirror. What can you tell me about weird pupils?
We're talking about eyes and not students, I presume.
I heaved a sigh. Thank you, Agent Obvious.
You already have the eternal flame of immortality.
I know, and now I have misshapen pupils.
I assume you're staring at these misshapen pupils now?
I caught a glance at my reflection. I am.
Is your memory intact, Agent Fury?
Yes, I think so. Although I wished my family's wasn't.
Then you do remember you've gained the ability to induce madness.
I nodded at my reflection. I recall. That's why I have the strange pupils?
Indeed.
Thanks. I just wanted to be sure. I'm going to shower and eat and hope this headache fades fast.
Perhaps you should consider sleeping a bit longer until you're fully refreshed.
I can't. There's one more thing I have to do. I wouldn't be able to sleep now anyway. With the revelation of my secret, I was too anxious.
All the critters have been caught. Rest, Eden. That's my plan.
I'll take it under advisement. I hung up and turned on the shower tap. Alice dipped her head into the bathroom. Are you decent? Never. What's up? I'm about to get in the shower. You were snoring when I checked on you earlier. Yes, I had a tough night at the office. The ghost angled her head and examined me. What happened? I had a fight with a little critter. We won, but it wasn't pleasant. And there would be consequences. I'm not talking about your fight. She pointed to my face. You look different. Did you have a nose job? My fingers flew to touch the slope of my nose. No. Alice moved her transparent face an inch from mine. Your eyes. I squeezed them closed. I know. They look like the symbol on a supervillain's flag. I opened one eye and peered at her. They have flags? She nodded solemnly. I need to get cleaned up. Alice continued to hover in the shower. I'm getting undressed now. That's your cue to leave. Alice blanched. Oh, right. Is now a good time to tell you the yummy chief of police is downstairs? My eyes popped open.
Sawyer is here. Fell asleep on the sofa? Poor soul. I think he was worried about you. I turned off the water and hurried downstairs. Sure enough, Sawyer was prostrate on the sofa. His eyes blinked open as I approached.
How are you feeling?
I kneeled beside him and lay my head on his chest to listen to his heartbeat. Much better now.
That was intense, huh?
I laughed. That's the understatement of the year. I hated to ask, but I was dying to know. What happened after I passed out? Did my family say anything to you? He shrugged.
It was mostly them yelling at me and each other.
He scratched the scruff on his jawline.
I think they even yelled at you, which was odd considering they knew you were unconscious.
They like to yell.
I picked you up and carried you to their car. They said they'd take it from there, but I insisted on following you home. They weren't thrilled, but they were too preoccupied to challenge me.
He sat up and cleared his throat.
I know you're all supernaturals, but what's their deal?
Alarm bells rang in my already sore head. What do you mean?
They took you upstairs and insisted on being alone. I heard chanting, and I heard your mother scream something about not getting blood on the rug or you'd smite them. They wouldn't let me upstairs to sit with you. That's why I stayed down here and fell asleep.
They'd used black magic to save me. I didn't love it, but there was nothing I could do now.
I know they're witches, but...
I silenced him with a look. They're not just witches, Sawyer. They're wicked witches. His mouth split in a grin.
Of the East or West?
No, I mean it. You deserve to know the truth. Especially now when they knew about us. Sawyer was going to have to protect himself, and he couldn't do that wrapped in a bubble of ignorance like Tanner. They access their magic using forces of darkness. They're not good people. The Scully's statement about regret came flooding back to me. Could that be true? Sawyer brought my knuckles to his lips and kissed them.
Eden, I don't care if they're Godzilla and Mothra in disguise. They're not you.
They know about us now. It won't be easy. They don't want me involved with a human.
And you're a grown woman who makes her own decisions.
I was too tired to argue. He would find out eventually. I just hoped it wasn't the hard way. There's something we need to do today, I said. He nuzzled my neck.
There sure is.
No, I'm talking about Edith Sapp. I learned something when I siphoned the critter's knowledge. Jasper was right about the signs of electrocution. He nodded grimly.
I'll go home and get changed. Meet me there in an hour?
Don't forget your handcuffs. I paused. Sweet hecket, I wish it was for a different reason. He kissed me on the lips and grabbed his keys from the coffee table.
I'll see you shortly.
I showered quickly and mentally prepared myself for the next conversation. The chief's car was already parked outside when I arrived. He exited the car and joined me on the walk to the front door.
I do like when we work as a team,
he remarked as he knocked on the door. Me too. I leaned forward and gave him a quick kiss on the lips.
You've got that fake badge of yours, right?
It isn't fake. It just doesn't say what he thinks it does. The door opened to reveal Walter Sapp. He looked even more handsome than the day of the funeral, and he was wearing a casual knit shirt open at the collar with a neatly pressed pair of khakis.
I'm Chief Fox, and this is my associate, Agent Fury.
Walter's gaze settled on me.
We've met, haven't we?
Thora is my grandmother's sister.
That's right. You were here at the house. You got me punch.
We'd like to ask you a few questions,
Sawyer said.
I hope that's okay.
Walter frowned.
What kind of questions?
About Edith,
Sawyer said.
It won't take long.
Walter seemed unconvinced.
Can it wait? I'm supposed to meet a friend for coffee.
I had no doubt that friend was a new woman, albeit not the one Edith had handpicked for him. Sawyer hooked his thumbs through his belt loops.
Afraid not. My schedule is jam-packed today, and I need to move on to the next item on my list or my secretary will take me to task.
Okay, then.
He stepped aside and let us pass. As I walked by, I smelled the cologne. Yep. Walter had himself a date.
Shoot,
Walter urged, once we were settled on the sofa. Sawyer nodded to me.
Agent Fury will start.
You were home when your wife went into cardiac arrest. Is that correct?
That's right. I was boiling the kettle to make us a pot of tea. She was in the bedroom reading.
Are you aware there were signs of electrocution on your wife's body, Mr. Sapp? I asked. He shifted his weight on the cushion.
Don't be ridiculous. Edith died of cardiac arrest.
That was her body's way of giving up. You'd been shocking her for years, and it caused long-term damage to the nerves and brain, I said.
What?
He scoffed. I kept going. She didn't have dementia. She developed a brain injury due to repeated exposure. The lump in his throat moved up and down.
This is outrageous. What motive could I possibly have?
You wanted out of the marriage,
Sawyer said.
Walter snorted.
That's called a divorce.
I shot him a pointed look. You know as well as I do that people don't always act rationally when it comes to love. Or the absence of it.
Edith hadn't been able to work because of her poor health,
Sawyer said.
A divorce would have been too expensive for you. There would have been alimony, half the house, plus half the medical expenses.
Not to mention the fact that everybody knew Edith was unwell. You would have become a pariah for leaving her, and you didn't want to look like the bad guy. I softened my voice. You were an electrician, Walter. You knew how to deliver the bare minimum to escape detection by her and anyone else. I shook my head. Boy, it must have been frustrating to watch her recover every single time. I paused for effect. For years. Walter's face contorted.
We'd been married 50 years. Do you have any idea how long 50 years is when you're married to the wrong person? It's absolute hell.
He spoke so passionately that spittle flew from the sides of his mouth.
She tried to control every aspect of my life, from the meals I made, to the way I dressed, to the side of my body I should sleep on.
It seemed my dad's instincts about Edith had been right all along. She hadn't been thoughtful in finding Walter a new match. It was a last attempt at control and manipulation, even from beyond the grave. Walter shot to his feet.
Originally, the doctor said she only had 10 years, tops, so I decided it was best to wait it out. That was 30 years ago.
So you suggested ways to spice up the marriage? I asked, thinking of Jean.
I had to do something, Walter said. I was suffocating.
I folded my arms and pinned him with a hard stare. And when that failed to keep you going, you decided to slowly kill her.
She was supposed to die years ago anyway. The woman was on borrowed time.
Wow. Walter didn't want to be viewed as the bad guy, but there was no better way to describe him.
And you decided to give death an assist?
Sawyer asked.
Edith was weak. She'd been weak for decades, but not her will.
He gave his head a hard shake.
No, sir. Her will was as strong as they make 'em.
It doesn't mean she didn't love you, I said. Maybe she had her own way of dealing with her infirmity. Yes, she'd wanted to control Walter's life after her death. But maybe it was because she truly cared about him and didn't know the proper way to express it.
Of course she loved me. I waited on her hand and foot. She called me her spark.
And you used it against her, I said. Sawyer stood and produced a set of handcuffs.
Walter Sapp, you're under arrest for the murder of your wife, Edith.
As the chief read Walter his rights, he snapped the handcuffs on Walter's wrists.
Please don't tell anyone,
Walter said.
I don't want people to judge me.
Walter had more to worry about than the court of public opinion. He had actual court in his future.
Good work, Agent Fury,
Sawyer said, ever the professional.
I'll handle it from here.
I nodded. I'll talk to you later.
I think we should have a meeting at your house at 3. Clear the air.
My eyebrows crept up. I don't think that's a good idea.
It's the only way. We need to show them we're serious.
That was what worried me. Okay, 3 o'clock. I looked at Walter. If you're looking for another threesome, I'm sure there will be plenty of willing cellmates in prison. I left the house, my head spinning. Even though I knew the truth before we entered the house, there was something unsettling about hearing Walter's confession. Monsters came in all forms. Sometimes they looked like giant caterpillars in Technicolor, and sometimes they looked like kindly, white-haired gentlemen who liked tropical punch. And sometimes they looked like you. Chapter 18. Princess Buttercup lifted her head off the pillow and barked. 10 seconds later, there was a knock at the door. "Friend or foe?" I asked the hellhound. She cocked her head and yipped. That seems to suggest friend. I crossed the room and opened the door to find Husborn on the doorstep. "Hi." He swept his brimmed hat off his head and clutched it in his hands.
"Afternoon, Eden. This is a courtesy call."
Uh-oh. Okay. I stretched out the word. "Would you like to come in?"
"Don't mind if I do."
He wiped his shoes on the doormat and crossed the threshold.
"Got any of that half iced tea, half lemonade?"
"Sure do." He gave me a sheepish look.
"Fresh lemons, right?"
I smiled. "Are there any other kind?" I walked into the kitchen with Husborn trailing behind me and Princess Buttercup at the wizard's side. He patted her head as he approached the island.
"I heard through the grapevine that the little critters have been dealt with."
"You heard correctly." I retrieved the pitcher from the fridge and poured him a tall glass.
"And I also heard about Walter Sapp."
I slid the glass across the counter. "Your intel was good. Thank you for that, but I'm guessing that's not why you're here." He bowed his head.
"No, I'm afraid not."
"You drew the short straw, huh?" He kept his focus on the hellhound.
"It was between me and Aggie."
Made sense. It couldn't be Sawyer. Adele was awkward because of her family's history with mine, and Hugh would have enjoyed it too much. "What's the verdict?"
"Esther will be fined by the council for her role in the little critters outbreak, and there will be a mark on her permanent record."
I swallowed hard. Grandma wouldn't like that one bit, no matter how deserved it was. "How many marks does that make?"
"I'm not at liberty to disclose that information."
"Husborn, I serve on the council with you. If I want to know the answer, I'll find a way around you, so you might as well save me the trouble." He drank half the glass and set it down.
"To be fair, most of her marks are older than you. She's calmed down quite a bit over the years. In fact, I think this might be her first mark since you were born."
"Really? That was a relief." "Does it matter that it was an accident this time? She hadn't intended to cause trouble, unlike the previous times."
"Not when it comes to the mark itself. It matters for the amount of the fine, though."
"How much is the fine?" He smirked.
"I'll let your grandmother share that information with you if she chooses."
He polished off the remainder of the drink and smacked his lips.
"You know, Eden, spells go wrong even in experienced hands. We all know that. But the outcome would have been far less cumbersome if she hadn't used her brand of magic."
"You mean if she hadn't used black magic?" He nodded.
"The risks are always greater."
The White Wizard didn't have to tell me. I knew how it worked. I had a lifetime of experience trying to escape it. "What about the FBM?" I asked.
"You're the Bureau's chief. You do what's best for your organization."
"I know, but there's a conflict of interest." He arched an eyebrow.
"Is there?"
Husborn gave the hellhound another pat before setting his hat back on his head.
"As always, the council will leave communication with the FBM to your discretion."
"Thank you. I appreciate that."
"Care to walk me out?"
"Of course."
"We were lucky this time,"
Husborn said, striding toward the door.
"Could have been much worse."
"I know."
"You're good at your job, Eden. Much better than Paul ever was. And you and Chief Fox make a fantastic team. Everyone says so. It's like you were made for each other."
My cheeks warmed. An involuntary response. "Thank you." We stood at the door. I felt like the wizard had more to say.
"I sense you're conflicted, but you'll know how to handle this,"
he said. He tipped his hat and left. I glanced sideways at the hellhound. "What do you think, Buttercup? Will I know how to handle this?" I didn't know yet. Hopefully I'd figure it out by the time I sat down to do paperwork, which was right now.
I sat on the sofa and studied the blank report in front of me. I couldn't decide. I tapped the phone and dialed Neville's number. What do I say in the report?
You know how to complete a report, Agent Fury. You've done dozens of them since you've been here.
I know, but not one like this. Not one that directly implicated my family in supernatural shenanigans.
Report the truth. The situation has been handled. You didn't even need to call the extraction team.
I observed the phone. Neville, if I didn't know any better, I'd think you were telling me to give a false report.
Not at all. I'm simply saying that you don't need to be as detailed as you might otherwise be. All's well that ends well, as the bard would say.
The bard?
William Shakespeare.
Yes, I know who the bard is. It's just that nobody calls him that except for English teachers. I shifted my focus back to the report. I couldn't risk drawing the FBM's attention to my family. What if they fired me or shipped my family off to Otherworld? Besides, Neville was right. It wasn't necessary. I handled the situation. I drew a deep breath and completed the report with as few details as possible. Too many people knew that something had happened, so I couldn't say nothing at all. I finished the report, took a screenshot, and sent it to headquarters. I glanced over my shoulder at Princess Buttercup. Now for the really hard part. Am I going in alone? The hellhound rose to her feet as though sensing my need for backup. I still hadn't heard from my family. No one had even called to check on me, which wasn't entirely unusual, but still. They knew about my relationship and that I'd hidden it from them. There was no way they'd take the news well. Heck, they didn't take it well when the store ran out of Gruyere. There was no way this would go down easily. I left the barn and crossed the lawn to the back door of the main house. As I opened the door, Candy ran across my path. A black cat, terrific. That didn't bode well. I'm alive, I announced. I strode into the kitchen where the three witches were gathered around the table with a plate of lemon bars and a pot of tea. Grandma put down her phone and looked at me. All the critters are back in the game, and I retained my high score. Well, it was all worth it then, wasn't it? And if I never saw another little critter in my entire immortal life, it would be too soon. I heard Walter Sapp was arrested, Aunt Thora said. What happened? I joined them at the table. No one was looking at me angrily. So far, so good. Edith showed signs of electrocution. She was murdered. It could have been accidental, Aunt Thora countered. She'd been suffering from dementia. She might have touched something she shouldn't have. A live wire or an outlet. Except Walter would have known, I said. He was there. We think she didn't actually suffer from dementia. Small bursts of electrocution over a period of time can cause similar symptoms. Well, he was an electrician for years. He'd know how to do it, Grandma said. Aunt Thora raised her teacup to her lips. But why? They seemed happily married. My mother flicked a dismissive finger. Were they? If I'm happy with a man, the last thing I want to do is share him with another woman. We were in agreement there. The thought of letting another woman touch Sawyer in an intimate way was enough to set my teeth on edge. Aunt Thora sipped her tea and set down the cup. This is terrible. Poor Edith. She seemed like such a sweet woman. She didn't deserve to be murdered. My mother chewed her lip. Will Walter go straight to jail, or would there be some time in between? Some time for what? I asked. She nibbled on the end of a lemon bar. Walter's more interesting than I originally thought. I'd hate to miss an opportunity. I groaned. A knock at the door twisted my stomach in knots. I'll get it. I ran to the door before anyone could intercept me. Sawyer stood on the doorstep. You ready? Not really. Can we rethink the strategy? He crossed the threshold. Too late. He clasped my hand. Not to worry, Eden. We're a team, remember? We've got this. We entered the kitchen hand in hand. My mother looked from the chief to me. I don't understand. I thought the incident on the hill was something to do with the creature. Grandma slammed her fist on the table. I told you it wasn't. I squeezed his hand. It had nothing to do with the critter. Sawyer and I are a couple. My mother laughed. A couple? Don't be absurd. You know better than to take up with a human. You've already been down that rocky road before.
It's true,
Sawyer said.
I love your daughter, Mrs. Fury.
I hooked an arm through his. And I love him. My mother's face hardened and her eyes went flat.
I see.
Dear gods, there was enough venom pumped into those two simple words to make my blood curdle.
How long has this been going on?
Grandma demanded. You don't get to ask questions, I told her. You've caused enough problems this week.
Seems to me yours is bigger.
Grandma gestured to Sawyer.
He's a human and he's the chief of police. You couldn't choose a worse person.
Hey,
Sawyer objected. You did this on purpose, Eden Joy, my mother said. You chose the one person who would condemn us. Sawyer made a calming gesture with his hands.
Hold on a minute. Nobody's condemning anybody.
He paused and looked at me.
Joy? Really? I would have guessed Marie or Lynn.
I shot him an incredulous look. You seem to have me confused with someone born in the 70s.
Now's not the time for one of your lovers' quarrels,
Grandma snapped.
There are higher priorities.
Like what? Aunt Thora asked. So he's human. We live in an entire town full of them. Is it really such a big deal?
Yes,
my mother and Grandma said in unison.
We'll get to your secret later,
Grandma said in a menacing tone. Aunt Thora paled and fell silent. He knows about us, my mother said. That's an even bigger problem. Only if he intends to act on the information. Aunt Thora returned her gaze to Sawyer. Do you intend to act on this information, young man? He can't, I answered for him. He's only equipped to handle humans. Sawyer tugged on his belt.
Well, it's not that simple. Any lawbreakers in this town fall under my jurisdiction.
But you come to me when you suspect supernatural involvement, I pointed out. You have your line, and I have mine, and only sometimes the twain shall meet. My mother demolished another lemon bar. We're getting off track. The bottom line is that we can't have a chief of police with knowledge of us. Mick O'Neill was the chief for decades, a close friend of your father's, and even he didn't know. It's too dangerous.
What's dangerous is having supernaturals with questionable powers going unchecked in my jurisdiction,
Sawyer argued. My mother wore a haughty expression. What does it matter? None of it impacts you. If Sawyer's jaw dropped any lower, he'd have to use a butter knife to scrape it off the floor.
You can't be serious. Your unchecked powers are the whole reason for this week's mess.
Technically, it was her unchecked powers, my mother mumbled, angling her head toward Grandma. Grandma shot her an aggrieved look.
Who's her? The cat's mother? I'm the woman who gave birth to you. Show some respect.
I'm not here to argue with you,
Sawyer said.
I wanted to clear the air and let you know that I'm dating your daughter, and I have no intention of keeping the relationship a secret any longer. We're consenting adults. That means sometimes you'll see me leaving the barn at an early hour.
And sometimes I'll stay at his house, I added. Thank you for the information, my mother said evenly. We appreciate your candor. Sawyer kissed me on the cheek.
I need to get back to the office to write up the paperwork on Walter. I'll talk to you later, okay?
I nodded. Thanks for this, I said quietly. He grinned.
Anytime.
I waited until I heard the click of the front door to address the room. You took the news better than I expected. My mother fanned herself with a catalog. What did you think we would do? Smite him on the spot? Yes, she sniffed. Obviously not. We have to be smarter than that, or the feds will be on to us. I froze. Smarter? What do you mean? She cast a sidelong glance at me. What do you think I mean? He knows too much. And? I prompted. And we have to kill him, obviously. I started to choke on my own saliva. Are you insane? You're not killing Sawyer Fox. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. She shrugged. Then we have to come up with an alternative plan. Fine. He stays out of your way, you stay out of his. And I'd run interference. Not ideal, but better than death. No, that won't work, my mother countered.
We can get him relocated,
Aunt Thora said. Her eyes glimmered with sympathy. I knew she understood my predicament. She'd have her own relationship to defend as soon as they grew tired of mine. He'll still know about us. One conversation with the wrong person and we're in the air without a broom. My mother pursed her lips, thinking, this is why we spelled that high school boyfriend of yours. Do you see the tricky spot you've put us in? Tanner was different. He was a kid, not the chief of police, I said. You just didn't want me to get too wrapped up with a human because there was no future in it. My mother nodded. Exactly. That's why this is worse and calls for more serious action on our part. For one thing, you're older. A relationship now is naturally more serious. Grandma choked back laughter.
Could have fooled me by the way you get around.
My mother scowled. The main issue is his job. The town baker knowing about us is inconvenient, but not insurmountable. The chief of police. She clucked her tongue. This brings the problem to another level. Just when I thought our parallel lines might finally cross, my hope was dashed. Now that my secret was out, they seemed to have forgotten their slow change of heart.
We could do a spell that erases his memory,
Grandma suggested. My mother snapped her fingers. That's an option. My eyes popped. No. No, it's most definitely not an option. My mother raised her brow. You'd rather us kill him? I flinched. Of course not. Grandma sighed.
Well, we have to do something.
You actually don't. You don't have to do anything at all. I forbid it. My mother cackled. Boots on the other foot now, isn't it? The Scully said you regret some of your previous actions. I said. It can't have been wrong. That critter's power was knowledge. My mother's jaw clicked. I hate to disappoint you once again, Eden, but the critter misunderstood. I leaned in close. Fine. Then let me convey this in language you understand. I am a fury with powers you've only dreamed of. If you harm so much as a hair on Sawyer Fox's head, I will kill you myself. Got it? I felt a sense of satisfaction when my mother flinched. I stormed out of the house and marched back to the barn in a blaze of fury. How apropos. I threw open the barn door and slammed it shut behind me, just as my phone lit up with a video call from Verity. News can't have traveled that fast, I said. Olivia's cherub face filled the screen of my phone.
Hi, Auntie Eden.
Oh, hi. How are you, sweetie?
Good. I just finished tucking my dolls into bed for their nap.
Perfect timing.
Why?
I just had a really difficult discussion, and seeing you makes me feel better. She clasped her hands under her cheek and said, Aw. I'm glad you called. I've been wanting to talk to you about the other day. Her blue eyes flashed with annoyance.
Is this about the field? Are you going to yell at me?
Absolutely not. You did amazing work. I was so proud of you. She lit up like a shooting star.
Really?
Really. I think it's great that you're learning independence, but I want you to know that if you ever need help, it's okay to ask. And if you don't want to ask your mom or dad for any reason, you can always ask me. She pressed her face closer to the camera to the point where I could see up her nostrils.
I'm a big girl. I don't need help.
I know. But there may come a day when you face an obstacle that is more than you can handle. I'm telling you now that you can ask for my help, even if you are the one who created the obstacle. You can trust me, Olivia. She gave a crisp nod.
Okay. I trust you.
My eyes brimmed with tears at the simple response. Great.
Is that all? I have a book to read to my dolls before they fall asleep.
Which one?
All of them, except Tiffany. She was naughty and has to miss story time.
No, I mean, which book?
Good night, witches. It's about a little girl who lives with 3 witches, and she says goodnight to all the magical stuff like the cauldron and the broomstick.
Sounds like a nice story.
It's okay. A little sappy.
Sometimes sappy is good. I love you.
Love you too.
The screen went black. I stared at the void for another beat, remembering the hooded face of the Scully before turning off the app. I opened the refrigerator and hunted for a snack, feeling better now that I'd spoken to my niece. Despite today's outcome,
I realized there were moments this week where I actually enjoyed myself. It wasn't all a chore. I pulled out a hunk of cheddar and a box of crackers and placed them on the island. Alice floated into the kitchen.
Everything okay?
Not really. My family knows about Sawyer, and I threatened to kill my mother. I sliced the cheese and made cracker sandwiches. Do me a favor. If you overhear my family planning anything in relation to Sawyer, will you let me know? The ghost saluted me. Consider me your eyes and ears in the house. Thanks, Alice. I knew I could count on you. As I wolfed down the crackers and cheese, I started to think about all the precautions I'd have to take, beginning with wards at Sawyer's house, his office, and here at the barn. I sent a text to Neville asking him to look up spells specifically designed to protect against black magic. It would be hard, but I'd manage. I had to. Sawyer's life depended on it.